Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Gladiator in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 31, Rough Rhinos 1. Sokka cringed when Song placed herbal moisture on his leg's damaged skin. He knew the treatment would help him in the long run, but as it was, it only enhanced his pain. Song had been doing her best to cure him for about 3 days, using her talents as a healer to treat his wounds and ease the fever he had been suffering from, but he was still far from recovering completely. Song hadn't questioned him regarding why he had ended up in such bad shape this time around, but Sokka could tell she was waiting until he felt better to ask him about it. She kept him resting at most times, only waking him once in a while to change his bandages and give him medicines. Due to how badly wounded he was, the meals Song provided him with weren't as plentiful as usual, but, since Sokka's appetite had been faltering for a while now, he didn't complain about his new diet. Song wiped away the ointments after leaving them on Sokka's skin for several minutes. Sokka groaned a little as she used a wet towel to remove the moisture. I never got around asking," muttered Sokka, panting as the pain flared up and down his extremities. "Are my bones damaged?" "On your legs?" asked Song. "No, they aren't. Whatever hurt you didn't penetrate your skin deep enough to reach your bones. You should count yourself lucky." "I do. I was sure those blades had reached them," said Sokka, chuckling a little and laying down on the couch. Song looked at him, concerned. He had been brought home by the royal guards, but the princess hadn't come with them. She hadn't dropped by to check on his recovery either. Seeing how Sokka's behavior had changed again after this fight, Song had somewhat expected it to mean their relationship was back to normal, but when she studied Sokka closely, she could see there was something else bothering him now, something other than the injuries he had sustained. There was regret in his eyes. There was a hint of sadness beneath his reassuring smiles whenever she asked him if her treatment hurt too much. And seeing how he didn't seem to be as displeased as he had been before that fight, maybe it was finally the right time to delve into what had happened between him and the princess. "Sokka." He muttered, his eyes closing as he breathed heavily. "See, can I ask you something?" I suppose," he replied, frowning slightly and looking at Song warily. What happened to you these past few weeks?" she asked. "You weren't acting like yourself." Sokka would have sighed if he could have done so without agonizing. Even breathing was painful right now. "Yeah, I guess I've been acting like a jerk these days." "Well, I wouldn't go so far. Not so much towards you," said Sokka, closing his eyes again. "Towards other people. Towards people who didn't deserve it." "Are you talking about the princess?" asked Song, biting her lip. Sokka opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling, images of Angela flashing in his mind. Song was shocked to see the regret she had previously seen in his eyes was suddenly growing stronger than before. Maybe she really shouldn't have asked anything. "Not only her, but mostly her," said Sokka. "I've been making so many mistakes lately I can't even keep count anymore. I ruined everything, Song, everything. I was stupid enough to think I understood her. I didn't understand her, and I don't think I ever will. She'll never forgive me for what I've done, and heck, I don't see why she should." What did you do to her?" asked Song, shocked. I hurt her, Song," he muttered. "I made her cry. I was so lost in my own point of view that I never tried to think of what I was putting her through. And now it's too late. There's nothing I can do to repair this." "Sokka," whispered Song, lowering her gaze. "She trusted me and I betrayed her, Song," said Sokka, grimacing as tears stung his eyes. "I ruined everything. Is that why she won't come to see you?" asked Song. "She has no reason to come see me," muttered Sokka. "I earned these wounds. I deserve every single one of them." But you're her gladiator," said Song. "If only because of that, she should care about you." "I don't know if I'm her gladiator anymore," said Sokka. "I don't think she wants anything else to do with me. And I can't blame her if she doesn't." "But," Song muttered, not knowing what else to say. This couldn't end like this. She could see Sokka didn't want it to end either, but he didn't have the courage to fight anymore. He truly believed there was nothing he could do to make up for his mistakes. And maybe there wasn't, but if you really ruined everything, at the very least you should go see her and tell her how sorry you are for having hurt her. That won't be any use, said Sokka. What good would it be at this point? She doesn't want anything to do with me. She probably doesn't want to see me ever again. You regret whatever you did to her, don't you? Asked Song, raising an eyebrow. With every fiber of my being, well, with each fiber the hook didn't chop off me, he said. Well, even if there won't be anything else you can do for her, at the very least you can go to her and apologize, and ask if there's anything you can do to make it up to her, said Song. I don't think there's anything that could be done about this, Sokka muttered. I probably could spend the rest of my life trying to make amends, but she'd never forgive me anyway. Even so, Sokka, you have to try, said Song, biting her lip. You can't let things end like this. Even if it takes your whole life to fix it, you have to try. Sokka frowned a little, Song's words stinging him just as her healing bomb had. He doubted Angela would take kindly to him attempting to make up for his mistakes. She had already given him too many chances, and he sure as hell didn't feel worthy of another one. But Song was right, he couldn't let go of this as it was. Angela's tears haunted him still, he had hurt her in ways nobody had ever hurt her before. That was why he had to go to her once again and try to set things right. He was sure it would take him his every breath to try and restore what he had damaged, but he would go to any ends to make sure that, one day, Angela's tears would turn into smiles instead. Princess, the meeting will begin in 15 minutes, said the captain, bowing down to Angela as he delivered his message. Angela nodded and placed her hairpiece on the top knot the servants had just finished arranging. Nowadays she would choose to wear a half knot, allowing her long hair to slither down her back, while her golden crown nested within a smaller knot. But seeing how she had to attend a very important war meeting today, she had decided to return to the top knot, the hairstyle of her teenage years. The captain grimaced as he looked at Angela. Once again, she had left the arena looking as if her heart had sustained worse injuries than the ones that had almost killed her gladiator, and once again, he hadn't been around to protect her. He hadn't kept her safe from the pain. Something had faded from her eyes, a spark that had been there before, and instead of wearing her trademark arrogant smirk on her face, her brow was furrowed and it had remained that way for 3 days now. Whatever Sokka had done to her this time seemed to have been the last straw. She was obviously determined not to show how emotionally scarred she was, and in doing so she had become far colder than ever before. "Thank you, Captain," she muttered, her voice cold enough to match the glazing glare on her eyes. The captain gaped at her, in shock. Yes, perhaps that slave had put her through a lot more pain than any person should put another, and Angela had been badly hurt because of him. The captain couldn't forgive him for it. But before knowing him, Angela would have never thanked him for fulfilling his duties. She would have never acknowledged him as anything but a guard, seeing how that was the only thing he had ever been to her. Now he was her ally, a man who knew to respect her personal space, but would still stand by her no matter what. The captain thought she'd never come to appreciate that, and he was thoroughly surprised to discover otherwise. Angela exited the room with her head held high. The servants who had helped her get ready bowed down as she walked away, followed by the captain and a few guards who had been standing by the door. Clad in her royal armor, Angela walked towards the throne room with determination. This was what she had been born to do. This was what mattered most to her. It was time to put aside the lowly matters that had clouded her better judgment these days and become the perfect heir her father wanted her to be. The guards opened the curtains that concealed the throne room, and Angela strode inside with steady footing, leaving the captain and the other men to await her in the large hallway. Most the council members had already arrived, 10 minutes before the meeting's appointed time. Fire Lord Oze was sitting at his rightful place in the throne, surrounded by the flickering flames that each Fire Lord would cast around himself when he sat on the high chair. There were 2 more seats up in the dais, each at either side of the Fire Lord, and, naturally, Angela headed towards her father's right while wondering who would be sitting at his left. These past few years the only seat available by Oze's side had been her own. Angela climbed to the seat on Oze's right and bowed down at her father as solemnly as possible. Oze gave her his trademark confident smirk and nodded at her. Angela took her place with her legs crossed beside him, hardly taking notice of the hot flames next to her. "Welcome, Princess Angela," said Jose. "I trust you're ready for this meeting, as ever." "Naturally," was Angela's reply. "Who shall be joining at your left hand, father?" "Oh, that would be your uncle," said Jose, his apparent joy fading upon that confession. Being the important public figure he is, he must be present at war meetings such as this one. "Is that so?" asked Angela, raising an eyebrow. "Are all important public figures supposed to attend war meetings now?" "I know what you're concerned about," said Jose. "But you needn't worry. So long as your brother's honor remains as stained as it is, he will have no part in these meetings. But your uncle, despite what my better senses advise me, is a man of experience. He might be able to provide useful insight regarding what we must discuss today." "And what shall we do if he resorts to talking about tea throughout the entire meeting?" asked Angela, amusing her father. "Such behavior would be inexcusable and he wouldn't be welcome in my council anymore," declared Jose. "If tea is what he wants, he would do best to set up a shop instead of bothering us with his nonsense." "I agree," said Angela, nodding promptly. "Although it would truly be shameful for the Fire Lord's brother to waste away in a tea shop." "Iroh never shows any shame when it comes down to his hot leaf juice," said Jose. "He doesn't show much shame regarding anything." "Indeed," said Angela, shaking her head. "So much for the great dragon of the West." Jose smirked again. That girl was his one true heir, there was no doubt about it. He was proud of the woman his daughter had become, mostly because she reminded him of a younger version of himself. He also had been a prince eager to earn his place at his father's right hand, willing to overcome any obstacles to fulfill his ends. He had made everything easier for his daughter, for he had seen many traits of himself in Angela even when she had been just a child. He had meant for her to grow into the most extraordinary princess the Fire Nation had ever seen, and his efforts had paid off. Angela was the right person to take charge of the Fire Nation once he was gone. Time passed them by, and the remaining Fire Nation military leaders arrived, taking their place before the world map that was extended across the center of the room. Jose began frowning when his brother was still nowhere in sight and it was already time to begin the meeting. Shameful indeed. He muttered before raising his voice and addressing the present members of the council. "Let us begin this meeting, generals, princess." Upon his words, every person in the room stood up and bowed down towards him. Jose remained seated on his throne, the flames flickering as he smirked, as ever pleased to listen to his people reciting the Fire Nation oath at unison. "My life I give to my country, with my hands I fight for Fire Lord Jose and our forefathers before him. With my mind I seek ways to better my country, and with my feet may our march of civilization continue." "Take your seats," he said, and he was obeyed immediately. "War Minister Chin, let us hear your reports regarding the situation in the Fire Nation colonies." "Yes, my lord," said the War Minister, standing up and bowing at his superior once more. "The Fire Nation colonies have been—" "Ah, I'm so sorry," said a familiar voice, interrupting through Chin's report carelessly. "I'm most ashamed, Jose. I was taking a nap and I lost track of time." If Jose's glare had been any harsher, it would have been strong enough to scorch his older brother to cinders. Iroh had entered the chamber noisily, his behavior betraying he was not embarrassed in the slightest by his lack of punctuality. Angela joined her father in glaring at the man as he walked past the council members, who eyed him with distaste as well. "Your negligence speaks ill of you, brother," said Jose. "I apologize, Jose," said Iroh, smiling clumsily at him. "It wasn't my intent to interrupt the meeting." "It would seem old age is getting to you, brother," muttered Jose. "Perhaps you'll need a nurse to look after you so she can make sure you'll arrive to your appointments on time. That is, if you're not senile enough to be sent to an asylum instead." The council laughed at Jose's cruel comment, but so did Iroh. Angela merely scowled. Her uncle really had no shame whatsoever. Where was his pride? Where was his honor? Where was the man who had laid siege to Ba Sing Se for 500 days? All three things had been lost long ago, apparently. "I believe I still have a grasp on my senses, Jose," Iroh said, chuckling. "We don't need to be concerned about my mental health just yet. Give it a few more years. We'll see about that." muttered Oze, turning to Qin again. Resume what you were saying, War Minister. Right away, my lord, said Qin, bowing his head at Oze. There are small rebellions in the Fire Nation colonies, but they are nothing our forces can't handle. The major cities in the land are perfectly safe as of now. The last earthbending vermin who tried to lead an insurrection in Ba Sing Se was given the punishment he deserved, and all his allies were captured as well. Very good, said Oze, nodding. How is the recruiting for the army coming along? Oh, it goes along really well, my lord, said Qin. We've had 100 newcomers in a single month. Oze nodded. The war was close to ending to their favor, but the Fire Nation's army was spread too thin throughout the world. New recruits were most welcome. They would be quite useful to keep the people of the former Earth Kingdom at bay. What news do we have regarding the North Pole? Asked Oze, turning his attention away from Qin. My lord, said another man, Commander Gay, standing up and bowing towards the Fire Lord as Qin took his seat again. The northern siege isn't proceeding as well as we wish. The dark period has begun and we struggle to have the upper hand in those conditions. Their waterbenders are becoming more powerful on every opportunity. Admiral Zhao has decided to take a defensive approach to the siege until the light period begins anew. Oze rubbed his forehead with his fingers. His frown was deep as he analyzed the information he had been provided. It's been 4 years, he growled. 4 years since we began attacking the Northern Water Tribe. Most our navy was sent there so that Zhao could seize control of that wretched pole as soon as possible. He told me he had a plan. Why hasn't he put it into action? I'm sorry, my lord, said Gay, grimacing. It would seem their forces are far stronger and in better sync than we anticipated. They've even captured some of our vessels, and there's little we can do to retaliate right now. This is shameful. I expected better from Zhao, grunted Oze. When will this period end? In a few months' time, said Gay. But I'm afraid the circumstances are against us in this war against the Water Tribe. So it would seem, said Oze. What are we to do, if that's the case? Await until Sozin's comet returns. The Northern Water Tribe is our greatest threat. We need to annihilate them or risk losing everything we have obtained in this war. It's a more complicated gamble than you think, Oze, said Iroh, staring at Gay with keen eyes. Some wars might have been best not fought at all. Such is the wisdom the deserter of the siege of Ba Sing Se provides us with, Azula declared, surprising most the council with her unexpected intervention. You had no problem with letting a siege of over 500 days go to waste. But if you had taken over Ba Sing Se when you had the opportunity to do so, we could have used the power of the comet to melt those useless poles until there was no trace left of them but the scorched corpses of those savages floating in the ocean. Is it really that some wars are best not fought? Or is it you are unwilling to acknowledge that we might not be facing this predicament in the first place if it weren't for your incompetence? Azula's harshness shocked most people, even Oze. Her enmity towards Iroh was well known to any noble who had ever seen them interact, but hardly ever did she display it so bluntly. Oze eyed his daughter, realizing she looked far more stern than she usually did. Attacking Iroh like that had been startling, although he couldn't help but think she had been completely right about everything she had said. Discussing what could have happened if our lives had developed differently isn't what we've come here for, is it? Asked Iroh. You may question my decisions later, but doing so now will lead us to no useful conclusion regarding the matters we came to discuss. Perhaps, said Oze. She is right on some account, though. Nevertheless, if her intervention wasn't helping our cause, neither was yours. I will not hear of surrendering. This war is ours. We'll win it, no matter what's at stake. Iroh's expression grew darker upon those phrases as he eyed his brother. Azula glared at her uncle from across the room, folding her arms firmly across her chest. There's little that can be done by firebenders during the dark period, father, she muttered, shifting her attention towards the Fire Lord. I learned that on my short visit to the South Pole. Our main forces are comprised by firebenders, and the light period would have to begin anew for us to have an advantage over the savages. And it still wouldn't be a great advantage, Gay added. Even if the sun comes out, the weather is too cold. We have lost men to frostbite and other diseases caused by the unfavorable conditions. It's remarkable that those incompetent ice savages have figured how to survive in that pathetic frozen wasteland of theirs, said Jose, shaking his head. Very well. If that's the case, we'll have to continuously renovate our forces to avoid losing power. We will exchange the firebenders who were stationed there for those who have been in the Fire Nation colonies or those on the mainland. It could help us regain some of the edge we've lost. But many of those warriors are already used to fighting in the North Pole. Trading them for those who have no experience in the poles might not work to our favor as you hope it might, my lord, muttered General Bujing. Do you have any better ideas, General Bujing? Asked Jose. And no, my lord, the man admitted, looking somewhat surprised at being shut down so brusquely. Then this is what shall be done. If the soldiers in the North Pole right now could grow accustomed to the cold, the ones to replace them will be capable of doing the same thing. Begin trading soldiers right away, Commander Gay. I want the entire fleet at North to be renewed by the time we reach the light period once more. Does that include Admiral Zhao? Asked the commander, surprised. Zhao could use a break, said Iroh. He has been up north for far too long. For once, we agree on something, brother, said Jose. Angela cringed at those words. Zhao, returning? Not too soon, surely. But she didn't like the sound of that, not at all. 4 years away from the man she had come to despise hadn't been enough for her contempt towards him to cool down. She didn't want to be around him ever again. She hoped secretly that a waterbender would freeze him alive before he could return, sparing the world from his existence. But, knowing Zhao, he most likely will want to see this siege to the end, said Jose. He shall be granted the freedom to decide whether he shall remain in the pole or not. Understood, said Gay, nodding. If he decides to leave, said Jose, turning towards the oldest general in the room. You shall be the one to take his place, Bujing. Your experience as a military leader ought to serve to our advantage in the North Pole. Of course, my lord, said Bujing, bowing down to him. He didn't want to go to the North Pole, but if Jose commanded it, he wouldn't oppose him. Ever since Jose had discovered Angela had been the one to save him and the others from the savages down in the South Pole, the Fire Lord had taken a very cold approach towards all the men his daughter had saved. Of course, the one who had earned the worst punishment had been Chan, who had been stripped off his every title and was stuck in the position of private once again. From what Bujing knew, he had forced his son to enter the military as well, seeing how they weren't in the highest social class anymore and the boy could no longer freeload off his parents as he always had. Are there any other matters to discuss? Asked Jose, raising an eyebrow. My lord. Spoke General Shinu, looking at Jose doubtfully. There's something I would like to bring up to the council. Pray tell, what might that be? Asked Jose, curious. The director of the Yuyan archers hardly ever spoke out in these meetings. There was a ruckus at Udeo recently, he muttered. As you know, Udeo is close to the Pahui stronghold, so rumors of what happened reached me. Udeo. Repeated Jose. War Minister Qin, didn't you say there had been no rebellions in the larger cities? IIVE had no reports of rebellions in Udeo, my lord. Said Qin, blurting out his response quickly to avoid getting scolded. It wasn't a rebellion, at least, not one led by bitter earthbenders, said Shinu. It was led by people of the Fire Nation. The eyes of everyone in the room widened as they looked at Shinu in utter shock. What? Asked Jose, frowning. A group of Fire Nation outlaws. And it's not any group of Fire Nation outlaws. Shinu continued. It's the Rough Rhinos, my lord. The room was filled with chatter after those words were spoken. Angela frowned as she thought of the little she knew regarding the group. They were considered a freelance team of Fire Nation elite soldiers who roamed the Earth Kingdom and took over any villages and towns they came across. Not all their assaults were successful, but most of them had worked to the Fire Nation's favor. Yet, when the Fire Nation had taken over Ba Sing Se and assessed control of the entire Earth Kingdom, Fire Lord Jose had decided to assimilate the Earth Kingdom instead of destroying it. The attacks on the villages had stopped to provide the Fire Nation honorary citizens with the safety they had been promised when they swore fealty to the Fire Lord. By changing their approach on the war, Fire Lord Oze had forced freelance groups to either join the main forces of the army in disbanding rebellions, or to head towards the North Pole, but the Rough Rhinos had decided to ignore his command. The council had been aware that the group was traveling through the continent, but they had never gone against the Fire Nation's new directions so openly. It was the first time such behavior reached their ears. "Monk and his friends," muttered Iroh. "What have they done in Udeo?" "From what I heard, they sacked some shops and attacked a group of honorary Fire Nation citizens, claiming they were Earth Kingdom scum," said Shinu. "They pillaged a section of the city before the soldiers came to restrain them. They fled, and nobody knows where they are anymore. They attacked honorary Fire Nation citizens." General Ling shouted, shocked. "What has gotten into them?" "That sort of behavior is reckless and harmful to our nation," muttered Bujing. "If they attack another city in this same manner, our credibility will be doubted by the former Earth Kingdom citizens. We promised to protect them all the same as if they had been born Fire Nation. And they are likely to strike again," said Shinu. "I investigated what I could about the Rough Rhinos' recent activity, and this isn't the first time they have attacked after the Fire Lord ordered them to rejoin the army. They had tormented minor towns and villages before. This is the first time they attack a city like Udeo." Oze frowned, shaking his head in disapproval. "This is no good for us," he muttered. "Why would they do this?" asked Ling again, angry. "They may be a freelance group, but they are bound by their honor to obey our Fire Lord." "They do it because they have war fever," said Iroh. "War fever?" asked Ling, surprised. "It's a way to call it," said Iroh, smiling. "Men who kill for a living can't let go of the exhilarant sensations of war so easily. Letting go of their experiences in order to return to a life of boredom isn't an idea they can fathom. Even if it means to go against their beliefs, they'll do whatever they can to bask in the vicious joy they obtain through looting villages and murdering their enemies, no matter if they aren't enemies anymore." "This is no good," grumbled Bujing. "They must be stopped at once. Bujing, put together an emergency team and send them to track the Rough Rhinos down so they stop these," started Oze, but his brother interrupted him. "The Rough Rhinos are too strong for an emergency team to handle," Iroh declared. "Then what do you propose, General Iroh?" asked Bujing. "Would you rather go stop them yourself?" "Oh, me?" asked Iroh, surprised. "You know Monk well enough," said Oze, thoughtful. "By taking a good group of soldiers to back you up, you might be able to stop them." "I rather doubt it, Oze," said Iroh, chuckling. "I'm too old to chase after criminals." "But you're a fearless and prodigious leader," said Ling. "You're a top-rate firebender too. You can devise a strategy to take down the rhinos, I'm sure." "If that's what you think will stop the rhinos," said Iroh, "I think there's a better option than me. A top-rate firebender, a fearless and prodigious leader, who can devise a strategy to take down the rhinos." "A better option? Who are you suggesting?" asked Ling, puzzled. "Why, my niece, of course," said Iroh, beaming. Azula's eyes snapped wide open. She turned towards Iroh, not understanding why he would propose her for a mission of this magnitude. "The princess," said Ling, shocked too. "I'm afraid the princess shouldn't be a choice here," said War Minister Qin. "Well, she is perfectly capable of defeating the rhinos," Bujing admitted. "But I agree. It would be best to find someone else." "Why?" asked Iroh, confused. "She has every trait you believe necessary to take down the rhinos, and she will likely catch them without breaking a sweat. Just give her a proper soldier squad and she'll bring the Rough Rhinos to justice in no time." Why was he complimenting her? Why was Iroh giving her a chance to prove herself? Azula couldn't understand it. This was absurd on every level. He was right, she could pull through this mission successfully, but for him to propose she should be given said opportunity was completely preposterous. Oze frowned and turned towards his daughter. "You know I don't doubt your aptitude to take care of a mission like this, although it would be the first time you'd be entrusted with such a task. It's a good opportunity for you, my daughter. I believe a good leader needs to be the one to lead his men into battle, even if only against useless traitors. Yet the decision is all yours, Angela. Do you wish to take upon this mission? Angela blinked repeatedly, not sure of what answer to give her father. To refuse, why would she refuse? Because she distrusted her uncle? She couldn't blurt that out blatantly in front of the council. It wasn't because she had better things to do either. This was truly a rare opportunity to prove her worth to her father and all the men in this room. She could tell that they feared that giving a woman such an important mission would be no good. They believed she would be unsuccessful. To prove them wrong, to capture the rough rhinos and make them cower in fear before her, it was the perfect answer to most of her life's wishes. But Iroh had been the one to suggest it. Iroh. I will need some time to consider this, said Angela, frowning. It's a complicated mission to plan out. It would take me some time to devise what to do to capture a group of the rough rhinos quality. Indeed, said Oze. Therefore I advise you to decide whether you shall do it or not as soon as possible. We have no time to waste. If the rhinos continue attacking the colonies, we might find ourselves dealing with a larger insurrection than any we've seen so far. You have 3 days to make your choice. I understand, said Angela, nodding. She was surprised her father had been so flexible upon her request for more time to ponder her options. The meeting continued, although Angela could tell it would end soon. Still, her mind wasn't focused in it anymore. She had nothing to lose by going after the rhinos, but why did Iroh do this? There had to be an ulterior motive, there had to be. He had been trying to pester her by joining the gladiator business, so how come was he trying to help her now? Her brow contracted at those thoughts. Of course, that's what it was. Why hadn't she noticed it before? Her uncle had realized the blue wolf had pulled ahead of the blind bandit. By sending Angela away on a goose chase, he would have enough time to get his earthbender to surpass Angela's gladiator once more. The nerve of that man, trying to fool her into something like this. But then again, that was no reason to refuse chasing after the rough rhinos. Not only was that excuse something Oze would consider unacceptable, seeing how the gladiator business was nigh irrelevant to him, but Angela herself didn't think it was that important anymore. Not after what she'd been through because of Sokka. She had felt tempted to drop out of the gladiator business altogether, and seeing she would likely have to devote quite some time into chasing the rhinos, there was little chance for her to schedule any new fights for Sokka. And that was actually a relief. Now she had the perfect reason to drop Sokka and forget about him completely. The sickening situation between them had gone too far, and just thinking about it made her insides contort painfully. She didn't want to feel this way anymore. And the best way to accomplish that would be to get Sokka out of her life for once and for all. The captain of Angela's royal guard used to perform vigilance rounds through the palace whenever he didn't have more urgent matters to tend to. And he had nothing else to tend to right now. The princess had 3 days to convey her father her decision regarding the hunt of the rough rhinos, and apparently she'd spend them by gathering as much information about the group as possible, to see if she would be able to catch them or not. And she had established that she didn't want him around as she pondered her choices. He happened to spot a carriage that was stopping on the palace gates when he was passing by the location. He had meant to ask the guards if everything had gone smoothly today, but instead he focused on staring at the old-fashioned carriage in question. It was one of the self-employed carriages people could hire to drive them from one place to the next instead of the personal carriages most noblemen had. That was enough to tell the captain that whoever had come by the palace didn't belong to the Fire Nation's highest class. The driver had been standing by the door, taking the money his passengers were paying him with. He smiled and sat on the front of the carriage once again, taking the reins in his hands and ushering the mongoose dragons to lead the way as soon as the 2 passengers had climbed off the cabin. The captain forgot all about the carriage when he identified the 2 arrivals. Seeing Song once more wouldn't bother him, but spotting the man she was assisting certainly did. Seeing how badly wounded he was actually elicited a small sense of satisfaction in the captain. It seemed to be divine punishment for distressing the princess as much as he had. But why was he here? Why wouldn't he stay home to heal those nasty wounds and to stay as far from Angela as possible? The guards let the pair of slaves pass them by when they recognized Sokka as Angela's gladiator, although that didn't stop them from staring at them with distrust. The captain made his way towards them as Song helped Sokka walk. He limped slightly, his legs only starting to regain their strength. What have you come here for, Gladiator? The captain spoke harshly, his glare fixed upon Sokka alone. Captain, said Song, gulping as both she and Sokka came to a halt. She could sense he was more than willing to set Sokka on fire, his bodily language said as much. Good day to you. Sokka has something he needs to talk to the princess about. And why should I let him? Asked the captain, folding his arms over his chest. I'm sorry to be so blunt, Song, but I'm not going to let this man through just because you ask me to. Song would have been surprised to see he remembered her name, but his words were so unexpected she put that matter aside for now. Why, you don't understand, Captain. She started, but Sokka shook his head, asking her to let him speak. His arm was draped over her shoulders as she held him up by the waist, trying to support him so the weight on his legs wouldn't be too much for him to handle. Captain. He sighed, staring straight into the mask. I understand your displeasure. In fact, I share it. I shouldn't be here, and I know it. Then why did you bother coming? Asked the captain. Because I've been a fool all this time, he said. And I want Angela to know how much I regret everything I did. She may not want to see me ever again, but she should know I'm sorry. She should know I've realized I was wrong, and she was right. Everything I've put her through these days, it's all on me. She didn't do anything wrong. And I know there's likely no chance she'll let me try to make up for what I've done, but maybe it'll help to put her at ease if she knows how sorry I am. The captain frowned deeply as he studied Sokka. His blue eyes gleamed with sincerity. Was it a good idea to let him see Angela? Most likely, it wouldn't be. The last time he had left them to themselves, things had gone from bad to worse. But Sokka had come here, bearing all those injuries in hopes to do the right thing for once. Maybe he could get another chance. All right, he grunted, and Sokka smiled to hear his positive reply. But you're not going to see her alone. I'm going to be there too, and you're going to keep the proper distance with her. And if you dare say anything to displease her, I'll make you wish the savage Hook had killed you when he had the chance. Sokka gulped at the threats, knowing the captain was serious. The extent to his devotion towards Angela was impressive. Even Song was frightened at the way he had delivered his last sentence. Got it? Asked the captain, coming closer to Sokka and glaring at him fiercely. For the first time, Sokka managed to catch a glimpse of his golden eyes through his mask. Sokka nodded solemnly, staring at the captain with determination. This time he wouldn't mess things up. Anything Angela said, he would accept. He was completely willing to take the blame for everything he'd done. There was nobody else to blame anyway. The captain took Sokka's arm on his shoulder, telling Song to leave carrying Sokka to him. The captain was quite harsh as he dragged Sokka through the palace, making him wince in pain more than once, but Sokka kept himself from faltering or complaining out loud. The captain loosened his grip around Sokka when they reached one of the palace's open hallways. A figure with long, dark hair was sitting before the wooden fence. She had discarded her armor, and she was dressed now only in the robes she used to wear underneath it. It seemed as though she were meditating regarding something. Sokka couldn't help but wonder what was on her mind. Princess, said the captain, approaching her almost unwillingly. Disturbing her was the last thing he wanted to do, and doing it to make her talk to that moron only made him feel worse about himself. There's someone here to see you. The captain's elusive way to refer to her visitor was enough for Angela to guess his identity right away. She heard someone stumble behind her, as if limping. Her hands balled into fists instantly. The captain glared at Sokka to tell him to stay several feet away from her. The Water Tribe man understood the message and halted, staring at Angela's shape from where he was. Leave, Captain, Angela commanded suddenly, surprising the other three people in the hallway greatly. This is a matter I can settle on my own. Leave. And take the other slave with you. Song was impressed. How had she noticed she was there if she hadn't even turned around? That princess's intuition was astounding. The captain nodded and bowed to her, acknowledging her order although he truly didn't wish to do it. Angela listened keenly until the footsteps of both the captain and Song had faded away, and she heard how Sokka cringed as he sat on the floor, unable to stay on his feet for much longer. Sokka stared at her back, dread filling him. This had only been a waste of time, hadn't it? There was nothing to be done. He was pleased that Angela had sent the captain away, though. It would have been awkward to apologize about everything he'd done with him and song listening. Surely Angela thought so, too. Hey. He whispered, staring at her intently, wondering if she'd react at the sound of his voice. She didn't. Her back was still straight, her gaze still settled on the gardens, her hands still fisted over her crossed knees. She remained completely impassive to him. Well, that might make things easier. Angela. He muttered, wondering if he was still allowed to call her by her name. I came here because, well, I think you know already. Angela's eyes narrowed. Was he going to play the game like this? Had he come here in hopes she would just guess whatever was going on in that lousy mind of his? In any case. He continued. Things have been really messed up these past few days. And, it's my fault. Everything's my fault. Angela frowned now. Was he really acknowledging he was to blame? It had to be the first time she heard a man admitting his guilt openly like this. What I did on the arena with Kyoshi's heir. He whispered. It's what messed everything up in the first place, and it was no use either way. It was my first mistake, but not my last. Hearing the gladiator's name brought forth a burning anger Angela wasn't too comfortable with, but she managed to hold her fury at bay and listen to anything else he would say. I should have known my place in the world, he whispered. I shouldn't have acted the way I did that day, at any point in time. I was a fool, worse than a fool. I was despicable. I look back at everything I did and I wish I could go back in time to change everything. But you can't, Angela thought, gritting her teeth. But I can't, said Sokka. And I'll live with the consequences of my mistakes. And about what I said to you. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I can't even start to say how badly I regret it. I shouldn't have come here that night. I should have never said any of that. I was drunk and stupid, and I wasn't thinking straight. I know saying that is no way to excuse my behavior, but there's nothing I regret more than that, even if you choose not to believe me. Well, maybe not. I regret having made you cry. That's what I will never forgive myself for. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Angela shook her head, a hand on her forehead. Coming here and saying all of this changes nothing, Sokka, she managed to say, her voice steadier than she expected it to be. Saying you're sorry. Who do you think you're dealing with? I know, said Sokka, sighing and tilting his head. I understand you can't forgive me. I can't forgive myself either, not for that day, or for how stupid I acted before going against the savage hook. I understand it, and I get that you wouldn't want me around anymore. Angela was surprised at those last words. Was it time to say farewell to him now? She hadn't expected it to happen so suddenly, but for him to make their parting of ways so simple was quite a relief. I'm not worthy of being near you, Sokka admitted. I hurt you. No man should ever do that to a girl like you. You deserve much better than that. You can find another gladiator, a stronger, smarter one, who won't ever let you down. I'm a failure, so, your odds to get to the top of the ranking would be better if you found someone else. I'm grateful for everything you gave me, I can assure you of that. It was more than a snow savage like me could have deserved. I'm sorry for everything, Angela, and I hope you make it to the top of the ranking soon, with a better fighter than me. Angela sighed, shaking her head again. I don't think I'll be sponsoring anyone else anyway, she muttered, surprising Sokka. What do you mean? He asked, curious. My father has in mind to send me on a very important mission to the former Earth Kingdom, said Angela. What? Said Sokka, shocked. Wyu? You're his heir. Shouldn't he want to keep you safe? It wasn't his idea, Angela muttered. My uncle said I'd be the perfect person for the job. And he's probably right. I don't know how long it'll take me to finish the mission, so I can't sponsor a gladiator as I travel through the former Earth Kingdom. Oh. Said Sokka, grimacing. So her attempts to become the top sponsor had been thwarted, that was also saddening. He wished she could have accomplished her goal, even if she could only do so with another fighter. But something about what she just said hadn't seemed quite right. Wait a second, your uncle? Iroh. How many uncles do you think I have? Asked Angela, rolling her eyes. He was the one to suggest you'd do it. Sokka mused, frowning. Did the hook chop off your ears? Snarled Angela. Or did he beat you up so badly your brain has been damaged? And no, none of that. Said Sokka, gulping. Clearly, his apologies hadn't been much use. He hadn't expected them to be. But, if it's him, he's only doing it to surpass you. After beating the hook I wound up above Toph, so he sent you to do this to get rid of the competition. You think I don't know that? Asked Angela, rolling her eyes again. Yes, I know why he's doing it. But I honestly find no further value in gladiator fights. They're no use, and they'll get me nowhere. This mission is far more important than a pathetic ranking. And besides, you're obviously not fit to fight again after sustaining those injuries. So, all in all, giving up on this is the one thing I can do at this point. Sokka frowned. No, she couldn't give up. Angela wasn't a quitter. She was the kind of person who would do anything to accomplish her goals. For her to give up and let her uncle win, it was wrong. It was completely wrong. There was no way she wanted to let the guy defeat her this way. There had to be a solution. You really want to give up? Asked Sokka. I know I've done bad things, really bad things. And if you don't want to deal with me anymore, I get it. But to let your uncle win? Of course it bothers me, Angela grunted. Why do you think I had to ask my father to give me time to think about it? I didn't know you were given time to think. He mumbled in a small voice. Huh. And nothing, said Sokka, gulping. But, hey. Maybe something can be done. Maybe he doesn't have to win. Pray tell, what grandiose idea has come to your feeble mind? Asked Angela, thoroughly irritated. Well. I was thinking, Sokka muttered, her sarcasm hitting him as daggers. There are arenas over at the Earth Kingdom too, aren't there? I think Shoji said the hook came from Ba Sing Se. Yes, there are, Angela replied. So. Well. I'm not sure what your mission is, exactly, said Sokka. But for the princess to travel all of a sudden to the Earth Kingdom for no apparent reason would seem weird. Angela frowned. He was right. The rough rhinos might hear she was tracking them down even before she got to the Earth Kingdom, if word of her mission got out. And if they heard about it, they would likely hide away until the danger had passed. They had spent a long time in the Earth Kingdom, they were perfectly familiar with those territories, as opposed to her. If they heard of what she was trying to accomplish, it would become nigh impossible for her to catch them. But it doesn't have to seem like you've done it for no reason, said Sokka, smiling a little. I'm just guessing here, but proud sponsors who have a lot of money are bound to go tour around the arenas of the world to show off their gladiators. If you make it look like that's what you're doing, people won't suspect you're trying to accomplish any complicated missions, that is, if it's a complicated, secret mission. If it's something the general public already knows about, you can forget what I just said. Angela's hands came together, her fingers intertwined as she pondered her options once more. If she went with this, she wouldn't lose to her uncle. She could catch the rhinos while still being involved in the gladiator business, just as Sokka had suggested. With that, she would outdo her uncle in every way, for her to manage to do both things would baffle him. It was a very appealing suggestion. But she wanted to drop out of the gladiator business. Her enthusiasm faded upon that thought. Sokka was still Sokka, he was still the man who had hurt her so badly that words couldn't describe the pain she had endured. He was the man who had betrayed her trust, who had made her feel horrible about herself, who had twisted her world around even though he was only a pathetic slave. She didn't want him nearby. But he was nearby right now. And she was all right. Sure, she hadn't even turned around to face him, but he hadn't hurt her any further at the moment. Probably because she hadn't given him the chance to do so. And she wouldn't give him that chance, never again. If she could bear being near him if only for moments like these, then she probably could use him as a smokescreen as she chased the rough rhinos. It was actually a really good idea, way too good for it to have come from a useless man such as Sokka. It seems to be a good option, Azula admitted. It could work to my favor. Sokka's eyes gleamed upon hearing that. The weight he had felt in his chest suddenly faded away as he smiled in grateful disbelief. He had helped her somehow. He had given her a good idea. And he wouldn't be torn away from her side just yet, so maybe he could find a way to make amends after all. I'm glad, said Sokka, smiling. I'm glad I helped you somehow. Indeed, grunted Azula, standing up. It was about time something useful came from that foul mouth of yours. Sokka gazed up at her when she turned around. Their eyes met, but not in the way he would have wanted them to. His newly found enthusiasm faded into oblivion when he looked into her amber stare, discovering how badly hurt she still was. The icy glare she provided him with was daunting, but it also proved his fears a reality. He had broken something within her. And it wasn't something he could fix just by saying he was sorry. Azula eyed Sokka mostly to assess the damage on him, wondering when it would be safe for him to fight once again. His head was covered in bandages, and so were his legs and right arm. It would still take some time for him to recover, time she would use to plan their pursuit of the rough rhinos. Adding the gladiator combats into the mix would make everything far more complicated than it should be, but, in a way, it would also help her figure out what her approach to her mission would be. You're a mess, she said, her voice colder now that she was looking directly at him. You're not to do anything but recover from your wounds for these next days. The minute I'm ready to set out to find the rough rhinos, you'll be coming along too, no matter if you've gotten better or not. My main priority is to finish my mission, so I won't give a damn if you get yourself killed in an arena. I'll have no qualms with leaving your corpse behind so that sea vultures can feast on your remains. They'll likely wind up getting food poisoned if they do, but I care as little for their fate as I care about yours. Sokka grimaced but nodded, not having expected anything kinder from her. You're getting a second chance, as a matter of fact, a third chance, to remain as my gladiator, said Azula. You let it go to waste this time, and I assure you I will take it upon myself to finish you off for good. Sokka tried not to shiver at those words. He wanted to hold her gaze with his for as long as possible, without faltering, but it was becoming increasingly difficult with every passing moment. The hatred she felt for him knew no ends, and he had been the one to ask for it. Do we have an understanding? Azula asked, the flames of gold in her eyes the coldest thing Sokka had ever dealt with, despite having been born and raised in the South Pole. Why yes. Princess, he said, bowing his head towards her as he submitted himself to her will completely. If that's the case, get out of here already, she declared, turning around again towards the gardens. You're an eyesore. Sokka winced at her cruelty but obeyed her nonetheless. He had a hard time standing up again, and he limped his way down the hall, looking for Song and the captain. He found them a few halls away, apparently too uncomfortable by the situation to talk much. Song ran towards Sokka and let him support his weight on her shoulders again, and the captain glared at the gladiator from his mask. So? He asked. Did you do anything stupid this time around? I tried not to, said Sokka, smiling sideways. I tried to help her out, gave her a little idea to solve her predicament. The captain's eyes flew open. He had given her an idea? He had been able to help the princess sort out her current troubles? The captain had been unable to aid her, and the gladiator had been of some use? She'll probably explain everything to you later, said Sokka. And, are you two getting along again? Asked the captain, suspicious. Sokka's eyes fell as he shook his head. I don't think so, it's not that simple, he muttered. She can't forgive me just because I said I was sorry. I never expected her to. I didn't think she would either, said the captain, sighing. Whatever you did, you'll spend the rest of your life paying for it. I know, said Sokka, nodding. And even that might not be enough. But I'm going to do it anyways. The captain was surprised to see how determined the slave was. Even after facing Azula he seemed devoted to making things up to her. He hadn't wavered after meeting her, it only seemed to have enhanced his drive to fix what he had broken. His eyes still blazed fiercely, his mind set on making sure Angela would be able to smile again someday. The princess, on the other hand, didn't seem to care about smiling again. She stood before the garden, her nails grazing the wooden fence. She didn't quite understand it, but her heart hadn't lost itself in Sokka this time around. Maybe it was because he hadn't been behaving as stupidly as always. But she didn't feel more enraged towards him after this last meeting, she didn't feel sad, she didn't feel anything anymore. And that was the way it should have always been. Caring for the man had never been a part of the plan, and it definitely wouldn't be part of her new plan either. Sokka had provided her with a very clever solution, but that didn't mean anything would change between them. He wasn't important anymore. The one thing on her mind right now was catching the rough rhinos, defeating her uncle in their battle of wits and making her father proud once he saw what his daughter was truly capable of. Chapter 32, Rough Rhinos 2. Betting on his favorite gladiator had been a better idea than Zuko had thought it would be. It wasn't that he needed the money, supporting the right fighter filled him with a thrill of excitement he had never known before. Yes, he still found the gladiator business to be disgusting in essence, but that one girl had driven him to think that you could find beauty even in the most horrid features of the world. And she wasn't just beautiful, she was strong, she was honorable, she was admirable in every single way. He smiled as he thought of how she had trampled over her opponent with ease today, never losing the composure and elegance that set her apart from all the other gladiators. After witnessing the fight between her and the Blue Wolf, Zuko had asked the boy on the counter for Kyoshi's heir's combat schedule. The kid had been surprised, since Zuko had showed up out of nowhere and requested the information a little more forcefully than he had intended to, but he had complied as soon as he had realized the man under the hood was none other than Prince Zuko. And so, Zuko had come to frequent the Grand Royal Dome whenever Kyoshi's heir was due to fight. He would always sneak out of the palace to attend the matches, concealing his features under his hood to avoid getting recognized by the townsfolk. He sat as far as he could from Kyoshi's heir's crazed supporters, still finding their behavior to be ridiculous. He rooted for her as well, yet he didn't make a fool of himself to show it. But his distaste towards her other supporters couldn't distract him whenever Kyoshi's heir entered the sand pit. His eyes would never leave her figure, watching how she delivered every blow with skill and grace. She was something to behold. He had taken the plunge to bet on her for the first time today, and he had gone home with twice the money he had brought with him. Betting on her had made him feel quite fulfilled, but it wasn't because of the money. Betting was the sole way in which he could show his earnest support for Kyoshi's heir. The gladiator vanished from his thoughts temporarily as he snuck into the palace again, sliding in through a hidden door in the western end of the walls that surrounded his home. A guard spotted him, but he already knew it was Zuko. He had seen him sneak out earlier, and even though he should have stopped him from leaving the palace in such a get-up, he decided to let him go. The prince's endeavors were of little concern to the guards anymore, seeing how the Fire Lord didn't care for what his son did. It provided Zuko with a lot more freedom than his sister could enjoy, seeing how she was followed by her royal procession at all times. But naturally, his father's disinterest made the prince wonder if there was no place for him in the royal palace anymore. He was planning on heading towards his chambers right away, perhaps dropping by to greet his uncle on the way, but he stopped on his tracks when he caught sight of an unusual clatter in the royal guards' barracks. A group of men clad in red ran up and down their building busily, some of them shouting orders while others carried objects from one place to another. Zuko raised an eyebrow and approached them, spotting a carriage that was being loaded with what could only be provisions for a trip of some sort. "What's going on here?" asked Zuko, approaching the man who seemed to be supervising the operation. The guard turned around and Zuko caught sight of the golden rims on his uniform. "Azula's captain. Prince Zuko? What are you doing here?" he asked, surprised. "Isn't that what I just asked you?" Zuko retorted, unwilling to explain his circumstances. "Right," muttered the captain, frowning slightly. Azula was downright cold towards him most the time, but there was something about her older brother that made the captain cringe in unease whenever he interacted with him. It might be that Azula didn't strive to prove her superiority with her every action, because her authority was already implicit. Zuko's behavior was the entire opposite of that. If only on a subconscious level, he seemed to believe other people needed a reminder that he was the Fire Lord's son. Instead of acting aloof towards the servants and guards, in the way his sister did, his attitude would often come across as disrespectful and entitled. "We're getting assembled for a journey. The royal procession will guard the princess as she travels through the Fire Nation colonies." Zuko's eyes widened. "Azula, traveling through the former Earth Kingdom? Why?" The captain froze at his question. Azula wanted her mission to develop in utmost secrecy. Was it wise to tell her brother about the true nature of her journey? The relationship between the siblings was rocky, to say the least. Azula probably wouldn't want him to know what she was up to. And if she did, then she probably should tell him herself. "The princess will be touring the arenas of the Fire Nation colonies with her gladiator," said the captain, turning towards the carriage once again. "Preparations must be done at once to make sure the journey proceeds smoothly." "Huh," said Zuko, frowning at the thought of Azula's gladiator. He still couldn't forgive the way he had defeated Kyoshi's heir and extorted a date out of her. "Why is she doing this?" "I haven't been briefed about her reasons," said the captain. "Nor do I need to be." Zuko's brow contracted, displeased by the man. It was obvious he knew more than he was telling, but he would say nothing more. Azula had probably told him not to share any details about their trip with him. "Right," grunted Zuko, walking away without another word. His gut began twisting when he wondered if his sister might be trying to find the Avatar herself. Well, he knew the Avatar wasn't in the Earth Kingdom. He had searched the continent high and low during his own travels, and there had been no trace of the Avatar being anywhere in the Earth Kingdom. In fact, there was no trace of the Avatar at all. If her true goal was to find him and succeed where he had failed, she would come back empty-handed. But that wasn't Azula's goal. Unbeknownst to her brother, Azula was entering her father's chambers on that very moment, her chin held high, her eyes fierce, her soul unyielding. She found Ozai scanning a very long scroll, sitting before a small table in his private living room. An Imperial guard announced her presence, making Ozai lift his gaze from his reading material to regard his daughter. "Azula," he said, as she bowed down towards him. "Have you finally come to a decision?" "Yes, father," Azula replied, taking her seat across him. "I will undertake this mission." Ozai's eyes gleamed with pride as a smirk spread over his features. His daughter didn't smile back. "I'm pleased. A mission of this caliber would require a strong leader such as yourself, Azula." "Indeed," said Azula. "There isn't enough information regarding the Rough Rhino's movements. It will take some time for me to find them." "Take as much as you need, so long as you bring them back with you," said Ozai. "They have made themselves enemies of the Fire Nation. We will give them the same treatment any other rebel would earn." "I understand," said Azula. "It shall be done, father. I will be departing in 2 weeks." 2 weeks. Ozai repeated, frowning. "It might be risky to let so much time pass you by, Azula." "I have no other choice," Azula stated. "It's taken me some time to decide how to chase them. Seeing how they solely travel through land, I'm not likely to find them if I take this voyage only on my barge. I have sent word to the Mechanist in the northern mountains. I heard about the train tank he has developed, and I will require it to travel efficiently through the colony's territories." "Are you sure about this?" asked Ozai, raising an eyebrow. "I won't be entering the towns or cities in the train tank, if that's what you're concerned about," Azula replied. "The royal procession will escort me in, as it should be. The train tank will carry me from one destination to the next." "Yet a train tank. It might give away what you're trying to accomplish, Azula," said Ozai. "I thought you would realize that utter secrecy and discretion will be needed for you to track down the Rough Rhinos." "I'm well aware of that," said Azula. "It's why I decided I'll be arriving to the colonies to give the impression that I've traveled only to gloat about my brand new gladiator as I tour the arenas in the former Earth Kingdom." Ozai's eyes widened in surprise, and he nodded in approval shortly afterward, a smirk on his face. "It's a good plan, it should serve as the perfect cover story." "It will," said Azula. "While I travel through the largest cities of the continent, pretending to boast about my fighters' prowess, I will send out my guards in disguise so they can gather as much information as they can about the Rough Rhinos. It would be as if I were setting down a web to trap them. And, since the guards never show their faces, Nobody would guess they're anything other than townsfolk, or travelers from the mainland, once they're out of their uniforms, said Jose, chuckling. Indeed, that's quite a way to capture them. They'll be in your grasp before they even realize who the one to bring their demise was. It's what I was striving towards, said Angela, allowing herself a small smirk of satisfaction. It didn't matter how displeased she was in the many aspects of her life, whenever her father showed her his approval she felt a surge of pride grow within her chest. How will your journey proceed? Asked Jose, curious. I intend to begin at Udeo, said Angela. It's the last place where the rough rhinos have been seen. My guards will gather as much information about them as possible while I stay at Udeo for a week or so. Once we have enough leads, I'll devise what we must do from there on. I plan on sending a group of my men to track the rhinos while I travel towards Omashu. I'll keep in touch with the men I'll send to follow the rhinos' trail through messenger hawks, to make sure they're progressing smoothly. After Omashu, I will head to Jailing. My barge will be waiting at the southern shore of the colonies to take me north to Basing Se, where I hope to reunite with the men who should have captured the rhinos effectively by then, unless they turn out to be incompetent fools, that is. And if they happen to be, I'll be making a last stop at Garsai, which will broaden my opportunities to ensnare them in case they haven't been caught by then. You'll be traveling throughout the entire continent, said Jose, thoughtful. It sounds like an effective plan indeed, although time might not be your ally in this endeavor. Time is hardly anyone's ally, father, Angela muttered, sighing. I plan to spend a week in each city, at the very least. Traveling from each place to the next will take some time as well. My men should be capable enough to seize the rhinos by then. How many soldiers will you take? Asked Jose, raising an eyebrow. I don't intend to raise suspicion by taking actual soldiers with me, Angela replied. I will be taking my royal guards only. But your royal guards might not be enough, muttered Jose. You will need to double your royal procession, at the very least. Angela frowned upon the suggestion. If you intend to split your group by sending men to pursue the rough rhinos, your defenses will be very vulnerable, said the Fire Lord. But increasing the numbers I already have will make the traveling far more difficult, father, Angela insisted. You know I can take care of myself in case I'm left nigh defenseless. But you won't be left defenseless, Jose ordered. You will double your royal procession, Angela. Angela knew better than to go against her father's orders, no matter how useless she thought his suggestion was. She was relying on stealth for her mission to be accomplished, and having too many men around her wouldn't help her finish her task. Yet she nodded, submitting to the Fire Lord's will. She would simply have found a way to make use of the additional soldiers her father had forced upon her. Are there gladiator arenas in each city you will visit? Asked Jose. Yes, there are, Angela assured him. I will issue out challenges to sponsors in the colonies right away, but I wanted to let you know about what I had planned so far, to make sure I had your consent, father. You do, said Jose, nodding. Make sure to ponder every stage of this plan carefully. Any slip ups and you might lose track of the rhinos. Remember they are quite dangerous, so you'd do best to keep out of Damage's way. I'll do my best to avoid any predicaments, she replied. You needn't worry, father. I know better than to take on 5 bandits riding Komodo rhinos by myself. Oh, I know you do, said Jose, smiling. You have my blessings, Angela. Good luck. Thank you, father, Angela whispered, bowing her head towards Jose. Run along now. You need to send those challenges, said Jose, taking his scroll on his hand again. Angela stood up and bowed once again, turning around and leaving the room feeling slightly relieved. She had feared Jose might set back her plans somehow, perhaps deciding he wouldn't give her the opportunity to prove herself if her strategies weren't to his liking. She was pleased to find he was most willing to entrust this mission to her. Having to add more men to her ranks was the one thing she found disagreeable, but she would do it regardless, if only to give her father some peace of mind. One of her guards awaited her outside the room, and she ordered him to assemble her palanquin bearers right away. She needed to go to the Grand Royal Dome immediately. She wasn't too fond of the idea of bringing Sokka along with her on her journey, but she had decided not to give the matter too much thought. He was to be used as her cover story and nothing more. If he dared take a step out of line, she would take it upon herself to put him in his rightful place, and she would thoroughly enjoy doing so. The royal procession wasn't as crowded as usual this time. The preparations for their voyage kept the guards busy. Angela told the captain to continue supervising the arrangements along most his men, and she only took 2 guards with her on her quick trip to the capital's arena. Shoji jumped when he saw the princess walking down the vestibule towards him. The last time he had seen her, she had stormed off from the arena without sparing so much as a glance his way. Her guards had passed right after her, carrying her gladiator on a stretcher. The boy knew nothing of the gladiator's fate, or of why Angela had seemed so upset that day. "Princess," he gasped. "How is the blue wolf recovering? Is he doing all right?" Angela's eyes narrowed at the mention of her gladiator's name, a detail that didn't escape Shoji's sharp mind. "I don't know how he's recovering, nor do I want to know. His incompetence landed him his wounds, and he'd best suffer them quietly. It's what a true warrior would do." Shoji blinked a few times, surprised by the cold way in which Angela had delivered her words. "Oh, okay," he said, nodding in slight fear. The Fire Lord's daughter seemed considerably angry over something that Shoji didn't understand. Something was bothering her, but he had no right to ask her what it was. I suppose you'd like to know your gladiator's position." Angela raised an eyebrow. To be honest, she didn't care for it much, but in order to maintain appearances. "Yes, of course," said Angela, folding her arms over her chest. "Well, he's 320 right now," said Shoji, beaming in hopes to transfer his enthusiasm to the princess. "You're about 20 spots above the blind bandit. Congratulations." "Right," said Angela, knowing she should feel a lot more excited over those news, but surpassing her uncle and the insane earthbender he sponsored had lost most of its previous appeal. "That's not the sole reason why I came here, though." "Oh, of course," said Shoji, still smiling. "Would you like to see the challenges you haven't replied to? Or maybe you'd like to issue out a challenge to someone else?" "I'd like to tour through the Fire Nation colonies with my gladiator, that's what I'd like to do," Angela retorted, feeling there was no need to wait to reveal her grand plan. Shoji's eyes widened as he stared at Angela in surprise. What? How come? Do I need a reason?" asked Angela, raising an eyebrow that seemed to be asking if he was defying her authority. "And no, of course not," said Shoji, gulping. "She was fiercer than ever before today, wasn't she? I'm just surprised to know you'd like to travel through the former Earth Kingdom. The arenas over there aren't all that great, if you want me to be honest." "They aren't?" asked Angela, raising an eyebrow. "The men in charge of the gladiator business pretty much blew out half their budget on the Grand Royal Dome alone," said Shoji, smiling awkwardly. "This is by far the best arena there is. I'm not saying the others aren't good, but they're not, fit for a princess such as yourself, I think." Angela sighed and placed a hand on the counter, getting closer to the boy for a moment and making him shiver in fear as she glowered at him. "I have to travel to the colonies for business I will not explain to you. In order to keep my place in the gladiator business, I'm dragging that moron with me, and I'm going to fight in those arenas abroad, whether you think they're fitting for me or not. Am I clear?" Shoji nodded several times, sweat treading down his forehead as he stared at the princess in fear. "Why yes, of course. I understand," he muttered, lifting the large list of the ranking and handing it to the princess. Take your time to choose your opponents. I'll just wait here." "Yeah, but," asked Angela, taking the scroll on her hand and raising an eyebrow at him. Shoji shrank on his chair before finding the courage to finish muttering what he had wanted to say. Well, if you have to travel for something, you wouldn't have to drop out of the business altogether," he said, biting his lip. "Even if it takes over 3 months, you wouldn't have to drop out." "What's that supposed to mean?" asked Angela, glaring at him fiercely. Didn't I explain that to you at some point?" I guess I didn't," said Shoji, scratching his head. Well, the thing is, if a sponsor is unable to play his part in the arena during his gladiator's fight, he can authorize someone else to take his place until he can get back to the gladiator business. The sponsor simply has to sign an authorization notice so that the other person can act as a secondary sponsor. Angela's eyebrow twitched at that. Why hadn't she heard of that before? She probably had skipped over that rule when she was reading the guidelines of the gladiator combats. Is that so? She muttered. Not taking Sokka along on her trip would help her focus on her mission, but she had no idea whom she could ask to provide the service of secondary sponsor. Mai was absolutely out of the question right now. She had a child to take care of. Ty Lee, no, not Ty Lee. Angela might not want anything to do with Sokka in a romantic sense anymore, but she was definitely not going to throw him into the arms of a girl who was flexible enough to get into any man's pants. Zuko? No, he would never agree to help her. It was no good. She had nobody to ask to take upon sponsoring Sokka while she was gone. And besides, using Sokka as a cover story had become a major part of her plan. She couldn't discard him anymore, no matter how badly she wished she could. Well, it makes no difference. I'm going to take him with me to the colonies regardless. Oh, of course, said Shoji, smiling nervously as Angela began scanning the list of fighters with her golden eyes. I will need a response to these challenges as quickly as possible, said Angela. I'll travel to the colonies in 2 weeks. I want an answer from every sponsor by then, or else they'll have to answer directly to me when I drop by their cities. Yes, yes. I'll make it clear they're very urgent challenges, of course, said Shoji, smiling. Well, then, said Angela, leering at the boy once again. Let's get started. Sokka's knuckles turned white as he grasped the sword's hilt tightly. A week had passed since his last encounter with the princess, and he had done his best to obey her by focusing only on recovering from his wounds. But Sokka had never been able to stay put for too long. He had no idea when their journey to the former Earth Kingdom would begin. For all he knew, Angela would show up on the next day to tell him it was already time to leave. So he had taken Space Sword in his hands today to see if his strength had already returned to him, in case the princess finally showed up on his doorstep. You lost too much blood, Sokka, you shouldn't be doing that just yet, said Song, frowning as she watched him wielding his sword in the living room. I've got to try, he insisted. Else, how will I know if I'm doing better or not? If you push yourself too far, you might just end up worse instead, said Song, folding her arms over her chest. No need to worry, Song, said Sokka, shaking his head as his right hand moved forward, stabbing the air with the blade. See? It's not perfect, but at least I can fight. Sure, said Song, still distrustful. Sokka performed a few more moves, his legs stinging him as he shifted his footing. Yes, he still had long ways to go before he could fight properly, but at the very least he could hold his sword. He changed the blade to his left hand now, to test his other arm as well, but he couldn't clutch it appropriately this time around. The injury on his collarbone wasn't too deep, but his left hand begged for mercy whenever he clenched something with it. He tried to tighten his grip around the sword, but his fingers gave way against his will. And the sword's hilt just happened to land on his toes. Sokka screamed and jumped on one foot, grasping the other with his right hand. Song rolled her eyes as she watched him squirm in pain, falling on a nearby couch as he massaged his foot. I told you so. You'd only make it all worse, she said, shaking her head disapprovingly. Of course you'd say that. He muttered, gritting his teeth and taking off his boot to get a good look at his swelling toes. Damn it. A knock on the door took them both by surprise as they stared at Sokka's foot. Song walked to the door as Sokka's insides twisted with anxiety. Was it her? Had she come to take him to the Earth Kingdom? Or was she going to tell him when they would set out? Maybe she'd tell him she wouldn't bring him along after all. The pain on his foot faded into the background as he watched the way Song opened the door too slowly for Sokka's liking. But it wasn't her. It wasn't Angela. His eyes fell when he only saw the red uniform of a royal guard. Sokka tilted his head down for a moment, thinking he had been quite foolish to expect Angela to come here again. You're an eyesore. The last words she had spoken towards him rang on his head once more. He grimaced and dropped his head, staring at the new wound on his foot. His skin was starting to turn red. Trying to focus on that, he decided to put aside his thoughts of Angela, even if he wasn't likely to succeed. He had finally come to accept that, no matter how hard he tried, he would never get her off his mind. "Captain!" Song exclaimed, surprised to see the man. "To what do we owe the pleasure?" "I came to inform the Gladiator of—" The captain started, but he caught sight of the Water Tribe man sitting on the couch, rubbing his foot and grimacing at his pain. "What's the matter with him?" "Oh, you know Sokka," said Song, shrugging. "As a matter of fact, I don't think I know him well enough to understand why he's fondling his foot," said the captain, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, what I meant was that Sokka always finds a way to make a fool of himself," said Song, giggling a little. "He was testing his skills with his sword and he dropped it on his foot." "Huh, yes, indeed, he always finds a way to make a fool of himself." "I was aware of that," said the captain, shaking his head. "Nice to see you two catching up on the Let's Trash Sokka club," Sokka growled from his couch. "We actually should set a club up," said the captain, smirking under his mask. "I'm sure it would get crowded quite quickly." Song chuckled as Sokka rolled his eyes, still rubbing his foot. The captain entered the house, sitting on a couch opposite Sokka's while Song went to the kitchen to set up some tea for the unexpected visitor. "So, what are you here for?" asked Sokka, putting on his boot again and trying to forget about the throbbing pain on his toes. "The princess commanded me to inform you of what you need to know regarding the journey we'll undertake," said the captain. "She did?" asked Sokka, surprised. He had been certain she wouldn't send anyone to brief him about anything. "Don't take this the wrong way, Gladiator," said the captain. "The only reason she ordered me to do this was to make sure you would know to stay out of her way as she tends to her mission. Just as Song said, you're prone to make a fool of yourself at all times, and the princess won't tolerate any hindrances to her plans. By informing you about this, you can keep your foolishness to a minimum." "Got it." I understand," said Sokka, nodding solemnly. The captain was surprised to see how the demeanor of the gladiator seemed to change completely when he was reminded of his place in the world. "Well, then, what are you supposed to inform me about?" "We will be on the road for a month or two," said the captain. "Most preparations have been made by now. We'll set out to the colonies in a week." "1 week?" Sokka repeated, surprised, but the captain ignored him. "How's your recovery going?" "I'm getting better," Sokka admitted. "At least I can walk on my own now." "But I don't know if I'll manage. A week, you said?" "I don't think I'll be fully recovered by then, even if I do nothing but stay put." "Your situation won't set back the princess's plans, I'm afraid," said the captain. "If you're not fully recovered by then, you'll have to fight as you are." Sokka sighed and nodded, grimacing. He hoped Angela wouldn't pit him against dangerous opponents. "The trip will take you from Udeo to Omashu, then to Jailing, afterwards to Ba Sing Se and lastly to Garsai." Sokka blinked a few times and gaped at the captain in surprise. Wait, huh? I'm going to see all the big Earth Kingdom cities." "Earth Kingdom? Oh, I mean Fire Nation colonies," Sokka grunted, grimacing with disgust. "Would it only take us a few months to go through all those places? Time is of essence in the princess's mission." "You're not going sightseeing, in case you've forgotten," the captain declared, as Song set down a cup of tea before him. "Thank you." "You're welcome," said Song, smiling and sitting by Sokka's side. "I know I'm not going sightseeing," muttered Sokka, pursing his lips as the captain removed his hood. Sokka was thoroughly surprised to discover there was just a human being beneath the mask. He blinked a few times, not knowing what he had been expecting. Well, for starters, he hadn't expected to ever see what lay beneath that mask. It was odd to realize the captain was as much of a regular man as he was. "You'll stay at each city for a week or so," said the captain, taking a sip from his cup. "Traveling from place to place will likely take you 2 weeks, at most." All right, but what do you mean by you?" asked Sokka, raising an eyebrow. "Aren't you coming as well?" "Not for as long as you might think," said the captain. "The princess will divide her forces and I'll be leading the secondary division." "Huh? What?" What exactly is this mission of hers about? Asked Sokka. I'm not sure if you are allowed to know, said the captain. Therefore, I won't explain unless the princess thinks it's wise for me to do so. Right, muttered Sokka, an eyebrow twitching. You know, I was the one to suggest I could act as a smoke screen. Wouldn't it be fair for me to know what I'm serving as a cover for? The captain seemed to consider the idea for a moment, but he shook his head afterwards. I'm not here to be fair, I'm here to tell you what you have to do. Nothing more. Sokka grimaced and shook his head. I don't know why I expected anything else from you. You will travel with the princess at all times, said the captain, glaring at Sokka. So make sure to behave properly while around her. If you dare do anything to hurt her again, you'll pay with your life. I know, said Sokka, nodding. Keep as much distance between you two as possible, said the captain. She has enough things on her mind as it is for her to also have to deal with your thoughtlessness. Know your place as her gladiator. I will, said Sokka. I know better now. I won't pester her. I promise. Excuse me if I can't bring myself to trust your words blindly, said the captain, glaring at Sokka. The gladiator was slightly intimidated by the fierce stare. Had he always looked at him with such anger underneath his mask? If anything, you've proved to be the one person who can damage the princess in ways nobody else can. I can only be wary around you. Yeah, and I don't blame you for it, said Sokka, dropping his gaze. Song looked from one to the other, worried. She had no idea how to interpret the hostility she could sense between the two men. You can pack heavily if you want, seeing how we'll be abroad for a long time, but you will be carrying your own bags all the way to port, said the captain. Keep that in mind. Got it, said Sokka, nodding. By the way, can Song come with us? Song jumped in surprise at Sokka's question. The captain raised an eyebrow slowly, confused. What? Well, she's my healer, said Sokka, smiling awkwardly. And a very good one at that. If I get hurt in one of the fights, I'll need her to patch me back together so I can fight on the next ones. The captain sighed. Sokka's reasoning was understandable, but he didn't think the princess would take kindly to bringing another slave with them in their journey to catch the rough rhinos. The captain didn't think it was that a great idea either, mostly for Song's safety. He figured the gladiator would be able to stand his ground if faced with the rhinos directly, but the slave girl would be at a loss in such situation. For her own good, it would be best if she didn't come, said the captain, shaking his head. You're not in a position to make any requests right now, gladiator. The princess would likely reject your petition right away. And, for Song's safety, she should stay here in the mainland. My safety? Asked Song, confused. Why would my safety be endangered in that trip? It's not a simple matter, said the captain, looking at her with earnest eyes. And I don't think I'm allowed to discuss it openly. You'll have to take my word for it. Wait, so if her safety would be jeopardized, wouldn't Angela's be as well? And mine? Asked Sokka, blinking a few times as reality began sinking in. What on earth was Angela's mission? I'm sorry to destroy any illusions you might have had, but I don't care as much about your safety as I would care about hers, said the captain, jerking his head towards Song as he glared at Sokka. You're a fighter, you should be able to take care of yourself. Well, in that case, I could protect Song as well, said Sokka, crossing his arms over his chest. If you really want to protect her, leave her here. It's the best way to make sure no harm will befall her, declared the captain. Sokka grimaced and looked at the girl beside him. Song smiled weakly at him and shrugged. It would have been weird for me to travel through the Earth Kingdom with the Fire Lord's daughter's procession, don't you think? I suppose, said Sokka, sighing. Will a healer of any sort travel with us? No, but all the guards have basic knowledge on treating wounds, said the captain, shrugging. That's not exactly reassuring, said Sokka, grimacing. If you were to win your fights by a wide margin and defeated all your enemies, maybe you wouldn't need anyone to treat you, said the captain. How about you do that instead of complaining? Oh, fine, muttered Sokka. But it depends on what kind of fighters I'll be going against. The princess has already issued out the challenges. I believe she has gotten a positive response on most of them, said the captain. But I have no information regarding your opponents. I can only suggest you to do your best against them. Not like I have another choice, do I? Said Sokka, sighing. If I don't do my best, I'll get myself killed, and maybe not by the guys in the arena, but by Azula instead. I would say the princess wouldn't do such a thing, but her rage towards you seems strong enough for her to wish to put an end to you, permanently, said the captain, shrugging. He didn't seem to care much for Sokka's fate. The more thought Sokka gave to the journey they would have to undertake, the more disturbing he found it. What could Azula be up to that would force her to travel throughout the entire former Earth Kingdom? What mysteries was she hiding this time around? He lowered his head as he realized he wasn't likely to find out the answers to those questions. She wouldn't deem him worthy of knowing what her true mission was, or else she would have explained everything earlier. He wanted to make up for all the damage he had caused her, for all the pain and anguish, but it seemed impossible. Azula would never trust him again. All he could do was fight to his utmost once they were in the arenas at the colonies, so that, at the very least, she would let him stay by her side as her personal fighter. It was the only way in which he could be of any use to her anymore. Father! Azula whispered, knowing she was interrupting the Fire Lord's meditative session, but doing so anyway. Oze wasn't bothered by the disruption, though. He knew what Azula had come for. 2 weeks had passed already since their last meeting, and her current visit could only mean one thing. He stood up and faced his daughter, a smile on his face as he detailed her flawless appearance. Her dark hair was tied in its half-knot once again, allowing the long strands of jet-black locks flow elegantly down her back. She was fully dressed in her armor, her appearance daunting and inspiring at the same time. "Are you ready?" asked Oze. "Did everything proceed smoothly?" "Yes," the princess replied, nodding. "The guards are assembled, the ship is loaded and the train tank is on its way to Udeo without a hitch, according to the reports I received." "Very well," said Oze, smirking. "May the tides favor you, my daughter, and may good fortune shine upon you as well." Azula bowed down solemnly before her father. "I will complete this mission, father," Azula declared. "I will make you proud of my achievements." "I'm certain you will," said Oze, as Azula straightened her back again and left the room without another word, her golden eyes ablaze with determination as she strode towards the palace's gates with 2 of her guards flanking her. Sokka dropped his large bag on the palace's grounds, right beside the stone steps leading to the main hall that allowed entrance into the largest building in the city. The royal guards were chatting amongst themselves, all the same as the palanquin bearers. Sokka had just arrived to the scene, having received a message from the captain a few days ago for him to come at mid-morning to the palace. Sokka had thought it might be better for him to go straight to the port, but he wasn't going to question what the captain had told him. It might have been Azula's order to have him join the procession, and disobeying her now would surely unleash disturbing consequences upon him. "So, you're really here?" asked someone behind him, taking Sokka by surprise. He turned around to find Prince Zuko staring at him, his golden eyes defiant. The man had been standing near the guards just a moment ago, and he had approached Sokka as soon as he saw him placing his luggage on the ground. "As far as I know, you're not crazy enough to hallucinate, so I guess I am," said Sokka, raising an eyebrow at Zuko. His rivalry with the Fire Lord's son had been set far back in his list of priorities, but he hadn't forgotten their bitter match at Mai's house, and neither had the prince. "I thought this nonsense of a tour was just a ruse," muttered Zuko. "I thought she was up to something other than parading her gladiator all over the world." Sokka frowned, holding back his urge to tell Zuko that his assumption was correct. It was surprising to see that Azula seemed to distrust her brother just as much as she distrusted Sokka, though it was quite a disheartening thought as well. She had trusted him before. And it had been Sokka's fault that she had withdrawn that trust completely. "You shouldn't go around trying to guess what Azula is up to," said Sokka. "Your curiosity will come back to bite you in the rear if you're not careful." "Huh?" asked Zuko, confused. "What's that supposed to mean? What do you think it means?" "Well. I don't know. That's why I'm asking." Zuko yelled, flushing in embarrassment. "That's too bad. I thought you were smarter than that." Seems like the wit doesn't run in the family, said Sokka, with a dramatic sigh. What? Take that back. Zuko roared, glaring at Sokka angrily. What's ticking him now? Asked someone else, walking down the main hall towards them. Why do you go around pissing this guy off, dog? That's supposed to be my job. Your job? Said Sokka, glancing sideways at the blind bandit. Since when do you have the exclusive rights to get on Zuko's bad side? I have the exclusive rights to get on anyone's bad side, including yours, dog, said Toph, smirking as she climbed down the steps and stood before them. I just heard his sweet voice yelling at you when I was passing by, so I figured I'd come find out what the ruckus was this time around. There's nothing for you to do here, Zuko growled, leering at the earthbender. And my voice isn't sweet. Can't catch a hint of sarcasm, can you? Toph said, smirking. I was insulting his brains too. You're welcome to join the party if you want, said Sokka, folding his arms over his chest and smirking at Zuko as well. You quit it, Zuko growled, his anger escalating with every passing moment. Nah, I didn't come here just to prod at his ego, said Toph, turning towards Sokka. Iroh mentioned something about the jewel traveling, but I didn't know you were tagging along. She's taking you with her. Yeah, she is, and we're going to fight in other arenas over at the Earth Kingdom, said Sokka, proudly. Oh, really? Asked Toph, smirking. You sure you can handle those fights, dog? Huh? Said Sokka, surprised. Why do you ask? You're really naive, aren't you? Toph said, shaking her head. Earth Kingdom gladiators are, mostly, earthbenders. And I don't think I need to remind you of how your last fight against an earthbender went, or do I? Sokka frowned at Toph's declaration. His opponents were still a mystery to him, he had no clue who Azula had challenged this time around. Probably just non-benders, right? She knew better than to put their progress through the ranking at risk by having him fight benders of any kind, but he couldn't let Toph see she had planted seeds of uncertainty in his mind. You're just saying that because you're mad we've surpassed you, said Sokka, smirking. How's life in the lower half of the ranking, bandit? Seriously? She asked, glaring at him. You're in the lower half of the ranking as well, dog. Didn't your people teach you how to divide 500 in half? Sokka's eyebrow twitched and he shook his head in irritation, trying to focus on what mattered. Still, I'm way ahead of you. For over 300 points, no less. That's going to change soon, believe me, said Toph, smirking. Enjoy your short-lived advantage for now, dog, it's not going to happen ever again. Says you, Sokka said, glaring at Toph. My, such hostility, asked another arrival, surprising Sokka. Why do you people keep popping up out of nowhere? He asked, glaring at the approaching Iroh, who was walking down the hall that Toph had just appeared from. Ah, is it all coming from you? Asked the old man, smiling at Sokka and making sure he'd glare at him with even more fierceness. Not really, some of it comes from Princess Zuko over there, said Toph, smiling at her sponsor and pointing at the Fire Lord's son. What the? Don't call me that! Zuko yelled, looking as if he were about to lose his temper completely. Not princess? Lady Zuko. Toph said, smiling brightly as Zuko's hands became engulfed in orange fire. Peace, Zuko. Said Iroh, jumping between the pair. You two won't ever try to get along, will you? What for? Said Toph, chuckling. It's a lot more fun to piss him off. Don't ask me to get along with the likes of her. Zuko yelled, glaring both at his uncle and his gladiator. Iroh grimaced at his nephew's exclamations, patting him on the shoulder in hopes he would calm down. Sokka was still glaring at him, not comfortable at being in the same place as the old man. He had only seen him a few times before, but he had kept his guard up on every opportunity. If Azula was wary of the man, he would be as well. What are you doing here, uncle? Zuko muttered, wishing Iroh would leave and give him the chance to fight Toph personally. I heard Azula would be taking off today, so I came to watch her leave, said the old man, turning around towards Sokka. You'll be joining Princess Azula on her journey. Iroh looked at Sokka with calm eyes. Sokka stared right back at him. His eyes were the same color as Azula's, but they were very different at the same time. Sokka had seen many things in Azula's golden gaze, her emotions, her intelligence, her determination, but Iroh's amber eyes were impossible to read. He couldn't tell what the man might be thinking about. "Yeah. I will," said Sokka, frowning. "What of it?" "I'm just impressed," said Iroh, smiling. "I didn't know you two were so close." "See close?" asked Sokka, gaping at the man in shock. No, they weren't close. They had been close before, perhaps, but not anymore, and they probably never would be again. "Well, seeing how she has quite a mission ahead of herself," said Iroh, smiling. "For her to decide to bring you along, it must mean she trusts you quite a lot." Sokka's eyes widened with shock at those words. Of course she didn't trust him. There was no way she trusted him. Why was this man saying those things? What was the matter with him? How had he known the situation between him and Azula had grown so strained? Did the old man know his words were stabbing his heart as if they were knives? Judging by the calm contained in his eyes, he did. Sokka's reaction would have surprised him if it had been otherwise. "Her mission?" asked Zuko, grasping his uncle by the shoulder and forcing him to turn around towards him. "I knew it. I knew it. She wasn't just traveling to brag about him." "To brag about whom?" asked Iroh, confused. Sokka only remembered then that Iroh knew about Azula's true intent by traveling to the former Earth Kingdom. He was about to tell him to keep quiet regarding Azula's mission, but the sudden appearance of the princess at the palace's threshold froze him on the spot. Iroh dragged Zuko and Toph to the side as Azula strode between the four of them, followed by her guards. Sokka wanted to look up at her, to watch her as she passed by, headed towards her palanquin, but he dropped his gaze to the ground, bowing his head down to her almost by reflex. Azula gave no hints of taking notice of Sokka or any of the others, striding towards her palanquin with steady footing, her head held up high. Sokka looked up as she climbed aboard the vehicle. Closeness, trust, they had been there before, but they were both gone. He was left with nothing but the shadow of what they could have been, with the memories of a shared past that seemed so far away it hardly felt real anymore. "Good luck on those fights, dog," said Toph, bringing Sokka back to reality. "You're definitely going to need it." Sokka nodded to acknowledge her words and he leaned down to pick up his luggage, leaving behind the three people who were staring at him intently as he treaded after the palanquin. He exited the palace's premises, looking up at the closed drapes of the vehicle with the feeble hope that, maybe, he and Azula would find what they had lost on this journey into the former Earth Kingdom. Chapter 33, Rough Rhinos 3. From what we've been able to gather, the Rough Rhinos are heavily armed. They will injure or kill anyone who stands in their way. "So I've heard," Azula muttered, frowning as her captain delivered the information about their enemies. "You compiled information about each member of the group, as I commanded, didn't you?" "Yes, I did," said the captain, nodding. "Very well. Let's hear it," said Azula, crossing her legs as she looked expectantly at the man. Sitting on her throne-like seat on the barge allowed Azula to glare at all her subjects properly, but right now she was more intent on being completely briefed about the Rough Rhinos than on reminding everyone on the ship that she was the one in charge. The captain had laid out a table on the barge's main deck, and Azula was currently sitting before it with her legs crossed, on the smoothest cushion available. The captain sat opposite to her, searching through an array of scrolls to find the one in which he had written down all the information he had been able to obtain regarding the Rough Rhinos members. As soon as he found the right paper, he spread it wide open and began reading. "The Rhinos' leader is Colonel Monk, as we already know," said the captain. "He's the single firebender of the group. He used to serve under your uncle in the army." "Forming his own group was a clever call," muttered Azula. "If he had remained at my uncle's service he would have gotten himself killed in Ba Sing Se to no avail. Indeed, if that had been the case, we wouldn't have a mission before us right now," said the captain. "It would have spared us the trouble, true, but despite it all, I need this mission," Azula declared. "Of course," said the captain, not entirely certain of why Azula needed a mission, but agreeing with her for the sake of it. "The colonel is skilled at bending, but he also has a very sharp mind. His intelligence is no match to yours, naturally, but it would be best to be cautious with Monk. He can be unpredictable, and any unpredictable firebender can be deadly. Naturally, said Angela, frowning. You'll have to keep that in mind. You're likely to be the one who will face and capture them. You can rest assured. I will be wary of them all, especially Monk, said the captain, nodding. Now, as for the other members, one is called Agade. He fights with chains that have steel balls attached to their ends. He's very skilled at capturing his opponents. There's also Vachir, a former member of the Yuyan archers. According to the information we obtained about him, he fights using arrows on fire. How? Asked Angela, frowning. He has a torch of some sort on his bow. He uses it to set the tips of his arrows on fire, the captain explained. So there's only one firebender, but this one fights with fire as well. Angela muttered, thoughtful. Kachi is the fourth member, continued the captain. His weapon is a halberd, a guandeo. He's the slowest of them all, apparently, but he's the most lethal in short-distance combat. His skill with his weapon is something to behold. Flawless offense, flawless defense. Sokka walked into the deck, overhearing the last words the captain had just said. He raised an eyebrow, confused about what he might be discussing with the princess. He had been looking for Angela for a while now, wanting to ask her about his opponents. Angela hadn't bothered looking his way throughout the entire voyage, and Sokka had decided to leave her alone for the time being. But with every passing second they came closer to Udeo, and he still knew nothing of the enemy he would be facing in the arena. He had gone to her cabin first, and he had stood knocking on the door for several minutes, wondering if the princess wouldn't answer because she had known it was him somehow, before a guard caught sight of him and told him Angela was on the deck. He had hoped she would be alone. He knew better than to interrupt her if she was up to something important, and, indeed, the princess was occupied. Sokka walked to the rim of the ship, sitting far from where Angela and the captain were, but keeping an eye on them in hopes he would get his chance to talk to Angela as soon as she had finished her conversation with her guard. The last one is Yelu, said the captain, frowning. He's a bombs expert. His explosives are very dangerous, and they use them as a cover to escape whenever the situation is unfavorable for them. It's how they got out of Udeo when they attacked the city. Of course, muttered Angela, frowning. So there's only one firebender, yet there are two more that fight with fire. It shouldn't be so difficult to defeat the ones who can't even bend the fire they're using to attack. It shouldn't, but we can't lower our guard around them, said the captain. You'd best keep that in mind at all times, Angela declared. It won't be easy to capture them. They're all skilled at riding their Komodo rhinos, aren't they? Very much so, the captain admitted. Their steeds are strong and fast, as good as unstoppable when they break into an all-out race. Their horns are deadly, their hides almost impenetrable. It won't be an easy battle, Angela muttered. They're not just 5 bandits, they have 5 deadly mounts as well. You'll have to take 10 men with you, at the very least. But that's... Yes, twice as much as we agreed before, but now that you've briefed me about them, I fear there's no other way, said Angela, somewhat amused to think she was almost reliving her previous conversation with her father, but on the other end of it this time. No need to worry, I'll be left with 10 more guards to stand by me. 10 might not be enough, said the captain, grimacing. 10 has been enough all along. It's always been 10 guards in my royal procession, Angela stated. And I wouldn't be defenseless even if I ended up on my own, Captain. I know how to take care of myself. Of course you do, Princess, said the captain, nodding and bowing down his head towards her. Very well, then. Make sure you have selected the men you'll take with you by the time we arrive in Udeo, said Angela, standing up. According to the ship's captain, we should be there by tomorrow afternoon. Yes, Princess, said the captain, picking up his papers and nodding again. Angela turned around, headed towards the ship's tower once more. Sokka jumped from where he was, extending a hand to try and stop her, but he already knew he wouldn't reach her in time. Az-. He started, but he couldn't even finish calling out her name. The princess showed no signs of having heard him. She disappeared through the door he had passed by only a moment ago. Sokka was left standing where he was, his hand still raised towards her, her blatant rejection hurting him in ways nobody had ever harmed him before. There was nothing he could do, nothing. The captain caught sight of his figure, having noticed Sokka from the moment the gladiator had entered the deck. Azula had taken notice of him as well, her eyebrows had twitched as soon as she heard Sokka's footsteps. The captain doubted Sokka planned to do any harm to her this time around. He figured the gladiator would have a good reason to come look for her, but Azula still wanted nothing to do with him. The captain stood up and looked at Sokka, watching the way he dropped his arm slowly, his downcast eyes portraying the pain and loneliness that dwelled within him. "What are you doing here?" asked the captain, bringing Sokka out of his depressive daze. I just wanted to ask her something, but, well, you can see how that went," said Sokka, shrugging and walking to the rim of the ship again, his eyes fixated on the water. "You weren't really expecting anything else, were you?" asked the captain, approaching Sokka and standing beside him with his back turned to the ocean. "I know she can't forgive me that easily for what I did, but I'm trying to set things right." "It'd be great if she'd let me," said Sokka, sighing and shaking his head. "Unless you give her a reason to let you, she won't be interested in letting you," said the captain. "If you're determined to earn her pardon, you should try harder." "How much harder?" asked Sokka, grimacing. "She doesn't even want to acknowledge I'm alive, how am I supposed to do anything else to earn her forgiveness?" "I'm sorry to say I don't have all the answers to your problems," the captain declared. "I just hope you have learned to never take a woman's heart lightly." "I guess I have," muttered Sokka, sighing. You think she actually liked me?" "She might have," said the captain, shrugging. "I can't pretend to understand the princess better than anyone. She's the only one who understands herself." "Indeed," said Sokka, nodding. "She's beyond men like us, isn't she? Too far from us to grasp." "I have always known that," said the captain. "Yet it seems you only learned that as of late." "And in the hard way," said Sokka, nodding. "I was stupid enough to forget my place in the world, stupid enough to only think about myself. And I said she was selfish, but even if she is to some extent, so was I, and I had no right to be. I'm just a gladiator, just a slave." "She didn't think you were just a slave," said the captain. "And she doesn't think so now either." Sokka frowned and looked at the man with confused eyes. "How do you know?" "You know what she thinks of me now." "Of course. She thinks you're the lowest form of life there is, that there's no way to make you pay for all the mistakes you made," the captain stated matter-of-factly, making Sokka grimace. That's just wonderful," said Sokka, staring into the ocean again. "And with that you can tell she sees you as much more than a slave," said the captain. "To her, you were an ally. As you are now, it seems you are a threat. Yet she has never looked down on you." "Well, I wouldn't push it that far," Sokka muttered, but the captain ignored him. "Never treated you as she treats her servants. In her eyes, you've always been different. Even now, you are different. She can't behave around you in the way she would with any other slave. She can't order you around, can't make you kneel and swear eternal fealty." "I wouldn't be so sure of that," said Sokka, sighing. "I mean, if she wanted me to, I probably would. But she won't do it. Because she respects you." Sokka's eyes widened at the captain's words. The man's head was hung, as if he had finally found the solution to a puzzle he had been struggling to solve for far too long, and the result happened to be disheartening instead of fulfilling for him. "Even now, after whatever you've done, she respects the fact that you can hurt her. Before she was on her guard, wary of anything you might say or do, and always ready to counter your jabs. Now she stays far from you, keeping her distance, because being on her guard wasn't enough. You're just a non-bender, you're not that strong, but you could pierce right through her defenses in ways nobody had ever done it before. She's afraid of what you can unleash upon her. And I'd say she has every right to be." Sokka sighed and nodded, his knuckles turning white as he clasped the rim of the ship tightly. "You're a threat to her, she'd be a fool to take you lightly. And the princess is no fool." "But I am one," said Sokka, sighing. I don't even know what I took our relationship to be. I got it all wrong, though." I don't know what happened between you, said the captain. And I doubt I want to know. It might make me want to beat you to a pulp. Yeah, likely, muttered Sokka, gulping. If Azula's most loyal guard knew Sokka and the princess had shared quite a passionate moment in the arena's waiting room, he'd likely try to kill him. He wouldn't even need to hear the full extent of their conflict, just knowing he had kissed her would be enough for him to slay Sokka on the spot. But you said before that you would spend the rest of your life making up for your mistakes, said the captain. So giving up now? I'm not giving up, said Sokka, shaking his head. I'm never giving up. But it's just hard. It makes me wonder if anything of what I'm doing is any use. It's more use than it seems on first glance, said the captain. For you to strive to set things right speaks better of your character than you think. Sokka blinked a few times before looking at the captain with astonishment. Okay, I hadn't quite realized this until just now, but you're being nice to me. You're actually being nice to me. The captain grimaced under his hood and huffed, shaking his head. This gladiator was the most irritating man he knew. I'm not being nice, I'm being honest. I'm saying what I think. The princess was reckless while around you, she would push me aside and get away with all her urges if she pleased, yet during that time there was a spark in her eyes I had never seen in them before. That spark is gone now, and I don't know if it'll ever come back to her. But you're the reason why she had that spark in the first place. If there's a chance she can get it back, it'll probably be because of you. Sokka's eyes widened at those words. He had no idea what Azula was like whenever he wasn't around, obviously, but he had never thought someone else would sense there was a change in her demeanor because of him. His impact on her life had been evident. He hadn't been imagining things when he caught sight of what hid behind the princess's golden irises. The captain had noticed it also. Why you want that spark to return, muttered Sokka, lowering his eyes. You think she was actually happy back then? You think I made her happy? I don't think so. I know so, said the captain, sighing. Why you, of all people? I have no idea. I don't see anything special about you other than the fact that the princess thought you were special. I don't get it, personally, but I care about the princess's well-being. And if someone can make her smile wholeheartedly again someday, it's probably you. I get it, said Sokka, nodding. He didn't really think he would be able to make Azula smile again. Her hatred towards him seemed to know no end, but just as the captain wanted Azula to be happy again, so did Sokka. Even if he wasn't the one who could give her that happiness, he needed to make sure she could smile once more. Once that was done, he could step away from her life and leave her alone if that was what she wished for, but as it was, he would stay by her side no matter how painful it would be. Until he was sure she had found happiness, he wouldn't leave her. He couldn't leave her. Just give her some space, said the captain. She needs it. Show her the respect she commands. The princess might come to accept you again one day if you do so. All right, said Sokka, nodding. I'll do that. Good, said the captain, relieved to see the gladiator seemed to have understood the message indeed. He stepped away from Sokka, thinking about fetching some food, but he stopped when he heard the slave calling him. Captain, said Sokka, looking at him with earnest eyes. Thanks. I didn't say all that for your sake. You should know that by now, the captain grumbled. Of course not, said Sokka, smiling. But that's why I'm glad. You don't really care for me, and you clearly don't like me, but you think I can fix this. You actually believe I can set things right again. And you're willing to give me that opportunity even if I don't deserve it. So, thanks. The captain sighed and slid his hands into his pockets, walking away and shaking his head. That gladiator was really annoying. Sokka smiled to himself as the captain walked to the door through which Azula had left not too long ago. Even though speaking to the royal guard hadn't been that much help, considering he hadn't made any progress with Azula altogether, it had served to cheer him up. The captain trusted him to fix the disaster he had wreaked, and he actually believed Sokka could succeed. His support was quite refreshing. Before he had felt like a tiny stone waging a war against a mountain, now he felt like a large boulder. It didn't mean he would succeed, but at the very least, he felt invigorated. It had given him the strength to fight when he had been tempted to surrender. He turned towards the bow of the ship, his stare lost in the horizon. The ship was already sailing through Earth Kingdom waters. They had passed by the last Fire Nation islands the several days before and slipped through the ship blockade only a few hours ago. Sokka seized the rim of the ship again, the salty wind playing with some loose strands of his hair as he made up his mind about waiting. Piandao had often told him he needed to be patient, and that had been a lesson he had never managed to learn. It seemed he would have to learn it the hard way. He would endure anything and everything, and stand in wait for as long as needed until Azula could find some happiness once more. The city of Udeo was the first Earth Kingdom town to become a Fire Nation colony. The colony had been established decades before the 100-Year War had begun. With the joint efforts of the Fire Nation and Earth Kingdom citizens, firebenders, and earthbenders alike, the town had turned into a very busy city in no time. Sokka stared in awe as he treaded behind the royal procession, baffled by the seemingly endless sights and sounds. The noise coming from the stores was something new for Sokka. He had become accustomed to the Fire Nation capital's inherent tranquility. The elegance in the Fire Nation's main city made it pretentious and prestigious at the same time. Udeo was the entire opposite of that. It seemed prosperous and well organized, yet also it was also boisterous with business. People were hard at work everywhere he looked, and everyone seemed happy about it. It looked like a good place to live. Azula's procession made its way through the busy streets, earning itself the amazed stares of the townsfolk. Word had spread quickly about Azula's visit to the former Earth Kingdom, and the Fire Nation colonials were most curious to meet the princess for the first time. Sokka followed the palanquin as they passed through the main street of Udeo. To his slight discomfort, the procession seemed to become more crowded by the minute. He looked over his shoulder to realize that curious onlookers had decided to follow the palanquin, all of them eager to catch a glimpse of the Fire Lord's daughter. The palanquin bearers set Azula down right before the mayor's home. The plump man was standing in front of his house, a smile on his face as he stared at the palanquin, his daughter, and wife flanking him. Their elegant clothes gave away they were members of the city's high class, seeing how everyone else around them wore casual and common garments. There was a chance that the mayor and his family didn't always dress like that, but they had to look their best if they were to welcome Princess Azula into the Fire Nation colonies. The curtains of the palanquin were drawn back by two of Azula's men, revealing the figure of the princess sitting within. She cast one of her arrogant glares at the mayor and his family before standing up and climbing off the vehicle. She didn't miss the way the mayor's daughter stared at her in admiration. Good. She should be in awe. "Welcome to Udeo, Princess Azula," said Mayor Morishita, bowing down before Azula. His wife and daughter followed his lead, and soon enough, the entire crowd of curious onlookers that had surrounded the royal procession were bowing down as well. "Rise," Azula commanded, and all the people who had been bending over, with their left hands extended and their right balled into a fist, straightened their backs and stared at her with curiosity again. "I trust your voyage was pleasant?" asked the mayor, smiling kindly. "As pleasant as any trip on a ship could be," Azula replied. "Please excuse the citizens for their enthusiasm," said the mayor's wife, smiling as well. "It's the first time a royal visits the city in over 10 years. It's the first time I visit the city." "Their enthusiasm is perfectly justified," declared Azula, proudly. "I trust my accommodations are ready." "Oh, of course, Princess," said the mayor, nodding. "I hope you find them to your liking. We have arranged for you to share our home during the week you'll spend in Udeo." "Very well," said Azula, staring at the house behind the family. It sure didn't look like a place she would find to her liking, but it would have to suffice. It wasn't as if she was taking a vacation. She had better things to worry about than staying in a mediocre house. "I will need a place to store the palanquin while the royal procession stays here." What?" said the mayor, blinking a few times in surprise. Azula glared at him coldly. Was he going to make her repeat herself? "Was there anything unclear in what I said, Mayor Morishita?" "And no, well, but there seems to be one problem," said the man, gulping. The princess already was frightening enough without those killer glares. "And what might that be?" asked Azula, raising an inquisitive eyebrow. "Well, as you can see, this isn't that large a house," said Morishita, grimacing. We hadn't thought we would have to host your entire procession. Angela frowned. He was going to separate her from her men. How was she supposed to lead them through their mission if they would be staying at another place? Is that so? She growled, her eyes narrow. I'm so sorry to set back your plans as it is, said the mayor, nervous. But we only arranged rooms for you and your gladiator. Angela's eyes snapped wide open upon that claim. A few ways away, Sokka jumped as well. The others had to leave, but he could stay. Stay in that house, with that family, and Angela? Something about it was utterly foreboding. Angela cringed before composing herself. Of course they would arrange a room for Sokka, but not for her guards, and she hated to realize it made sense. She was supposed to be touring with her gladiator, bragging about him and presenting him all over the world. The mayor's house was definitely not large enough to house a princess, a gladiator, 20 royal guards and 8 palanquin bearers. Yet staying only with Sokka, the thought produced a burning anger in her that made her feel as if she had swallowed a chunk of lava. And the worst part was that she couldn't show how much it bothered her to have to stick with Sokka. Doing so would seem absolutely absurd in the eyes of everyone around. She narrowed her eyes again before turning towards the captain of her royal guard, who had been standing right behind her. I suppose that hood isn't thick enough for you to have missed what I've just been informed of, she said, raising her eyebrows. It isn't, princess, said the captain, bowing his head towards her. Then I suggest you get moving to find proper lodging for you all, she snapped at him, being brusque towards him even though she knew the man wasn't to blame for the unexpected turn of events. Oh, said a member of the crowd, a short man with an odd mustache that took a step forward towards the procession. If it please your royal highness. I have an inn a few streets away. I have several rooms available. I think I can accommodate your men, if you'd like me to. Angela turned her cruel glare towards the man, who shivered when he realized the princess had focused her attention on him. Well, I rather doubt he's not trustworthy, she said, analyzing him quickly. There's little a short man like that could do to an entire battalion of royal guards. Indeed, princess, said the captain, smiling slightly under his hood. No need to concern yourself about us. We'll sort this matter out. As soon as we find a place to stay, we'll let you know. We'll bring your luggage to the mayor's house once we've settled this. Very well, then, said Angela, glaring at the captain again before lowering her gaze, her hands balling into fists. Gladiator. Sokka jumped again when she called for him as she did. Clutching his weapons and bags, Sokka stared at the princess in mild fear. Her temper seemed to worsen with every passing second, and at this rate he would end up getting burned to ashes if she found no better way to ease her frustration. Don't lag behind, Angela grunted, glaring at Sokka and jerking her head towards the Morishita's house. Sokka gulped and nodded promptly, trembling in expectation as he followed Angela into the house. Perhaps he would finally get his opportunity to talk to the princess. He didn't, of course. Angela focused on Mayor Morishita when she entered the house, questioning him about the city's situation. The man replied kindly to her questions, but had offered to speak at leisure over dinner instead. Angela didn't seem satisfied with his responses, but she didn't complain. The family led the two of them to their home's dining room, but to everyone's surprise, Angela refused to go inside immediately. Go ahead, Mayor, she muttered. There's something I need to tell my slave. It won't take long. Of course, princess. Take all the time you need, we'll be waiting for you, said Morishita, smiling as he guided his wife and daughter into the room, leaving a nervous Sokka and a rabid Angela in the house's main hall. Angela turned to Sokka, her golden eyes as unyielding as ever. Sokka held back the urge to gulp or to take a step back. He couldn't falter right now. He owed her that much. I don't think there's any use in trusting you to behave yourself. Angela grunted, staring at him. Therefore I'll just threaten you into it. Don't do anything stupid while we're here. Don't break anything, don't touch anything, don't say anything and don't try to get into the mayor's daughter's pants. Of course I dash, huh? What? Sokka asked, taken by surprise at her last phrase. You're prone to doing stupid things. I only listed the stupidest I could come up with, Angela declared, rolling her eyes. I'm going to remind you that this trip is not, in fact, for your sake. You are the last of my priorities. You wouldn't even be here if I had found another way to sort out this mess. So if you dare do anything remotely off limits. I know, said Sokka, lifting his hands and showing her his palms in signal of surrender. You'll tell one of your guards to stick his hand into my mouth and pull me inside out to punish me for my misbehavior or something. Huh? Tell one of my guards to. Well, I figured you wouldn't want to do it yourself, or would you? Said Sokka, smiling nervously as beads of sweat ran down his brow. Azula stared at him in utter confusion and disbelief. There was definitely something wrong in that messed up head of his. I hadn't thought of doing something like that to you, to be honest, she muttered, still glaring at him. But I won't say it's not a good idea. I hope that looming threat is enough to keep you in check. It is, of course it is, said Sokka, nodding. I'll make sure my presence isn't noticed. I'll be silent as a grave. Azula raised an eyebrow at those words. Sokka had changed a little lately, he was far more submissive than ever before. But underneath, he was probably still the same proud, stubborn savage she had met in the South Pole so long ago. Perhaps she should test him, to discover if he would actually stand by his claims and behave himself properly. We'll see about that, Azula countered, her eyes finally leaving him as she headed into the dining room. Sokka blinked a few times before frowning, worried. What was that supposed to mean? He was trying to comply with what she wished, but her response had been as though he had refused to obey her. What was going through the princess's mind? It was the question he couldn't stop asking himself, because no matter how much he guessed, he probably would never find the right answer. Back in the day that had only made him more curious about Azula, now it made him wary. Her rage towards him grew with every second that passed by, and any of those seconds might be his last if he wasn't careful. He followed Azula into the dining room, and he took his seat next to her, considering the only empty spots on the table were at either side of the princess. A group of servants entered the room, bringing dishes common to the Fire Nation with them and setting them down on the table. I hope the food is to your liking, princess, said Mayor Morishita, as Azula took the first bite off her Komodo chicken. Azula frowned at the taste of the food. Granted, the cooks had attempted to keep the meal as true to the Fire Nation as possible, but the ingredients weren't as fresh as the ones in the mainland. The spicing wasn't as strong either, making the food considerably weak in comparison to what Azula was used to. But she hadn't come here to sample the food they served in the colonies. Complaining openly about it would serve no useful purpose. It will suffice, she declared, proving the food wasn't too enjoyable for her, but she would eat it regardless. She cringed when she heard slurping sounds beside her. She glared at Sokka as he dug into his plate, devouring his food with way more enthusiasm than he should have. Could you try eating like a human being? She spat at him, making Sokka freeze with a chunk of cabbage hanging on his lower lip. He blinked before sucking the cabbage in, and he nodded shyly. Azula rolled her eyes and shook her head before trying to focus on her own food again, to no avail. Even though Sokka wasn't eating as wildly anymore, every single time he grinned at his jaws he made more noise than Azula thought humanly possible. Eat quietly, she growled, her golden eyes gleaming with anger. Sokka grew pale. It seemed like every single thing he did would annoy her. So? Said Mayor Morishita, smiling awkwardly. What prompted you to tour with your gladiator, princess? Azula frowned at the question, her attention leaving Sokka at last, to his relief. I didn't require a reason to do so, Mayor, Azula declared. He had already fought 10 times, and I felt inclined to seek out more interesting challenges for him. I see, said Morishita, impressed. He must be quite strong for you to have reached that conclusion. Strong? Asked Azula, raising an eyebrow. Sokka blinked a few times and looked at his sponsor sideways, worried. I never said he was strong. He isn't. He's not strong. Has he lost his matches? Asked Morishita, confused now. He has only lost one, but he has been at risk of losing several times as it is, said Azula. Then, if he's not strong, he must have some extraordinary skills, right? Asked Kori, the mayor's daughter. Azula eyed her coldly, analyzing the young woman. Had she taken an interest in Sokka? So you'd expect, but he doesn't. There's nothing special about this man. Not at all, said Azula, shrugging carelessly as she picked up some rice with her chopsticks and placed the grains in her mouth. Sokka's eyebrows twitched at her words. He couldn't help but send a glare her way. Nothing special at all. He was a great swordsman, and an amazing strategist. None of the fighters he had faced so far had been smarter than him. Yes, perhaps he didn't have that much physical strength, but that didn't mean he had no special skills. Then, why did you choose him as your gladiator? Asked Cory, surprised. Why, I chose him precisely because he had no talents, Azula replied, smirking. I challenged myself to see if I could turn a talentless, spineless, useless slave into a gladiator, and it's clear that I have succeeded. He has already climbed to the 320th position of the Superior Gladiator League's ranking after only 10 fights. Sokka had been glaring at Azula, her unkind words feeling like nothing but bitterness to him. But he wouldn't say anything. He couldn't say anything. She was playing him, trying to test if he was truly going to stay silent as he had promised. And even though he had a burning desire to stand up for himself, he wouldn't do it. The captain had said he didn't think there was anything special about Sokka, but that Azula had thought otherwise. So even if Azula was claiming there was nothing special about him right now, Sokka knew what she truly thought of him. And he knew what she was trying to pull here, so he would keep his mouth shut, no matter how badly he wanted to defend his honor as a fighter. Impressive, said Morishita, amazed. The sponsor plays a very important part in the gladiator's performance, then. People do underestimate the role of the sponsor, Azula muttered. Our roles aren't merely to bet and represent the fighters. It's difficult for some people to understand that, including other sponsors I have met in the past. Is that so? Said Morishita, chuckling. Well, you are proving them wrong, if that's the case. Being able to turn a man without talents into a capable fighter should teach everyone a lesson. Indeed, said Azula, her eyes narrowing. It's what I strive for. Sokka had been stuffing himself to hold back from claiming Azula's influence had only served to drive him crazy, but he stopped eating for a moment to take a good look at the princess. The captain had spoken about a spark that had appeared in Azula's eyes after meeting Sokka, and that spark was nowhere to be found in her golden eyes anymore. But Sokka could sense something else this time, something that didn't have anything to do with him directly. He had never understood why Azula needed him to become the top fighter in the ranking. He had stopped questioning her about it after a while, assuming he'd never get to know the answer and figuring it wouldn't be important for him to discover it anyways. Whatever she was supposed to accomplish through sponsoring the top gladiator of the ranking was Azula's business, he only wanted to go back home. But it was different now. Now he wanted to discover what her true intentions were, to decipher the secrets she hid so well behind her deadly glare. The way her eyes glinted upon Morishita's last sentence made Sokka stare at her with curiosity, his mind doing its best to unravel the reason why Azula had joined the gladiator business. Azula noticed Sokka had stopped moving beside her. She shifted her eyes towards him, her eyebrows arching in confusion as he gaped at her. Sokka blinked a few times when he realized she was staring right back at him. He flashed her a toothy grin, trying to reassure her that he was just being his goofy self. Azula couldn't help but grimace in disgust at the sight of his smile, since shreds of food were attached to his teeth. Sokka was utterly surprised by the horrified look on Azula's face. The princess seemed to be about to hurl. Why the hell did I ever feel anything for this idiot? She asked herself before shaking her head and returning to her meal, somewhat relieved that his mouth hadn't been that filthy when they had kissed in the Grand Royal Dome's waiting room. Sokka raised a confused eyebrow, not understanding what Azula's problem was now. He hadn't done anything bad. It was just an innocent smile. We'll be watching your gladiators fight in 2 days, said Morishita, bringing both the princess and Sokka out of their wordless exchange. The arena will be very crowded, most likely. The Golden Eye hosts some really strong gladiators, said Cory, smiling at the princess. There's the Millennium Dragon, the Torch, Phoenix Flames. You seem quite knowledgeable about the gladiator business, muttered Azula, surprised. Oh, well, I'm just a fan, I guess, said Cory, blushing a little. Corey has always enjoyed watching the gladiator fights, said Mrs. Morishita, smiling. She looks up to you, in fact. You're the first woman to ever sponsor a fighter in the Superior Gladiator League. Is that so? Said Angela, pleased to discover the girl actually admired her. Her previous distaste towards her faded away slowly. Do you intend to become the second female sponsor in the Gladiator League? I'd like to, but I don't have anyone I could sponsor. Corey muttered, flustered. To find a fighter to sponsor you have to look for one first, said Angela, smirking a little. She was back in her comfort zone, her sense of superiority helping her to forget the sight of Sokka's filthy teeth. I didn't have to search too much to find one. Just go to an amateur arena and pick the fighter that doesn't die. It's that simple. Is that what you did? Asked Corey. Really? There's not much more to be done, replied Angela, matter-of-factly. But from what I heard, you can't find benders in the amateur league. Said Corey, confused. Benders are sold directly to serve sponsors. You want a bender? Asked Angela, surprised. This one is no bender. He hardly can bend over, let alone bend an element. Why would I want to? Sokka started before catching himself. No speaking. He had to endure this. What was that? Asked Angela, raising an eyebrow as she looked at him threateningly. Why would I want to bend an element? He muttered, focusing on his nigh-empty plate again and lowering his eyes submissively again. Angela found his obedient behavior bothersome, but she couldn't help but smirk at his words. Indeed, why would you need a fighter who bends? Asked Angela, raising an eyebrow and focusing on Corey again. I'm an earthbender, so I thought. I'm a first-rate firebender, and I've got a non-bender with me, said Angela, lifting her chin. Yes, of course, said Corey, smiling. I just thought that I'd be able to understand an earthbender better. You know, matching skills and all. If you want to match your gladiator, you should wear matching clothes, said Angela, taking a sip of the juice she had been provided with. For all you know, you might reach a better understanding with the fighter that you thought was the least like you. Right, that could happen, said Corey, smiling. If I ever get a gladiator, would it be okay for our fighters to face each other one day? Angela raised an eyebrow and looked away, thoughtful. Corey stared at her expectantly, biting her lower lip as she stared at the princess with nervous eyes. If your fighter manages to be 50 slots away from mine, I might take you on, said Angela, smirking at the girl. Make sure to get a strong gladiator. There's not much fun in a fight that ends in a knockout within 3 minutes. Of course. I will. Said Corey, beaming. Angela couldn't help herself but smirk at her enthusiasm. Bringing more women into the business was a very appealing idea to her. This girl had seemed somewhat interested in Sokka before, but now Angela realized her true interest was the gladiator business. The way she stared at her in awe was somewhat moving. Perhaps the girl had also wanted to fight against the unjustified male dominance in their world, but she had needed a push to try to stand up for her rights, and Angela was giving it to her now. It was the first time she found a girl eager to prove herself, just like she was. It didn't seem like there were many traits they shared other than that one, but Angela didn't need anything else. That alone was more than enough for her to truly wish to pit their gladiators against each other someday. Angela's unexpected smiles made Sokka beam as well. The princess seemed pleased for now, at least, and she was able to smirk again. Why hadn't he cherished those smiles so much before? Why hadn't he admired the expressions on her face lately? Her entire being seemed to light up whenever she smiled. Her beauty was completely unparalleled. He would do anything to make sure that smile wouldn't vanish from her face. Dinner was wrapped up without a hitch. When Sokka ran out of food, he had also ran out of ways to embarrass Angela with his lack of manners, so she had no reason to complain about him anymore. Corey guided the princess and the gladiator to the second story of the house, leading them to their rooms. The servants said your guards have already brought your luggage, Corey told Angela. It's waiting for you in your room. Good, said Angela. Even though she wasn't pleased about parting ways with her men, this visit to Udeo wasn't half bad so far. But this was only the first day. Only time would tell if the rest of the trip would proceed as smoothly as today. Corey halted in the hallway and smiled at Angela, gesturing towards a door to her right. "This is your room. Your gladiator's room is right in front of this one," said Corey. Angela's eyebrow twitched at that. Sokka, right behind the two girls, did nothing but stare at Angela warily. She had been doing her best to keep him as far away from her as possible, and now she had no choice but to sleep in a room right across his. Sokka wouldn't be surprised at all if she told Corey to forget about giving him a room, that sending him to sleep with the woolly pigs would be enough for a savage like him. "Well, I guess that's it for tonight," said Corey, still beaming. "I hope you sleep well. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask me." "I will," said Angela, nodding. "Thank you." "Why, you're welcome," said Corey, her smile growing broader after being thanked by the Fire Nation princess herself. Corey excused herself with a bow in Angela's direction, and she walked down to the first floor again. Sokka kept a wary eye on Angela, who waited until the girl vanished from sight before turning towards Sokka again, glaring at him fiercely. "It seems I forgot to tell you not to make a fool of yourself. I was quite naive to think you'd do that without being told. If you're talking about how I ate..." Sokka started, grimacing. "I'm sorry. I don't eat around high-class people often. I just ate and you were as embarrassing as possible," Angela finished for him. "You're still embarrassing me now. Go rinse that damned mouth of yours." "Rinse?" asked Sokka, confused. "What? Why? You have food stuck in your teeth, at plain sight. It's disgusting," said Angela, grimacing. "What?" said Sokka, confused. He ran his tongue over his teeth, noticing only now the amounts of food scraps between his teeth. "Oh, is that why you looked like you'd be sick? Do you really have to ask?" Angela growled, her nostrils flaring with anger. Sokka gulped and covered his mouth with his hand, trying to avoid having her see his teeth again. "I'm sorry," he mumbled, staring at her in mild panic, and she threw her hands to her sides in exasperation. You're sorry, is that all you know how to say nowadays?" she asked, staring at him in irritation. "Stop being sorry. Stop having reasons to say you're sorry." I'm trying my best, you know," he said, staring at her in misery. The way his eyes fell made Angela stop in the middle of her scolding. There was something off about him, that urge to try and do things he thought would please her most, that constant apologizing when he normally would just stick to his side of the story and defend himself even if there was nothing worth defending. "Well," she muttered. "Almost isn't good enough. Trying isn't going to get you anywhere unless you succeed. If you don't start by trying, there's no chance you'll succeed," Sokka declared, frowning. Angela couldn't hold back a small snort. Well, there was his combative side again. It wasn't as far gone as she thought it might be. "I'm sorry for being an uncivilized savage," said Sokka, still covering his mouth. "And I'll try not to do anything that stupid again. Are we good now?" "I'll be the one to decide if we're good or not," Angela muttered. "Just keep in mind you're not the reason why we're here in the first place. I have told you time over and time again that you're just acting as my smoke screen. Is that why you're upset? Because your guards aren't here and you can't direct them properly with whatever it is you're doing?" asked Sokka, raising an eyebrow. "I'm not upset," Angela grunted, her words coming off as quite a contradiction. "And even if I were, it's not something you should be looking into. You're here to fight as a gladiator, and that's the one thing you should focus on." Got it, Sokka muttered, sighing. "I'm not going to keep watch on you all day long, so try and keep to your best behavior," said Angela. "And don't even think about trying anything weird by crossing over the hall in the middle of the night." "Why would I do that?" said Sokka, blushing a little. "I'm not that kind of guy. Excuse my bluntness, but I have a hard time telling what kind of guy you are nowadays," said Angela, narrowing her eyes. "Go get some rest, but get that mouth of yours cleaned up first, will you?" "Sure," said Sokka, disheartened, but nodding anyways. Angela entered her room without another word, closing the door behind her with more delicacy than Sokka expected. "Night," he muttered, sighing before turning around and pacing down the hall, looking for a bathroom. He cleaned his mouth thoroughly, picking at his teeth to make sure they would be perfectly clean again. After he was done, he looked at his reflection in the bathroom mirror, surprised at how different he looked. He didn't remember the last time he had seen his own face. He looked strong, but only on the outside. He looked into his own eyes, finding a kind of emptiness within them that he couldn't explain. His interactions with Angela had definitely not gone as well as he would have wished they had, but it hadn't been all that bad. The captain's words kept ringing in his head, telling him he couldn't give up as it was. The fact that Angela had finally looked at him was some progress already, wasn't it? Maybe he kept messing things up by making a fool of himself, but he'd do his best not to do that anymore. He could handle this. There was some hope left for his strained relationship with the princess. "Where is the princess?" Sokka asked, staring into the dining room with wide eyes. The Morishita family was finishing their breakfast when Sokka had appeared. He had woken up only a moment ago, hoping to improve his table manners during breakfast so that Angela wouldn't be disgusted with him, but she was nowhere in sight. "Princess Angela already had her breakfast," said Mrs. Morishita. "One of her guards came to find her once she was done, and she left the house with him. She said she would return for dinner." "Oh. Okay," said Sokka, nodding even though he felt somewhat disheartened. "Do you know where she went?" "If the guards are staying over at Fon's inn, she might be there," said Mayor Morishita. "The inn is right down this street. You turn right and you'll find a building with a big sign that says, Fon's inn." Thanks," said Sokka, smiling gratefully as he took his seat and began eating carefully. He hated having to think of how he ate. Digging into the food right away was something he enjoyed thoroughly. But for Angela's sake, he'd have to hold back his urges and do his best to pretend to have manners even when he had none. He sat properly and did everything he could not to make too much noise while eating. Even when the mayor had given him the information pertaining where Angela was, Sokka didn't go to the inn to find her. He went to the house's backyard and spent the whole day practicing his sword stances. He felt the urge to go find Angela, but he knew better than to jump uninvited into her meetings with her guards. She clearly didn't need him around her while she dealt with her mission, and he wanted to do his best not to be a burden to her. Unless she asked for his help directly, Sokka would stay out of her way. But that train of thought wouldn't work so well on the next day. "She's gone again?" asked Sokka at breakfast, aghast. But your fight is in a few hours, isn't it?" asked Cory, frowning. "Maybe you should go look for her. What is it with her and her guards anyway?" "I have no idea," said Sokka, truthfully. "But she'll have to leave that for later. I've got a fight to deal with, and she's supposed to be there too." "So, where was that inn again?" After getting the instructions, Sokka went upstairs and dressed up in his armor before heading out to look for Angela. It didn't take him too long to find the inn, seeing how the palanquin was sitting right outside the building, with some curious passers-by that stared at it in awe. The innkeeper was cleaning up the front of his establishment, a nervous smile on his face. Sokka raised an eyebrow and approached him. "The princess is in here, right?" he asked. "Oh, yes," said Fon, smiling at him. "She told me she wanted nobody to disturb her meeting with the guards, though, including me. I've been sweeping the front door for 2 days now." Sokka blinked in surprise a few times before nodding, patting the man on the shoulder. "Don't worry, she won't harm you if I go inside, she'd rather harm me instead," he thought. "Good to know," said the innkeeper. "I'll just keep on sweeping, then." Sokka entered the inn, closing the door behind him as he did. The inside of the building was quite dark, so it took a moment for his eyes to grow accustomed to his surroundings, and before he did, a spear nearly struck him between the eyes. "Hey!" he squealed, his wide eyes staring in dread at the weapon's sharp edge. A guard, clad in his usual red robes, dropped the spear as soon as he realized who Sokka was. "Oh, it's just you," he said. "Why, you almost killed me!" Sokka exclaimed, terrified. "The princess told me to slay any trespassers," said the guard, shrugging. But I figure you're not one I should kill. I shouldn't be, though I'm sure she wouldn't have minded that much if you had, said Sokka, shaking his head as he looked inside the inn's vestibule. The vestibule happened to be a tavern as well, judging by the looks of it, but nobody was eating or drinking in it. Azula's men sat before the tables, some dressed in their red uniforms and some wearing such casual clothes Sokka had a hard time realizing they were just her guards, though he identified one that was on the corner table in the establishment. His black hair and golden eyes gave him away as Azula's captain, and he happened to be sitting right across the princess, both focused on a map, from what Sokka could see. He made his way towards them almost unwillingly, afraid of how Azula would react if he were to interrupt an important conversation. The captain lifted his eyes towards him and raised an eyebrow, a gesture Azula didn't miss. She turned around and caught sight of Sokka, a confused frown on her face. "What are you doing here? And why are you?" She started, staring at his get-up before realizing there was one explanation to his sudden appearance and his outfit. Oh, darn. I forgot completely about, damn it all. "Princess," said the captain, staring at her worriedly. "Captain, I'm afraid I have a gladiator fight to deal with right now," said Azula, sighing in irritation. "You already know your orders. You and your men know what to do, so get it done as quickly as possible." "We will, Princess," said the captain, as they both stood up from the table. "Remember to return here for further orders as soon as you find a good lead on the rhinos," Azula commanded. "We will, Princess," the captain repeated, nodding. "Very well, then, let's get this over with," said Azula, turning around towards Sokka again and leading the way out of the inn. Sokka looked at the captain apologetically, but the man didn't pay him much attention, busy as he was readying himself for whatever journey he had ahead of himself. Sokka didn't understand why it seemed like only half of Azula's guards were wearing their uniforms, but he figured he could ask later. He treaded after Azula, who seemed quite displeased as she walked towards the exit, but not before staring at the table in which her palanquin bearers were sitting. "Well? Will you get moving?" she asked angrily, and they jumped out of their seats, scrambling outside as quickly as their legs could allow them. Azula rolled her eyes as they left the building, staring at the palanquin as she waited for the bearers to be ready. Sokka stood behind her, taking note of her bad mood right away. "So, what's going on?" he muttered, earning himself a sideways glare from the princess. "Something important. Very important. And I shouldn't miss out on it, but I have to take you to your fight. Yes, you're a useful smokescreen, but this is a waste of time for me." Sokka's eyes fell again as he stared at Azula. She climbed on the palanquin, not bothering to give him another look before doing so. Sokka followed the vehicle slowly, with his head tilted down as he held his helmet tightly in his hand, his every hope shattered by Azula's words. Progress? He had been kidding himself. There had been no progress. She still hated him. She still wanted nothing to do with him. Chapter 34, Rough Rhinos 4. She was paralyzed as she stared into the now empty sand pit. Her nails were clawing into the velvet that covered her chair's armrests. They had been from the moment Sokka's strength had started to falter in the middle of a fight he should have been able to win with ease. He had fought against Kyoshi's heir, 140th in the ranking, and he had triumphed even if not by a wide margin. He had beaten the Savage Hook even when the combat had almost cost him his life. And now, against a female non-bender who stood 283rd in the ranking, his performance had been nothing short of mediocre. Why? His weapons were the same, he had recovered most of his physical strength by now, so why? Why had he struggled so much against the butterfly lady? She should have been easy to defeat. Her skill with her two short Deo swords wasn't that remarkable. But Sokka's usual intelligent fighting style had been nowhere in sight. His strategies to tire out his opponent, his ability to use his weapons in the most unexpected of ways, they had disappeared without a trace. And Azula simply couldn't understand why. What was it with him? She had told him time over and time again to focus on his duty as a gladiator, to keep his mind in the game. Had he ignored her? Was that it? No, she could tell that wasn't it. He had been fighting to his current best, but that was nothing next the best performances he had given in the past. What was going on with him? She looked at the table that had separated her seat from the one of the butterfly lady's sponsor. The man had left a bag of money on it before leaving her alone in the sponsor's balcony, the money she had earned thanks to Sokka's victory. But Angela didn't feel as the victor from this fight. The judges delivered their verdict, but the thrill of triumph hadn't filled her upon knowing her fighter had won. She wasn't angry at Sokka this time, as she had been during his fight with the red-striped hornet. This time she was confused. She was worried. Because on his second fight in the Superior Gladiator League, Sokka had foolishly decided to quit fighting and endangered his victory by doing so. This time he had fought to his utmost, and it hadn't been anywhere near good enough. He wasn't fighting at all like the gladiator she had come to know so well. Watching him fight used to be fun and interesting, at least before Kyoshi's heir had come along. The smart way in which he played his enemies was amusing. He would turn them against themselves, use their energy against them, laugh his way into victory. This time he had snarled angrily as he swung his black sword at his opponent, who had stopped his attacks time after time. He had provided her with openings he normally wouldn't have allowed, done no feints. He hadn't even used his smoke bombs to disorientate the butterfly lady. He had won because he had managed to disarm her a couple of times, and because he had left a deep wound on her right arm. Sokka had sustained an injury on his cheek as well, but since he hadn't lost any of his weapons, he had gotten away with the victory after 20 minutes of fighting. But Angela could see he wasn't proud of his performance either. He was disappointed with himself. He had expected to do better in this fight, especially since it had been against a non-bender. Why, then? She rubbed the center of her forehead with her slim fingers. She knew why. Of course she did. She had already been told about this before. What makes him strong, what makes him endure this cruel world, despite all the pain and suffering he's been through, is that he's still himself. Once you take that from him, he won't be the gladiator you've come to appreciate. Don't shut him down, princess. Don't try to turn him into someone he's not. Angela snarled as she remembered Piandeo's words. How had the man known it would come to this? And what was she supposed to do, then? It seemed she had turned Sokka into a different man without even realizing it. How could she get him back to what he used to be? She sighed, thinking of how he had been behaving these past few weeks. Submissive, guilty, shameful, that wasn't Sokka. It wasn't the fool she had hired as her gladiator, the man who had annoyed her to no end with his clumsy ways, with his ridiculous pride, the man she had come to trust and accept into her life. The man who had become much more than just a slave to her. The man who kept making witty remarks, who flirted with her just to see how far was she willing to go before rolling her eyes and calling him an idiot. The man she had come to admire for his unwavering strength, the man who had managed to change her views on the world. The only man who had seen her as an equal. She cringed as she reflected on what Sokka had meant to her before. On what he still meant to her. That savage had given birth to feelings Angela had thought she would never experience, and not all of them had been good. The words he had uttered that night still stung her, as if she had sustained a third-degree burn to her heart. She had decided, for the sake of healing those injuries, to withdraw herself from the confusing relationship that had been born between them. And she had remained aloof and cold towards him, in fear of what would happen if she let him into her life again. But it seemed her protective measures weren't helping anymore. She wasn't happier as it was, and her determination to push him away had been, most likely, what had brought forth his current attitude, which had become a problem that she wanted to wipe away. She wouldn't be trying to get him back to who he was out of any lingering feelings towards him, she had to convince herself of that. Once more, it was a move based on convenience. She needed him to do his best in the arena, and to achieve that she had to bring him back to the man he used to be. That was all. Yet, why was he acting like this? Why had he morphed into the submissive slave he was right now? Where had that unwavering obedience come from? Was it his way to atone for his mistakes? She frowned at that thought. He wasn't making up for what he'd done by behaving like this. He was only infuriating her further. But he didn't know better, did he? He was making blind guesses in attempts to please her and get her to forget about what had happened between them. Angela sighed, wondering what he regretted the most. He had apologized for his words and actions, but, did he regret kissing her back, by any chance? She hated to realize she actually didn't regret having kissed him. The sensations she had felt in that moment were unparalleled. It had been almost as exhilarant as the moment when she bent blue flames for the very first time. Having kissed Sokka was definitely the sole highlight of their entire situation. Yet the act in itself had been what had brought forth their downfall. If she hadn't kissed him, she wouldn't be as angry as she was right now. If she hadn't kissed him, he wouldn't be faltering in battle. If she had given up Sokka to that face-painted woman, none of this would be happening now. At what point in time had her life turned into such a contradiction? Had it been when she had taken him as her gladiator? She suspected as much. Everything had started because of Sokka. He was the one who had caused her downfall, but why was it that he had also made her happier than she had ever been before? There had been good times between them. She had never laughed with anyone in the way she had with Sokka. She had never felt the urge to comfort someone as she had comforted him when Piandao had vanished. The despair that took over her when the blind bandit almost killed him had been stronger than any emotion she had ever felt before. All she knew at that point was that she didn't want him to die. She couldn't let him die. And even now she didn't want him dead. Even if she acted as if she despised everything about him, she actually didn't. It wasn't the first time she had taken feelings of sadness and turned them into anger. She could put up with rage, she could use rage to her advantage. Sadness would only bring her down, it would weigh on her until she couldn't do anything but curl in her bed, weeping uncontrollably. Allowing anger to take over her senses hadn't been the wisest of moves, but it had helped her move past what Sokka had said. Or had it? She was starting to doubt how efficient a move had it been to turn her sorrow into fury. Nothing had been resolved through this. As a matter of fact, it seemed it had only helped to make everything worse. As he had claimed the day before, Sokka was trying, though what was he trying to achieve, for starters? Was he trying to get over her as well? Or was he trying to entice her into being smitten with him once again? What exactly was his goal by behaving like this? Azula sighed. He hadn't thought this through at all. And for that matter, neither had she. How could they sort out this mess? How could they mend what had been broken? She had no illusions about regaining the relationship they had enjoyed before. It was impossible for her to trust him so blindly again. But, at the very least, she longed to stop feeling such grief whenever she was around him, and for him to go back to the brash savage he had always been. Sokka's cheek burned as the blood seeped out of the wound. He had been lucky to only sustain a superficial injury, but then again, he shouldn't have sustained any wounds. The butterfly lady hadn't been that strong. Beating her should have been far easier. But for some reason, his intuition had failed him constantly through the fight. Why? What was the matter with him today? He sighed as he treaded through the Golden Eye's hallways, headed towards the waiting rooms for his medical check. Udao's arena kept true to its name. The sand pit was shaped as an eye, and the sand was of a golden shade Sokka had never seen before. The accommodations were nowhere as amazing as the ones in the Grand Royal Dome. The hallway that led to the standby rooms was rudimentary, built of stone just like the ones back in the Ember Crater. The Golden Eye couldn't house as many people as the Grand Royal Dome, but all in all, it was cozy, in a way. The grandeur made the capital's arena daunting, and Sokka couldn't quite feel comfortable there, just as he couldn't feel comfortable in the Royal Palace. He wasn't one for excessively luxurious places. He reached the first room in the hallway on the arena's second floor, and he entered it without a second thought. But he froze on the threshold as he caught sight of a huge, burly figure sitting in the waiting room. The man within the room had his massive chest in bare sight, and he bore so many scars Sokka wondered how he had managed to keep his body together. The man's head was covered with uneven chunks of light brown locks, and his chin was clad with a beard that matched the color of his hair. His skin was about as dark as Sokka's, although it was obvious the man's body had been dyed that color after spending too many days fighting under the merciless sunlight. He lifted his small and dark eyes towards Sokka when he heard him walk in. They stared at each other for a moment, during which the stranger's right eyebrow moved higher and higher on his forehead. "What are you doing here?" he asked, with a voice much more gentle than Sokka had expected. "Oh, I came for the medical check," said Sokka, gulping. "I didn't notice this room was already occupied." "Excuse me." "Huh?" said the man, confused. stopping Sokka as he was about to leave. Medical check? The hell are you talking about, kid? Sokka found it odd that the man would call him a kid. He couldn't have been over 15 years older than him. Medical checks. The princess demanded there should be mandatory medical checks after each gladiator fight, Sokka explained, assuming the man didn't know about this because he had spent some time away from the sand pit. Huh, so you're a capital boy, said the other gladiator, apparently amused. He gave Sokka a smile before shaking his head. Sorry to say you'll have to fix that wound on your face on your own, kid. The only arena with the medical attention is the Grand Royal Dome. But I thought, said Sokka, confused. Yeah, the princess wanted to have physicians everywhere, but it seems even the Fire Lord's daughter can't get everything in life, said the other man, shrugging. Seems like it, muttered Sokka, eyeing him warily. The man obviously didn't know who his sponsor was. So, who are you? Asked the man, beaming. First time I see you around here. And believe me, I've seen lots of people around here. Been in the business since this whole madness started out, so you're definitely a new face. My name is Sokka, the Blue Wolf, said Sokka, eyeing the stranger while wondering if the man would recognize him through his gladiator name, but he didn't have such luck. The Blue Wolf, repeated the man, scratching his head. Nope, never heard of you. Well, I am new, said Sokka, smiling sideways. I've only fought 11 times in the Superior League. Ah, is that so? Asked the man, eagerly. How many fights have you won? 10, as it is, said Sokka. Well, well. Sounds like you ought to be promising, said the man, beaming. I might be fighting you before either of us know it. And, who are you? Asked Sokka. Sorry, but I hardly know anyone. Ah, don't mind, you're a gladiator. The ones who should know gladiators are the sponsors, not the gladiators. Gladiators are out there to fight gladiators, not to know them. Right, said Sokka, raising an eyebrow. In any case. Oh, yes. You'll find me in the ranking as the Millennium Dragon, said the gladiator, smiling at Sokka. I'm a pretty nice guy all around. Well, so long as we don't go against the other in the sand, that is. How many fights have you won? Asked Sokka, curious. Well, said the Millennium Dragon, frowning and lifting his hands as he began counting with his fingers. Been against Combustion Dude 30 times, Light Boy about 15, was it? Oh, damn, I don't remember anymore. After you cross the line of 20 fights everything becomes a blur. Really? Asked Sokka, frowning. I fought in the amateur league before coming here, and I fought more than 20 times. How many times did you fight, then? Well, over 20, said Sokka, gulping as he realized he didn't know the exact number. But I haven't forgotten the people I fought. Neither have I, kid, said the Millennium Dragon. I just don't have enough fingers to count them all. Oh, all right, then, said Sokka, smiling uncomfortably. This man was quite odd, wasn't he? So, you won out there today? Asked the Millennium Dragon. Yeah, though I didn't do as well as I expected, muttered Sokka, downcast. Well, to the crowd a win is a win. And there's always going to be another fight later, unless you get yourself killed. And if you do, it won't matter if you won or lost the day before. Once you're dead, the spirits won't be looking at your place in the ranking. And if you don't die, there will always be another day to fight and win again. Sokka was surprised by the wisdom in the man's straightforward words. It was the exact kind of wisdom he had needed to think about to get a hold of himself after today's fight. So, where are you from, kid? Asked the dragon, smiling. The South Pole, don't you have a fight to attend to? Asked Sokka, raising an eyebrow. Ah, my sponsor will get me when it's time, I'm in no hurry. You in a hurry? I might be, said Sokka, frowning. Angela was probably waiting for him, wasn't she? Ah, such a busy kid, said the dragon, chuckling. You should stay and watch my show. I don't think that'll be an option, though I've got to say I'd like to watch that, said Sokka, eyeing the dragon with curiosity. His name gave him away as a firebender, and his complexion told Sokka he would be a tough rival for anyone who went against him. Well, you ain't missing out on anything fancy either way, said the Millennium Dragon. Not like gladiator fights have anything fancy about them, mind you. Tell your sponsor to look me up when you become a tougher cookie. Cookie? Repeated Sokka, staring at the Millennium Dragon with confused eyes. Alright, I'll make sure to do that. Good luck on your next fights, kid. Said the dragon, beaming at him. See you around. See you, said Sokka, taking a last glance towards the dragon before turning on his heels and leaving the room. That had been an odd encounter, but the gladiator back there had stirred his curiosity. He seemed a good man. How high would he be in the ranking? Sokka walked through the hallways while wiping away the blood on his cheek with the bandages that were wrapped around his forearm. He had always worn those bandages back in the Southern Water Tribe, and out of all the traditions he had relinquished, that was one he didn't plan on leaving behind. He found the staircase that led down to the Golden Eye's small vestibule, but he didn't spot Azula anywhere around. Had she left without him? A sinking feeling appeared in his stomach upon that thought. She had claimed this would be an utter waste of time, that she would have better things to do, and he had proved her right. His performance had been so lacking he was embarrassed just to think about it. It came as no surprise that she would have left before him. Of course. He muttered, sighing as his hands balled into fists. Talking to yourself now? Said a very familiar voice behind him, startling Sokka. He turned around in haste, his eyes open wide as he looked at the princess, who was staring at him intently, her arms folded over her chest. Seeing each other again right now only served to deepen the emotional turmoil they were both suffering from. After having acknowledged her fury was nothing but mislead sorrow, Azula's chest was beginning to ache again just by thinking about him. What was she supposed to do? What was she supposed to say? How could she fix him so he could go back to being the goof he had always been? Just a bit, said Sokka, looking down at the floor intently. There it was again. Submissiveness. The Sokka she knew would have never admitted to talking to himself, and if he had, he would have claimed everyone else did it too. Azula's nails dug into her arm as she studied him intently. You didn't get that treated? Did you think you'd look manlier with blood trickling down your face? Asked Azula, raising an inquisitive eyebrow as she looked at his wound. And no, I wanted to get it fixed but I couldn't, said Sokka, shaking his head. Apparently there's no medical attention anywhere but in the capital. What? Asked Azula, surprised and displeased. Hey, that's what that weird dude told me. I don't really know, said Sokka, crossing his arms over his chest as well. What weird dude? The Millennium Dragon, said Sokka, nodding. Ever heard of him? Azula frowned. The name sounded quite familiar, too familiar, to be honest. She narrowed her eyes as she tried to recall what it reminded her of. I might have seen him fight once, said Azula. I can't remember correctly, but I think I might have. Really? Asked Sokka, surprised. I thought you had nothing to do with the gladiator business before I came along. I didn't, Azula admitted. But I had been to the Grand Royal Dome once before, on the day the Superior Gladiator League was inaugurated. Combustion Man won that fight, and I get the feeling his opponent's name was the Millennium Dragon. Combustion Man? Asked Sokka, confused. I never told you about him, did I? Muttered Azula, frowning. He's the top fighter in the Superior Gladiator League. A firebender of outstanding potential, with a sponsor befitting his murderous ways. Who's the sponsor? Asked Sokka, curious. Nobody you'd know. There's not much point in telling you, said Azula, shaking her head. Leave dealing with sponsors to the sponsors. Sokka couldn't help but chuckle upon realizing her words were somewhat similar to what the dragon had said earlier. Azula raised an eyebrow and glared at him, annoyed. What's so funny? And nothing. Said Sokka, freezing at her glare. Don't mind me. Azula didn't stop glaring at him as she began heading down the stairs, still irritated. What was that fool laughing at? But, he had been laughing. When was the last time she saw him laughing? Did it mean there had been some progress? Had their conversation been of some use, then? She hadn't pushed him away harshly, hadn't been cruel, maybe it had helped indeed. Maybe they were on the right track again, at last? She stopped when she got to the bottom of the staircase, and she turned around to look at Sokka, who was walking behind her with his hands tucked into his pants pockets. Sokka seemed puzzled at her sudden halt, but he simply followed her lead and stopped a few steps before reaching the main floor of the building. "You didn't fight that well today," Azula muttered, making Sokka's heart sink as he grimaced, expecting a reprimand of some sort. "But you won. It was a weird fight, though. We both know that's not the full extent of your abilities." "Why yeah, it's not," said Sokka, nodding clumsily as he scratched his neck. "I don't know what got into me." "Well, whatever it was, try to get it out of you before we make it to Omashu," said Azula. "Your next opponents, they won't be as easy to beat as this girl was. They're earthbenders." Wait, what?" said Sokka, surprised. "Earthbenders. All of them," admitted Azula. "I didn't mean it to be that way, but I could only reach the sponsor of one non-bender, and it was the one you just fought against. Your next rivals aren't too high in the ranking, so I hope they won't be that hard to beat. But you'll need to have your every sense in the upcoming battles. Your experience with earthbenders is terrible," finished Sokka, gulping. "So it will be up to you to change that or to let that define you," said Azula, looking straight into his eyes. Sokka stared back at her, noticing the concern she was showing him. She was worried about him. Was she really? He had worried her. Instead of reassuring her, of being helpful, he was worrying her. Why couldn't he do anything right these days? He nodded promptly, looking at her with determination. "I'll do my best. I promise." Azula's chest ached at those words. Her experience with promises wasn't good. Hearing him promise one thing or another would do anything but reassure her, not that he could know that, of course. Yet Sokka didn't miss that glint in her eyes, a glint that betrayed the fact that she didn't quite believe him. "You'd better," she whispered, before turning around again and starting down the vestibule, straight towards the doors. Sokka followed her, concern written all over his face. Yet there was a side of him rejoicing, breaking into an all-out celebration. She had talked to him willingly, she hadn't threatened him, even though his performance hadn't been his best. She wasn't completely disappointed in him for the first time in ages. Azula meant to climb on her palanquin right away, but she refrained from doing so when she caught sight of a royal guard sprinting down the street in her direction. She frowned and stepped away from the vehicle, leaving the bearers crouched in place. "Princess! Princess!" exclaimed the man, stumbling as he finally reached them. Sokka raised an eyebrow as he watched him run. It was the first time he saw a royal guard acting in an inappropriate way for his rank. The man must have sprinted from the inn all the way to the arena, and he looked quite sloppy as he flung his arms back and forth with every step he took. "What's the matter?" asked the princess, her eyes becoming fierce as her mind began concocting several explanations as to why the guard had showed up as he had. The scouts have returned," said the guard, gasping for breath as he leaned down, his hands resting on his knees. "So soon?" asked Azula, astonished. She had expected the captain to return in 2 days, at least. "Yes, they have leads on the rhinos," the guard finished. "Promising leads. The captain will explain when you get to the inn." Good," said Azula, smirking slightly as she thought about what this meant for her mission. Obtaining good results so early on was a good sign. She turned to the bearers as she climbed aboard the palanquin. "Get moving. Take me to the inn right away." The men lifted the heavy cabin in one go before moving at quick pace towards the inn. The guard was still gasping for breath right in front of the arena's steps, and Sokka patted him on the back clumsily. "Oh, damn. I can't breathe." The man gasped, taking off his mask to reveal his head, drenched in sweat. "I don't know how anyone could breathe in that thing," said Sokka, staring at him worriedly as the palanquin disappeared after taking a turn in a nearby corner. "Did you run all the way here?" "Of course I did. I had to tell the princess." The man panted, his hand seizing Sokka's shoulder as he used the gladiator to support his weight. Then how are you going to catch up with them? Asked Sokka, the man's knuckles turning white as he coughed, still struggling to get his lungs to work properly again. Oh, she's gone already, said the man, lifting his head to look for Azula's palanquin. She left just a second ago, didn't you hear what she said? Asked Sokka, raising an eyebrow. I didn't. I was glad I'd done my job, and I didn't hear a thing, muttered the man, letting go of Sokka. G got to catch up with her, then. Sokka was about to tell the man against taking off so soon, but he didn't have to say a word. The guard only took one step forward before his legs gave way and he collapsed on the floor, shaking. Man! Are you crazy? You can't go anywhere like this! Sokka shouted, leaning down beside him and struggling to pick him up. Must reach the princess, said the man. His bulging eyes scared Sokka a little. There was no way this guard was going anywhere in this condition. Just how fast did you run? Asked Sokka, confused. It's weird that a royal guard would be worn out like this. Well, never mind. Come here. The guard didn't seem to notice Sokka had placed one of his arms around his waist, sliding his head under the guard's arm to lift him off the ground. The man wasn't conscious enough to realize he was being carried by the gladiator. He probably didn't even realize he was moving at all. He kept mumbling nonsense as Sokka dragged him away, and the gladiator was still wondering why he had wound up in such a terrible shape only because of running. Was it his uniform's fault? It probably was. It took Sokka a little longer than he expected to bring the man to the inn. He entered the building to find all of Azula's guards assembled in the vestibule. The men looked quite shaken up, both the ones dressed in uniforms and the ones wearing casual clothes. And one of the men wearing casual clothes stood in the center of the room, staring at the princess as he spoke about something Sokka didn't understand. The town was ravaged only 3 days ago. They even killed people this time around. It wasn't the plundering they usually perform, it went far beyond that. Did you find out who the casualties were? Asked Azula, her hands balling into fists. Townsfolk, people who simply stood in their way and thus they tore them down. There were 7 victims, 4 women, 2 men, and a child. And one of the women was an actual Fire Nation citizen. Azula snarled in irritation, her body shaking as she grew angrier upon this knowledge. So the rhinos wouldn't even distinguish between Fire Nation and Earth Kingdom people anymore, would they? You said they headed south after striking in that town, said Azula, nodding. Where to, exactly? We don't know for certain as it is, princess, muttered the captain. But we have 2 likely options as to where they might have gone to. The first is the Misty Palms Oasis, the most common gathering spot for criminals and outlaws. The patterns of their other attacks would suggest they'd go there. After ravaging a few towns, they'd always head to the Si-1 desert, muttered Azula, frowning. Indeed. The other possibility is basing Se, said the captain. According to some information we obtained recently, they fled to the city once before to avoid trouble with the Fire Nation battalion. So, if they knew we were chasing them, they would go to basing Se, Azula muttered, frowning. But as long as they don't know, they're likely to go to the oasis. Exactly, said the captain, nodding. Azula frowned as she began pondering her possibilities. The captain stared at her for a moment, waiting for her to make the call regarding what would happen from here on. Sokka stared at them curiously, having taken a seat at one of the tables, as intrigued and confused as ever by Azula's secretive behavior. These are good news, and bad news as well, muttered Azula, shaking her head as she paced through the room. Their raids on villages, the Fire Nation will have to make amends for the damage they've caused. And not just this time, but on every town and village the rough rhinos have attacked while defying the Fire Lord's commands. We have to put a stop to this immediately. We're breaking formation from here on, Captain. What? Said the man, his eyes widening in surprise. But I thought we'd agreed to divide our forces after arriving in Omashu. Well, I've decided differently now, Azula grunted. But we would be taking the exact same route, princess. To reach the oasis we would have to pass by Omashu and the desert. I understand you find it more practical to stay with the royal procession until we make it there, said Angela, glaring at him. But in case you've forgotten, time is of essence in this mission. While you're standing here, talking back to me, the rhinos might be attacking another town already. For the sake of the people of the Fire Nation, I need you to find them and intercept them as soon as you have a chance to do it. And that chance isn't going to come on its own. You are going to take off right away, Captain. And that's an order. The captain stared at her, helpless. It was an order, of course, and he couldn't oppose anything Angela said, but he was somewhat reluctant to leave Angela only 3 days upon their arrival to the Fire Nation colonies. All along he had felt unwilling to leave her side, only agreeing to do so because opposing Angela was never an option for a man like him. And now he had no choice but to leave to chase down the rhinos. The vestibule had fallen silent upon Angela's exchange with the captain. Everyone was gazing at them, to Angela's mild discomfort. And that also goes for all those who'll be joining the captain, she snapped. Go get ready. The men in casual clothes jumped and scrambled upstairs, heading to their rooms in a hurry. The captain tilted down his head towards Angela, bowing down towards her. It will be done, princess, he muttered, before turning to follow the others to the higher stories of the building, to gather his belongings. Angela glared at him as he walked away, knowing he was complying unwillingly. She rolled her eyes at his attitude before turning around to find quite a surprise sitting on a nearby table, patting a nigh unconscious royal guard on the back as he gazed at her sideways. What? Since when have you been there? She asked Sokka, utterly confused. A couple of minutes, said Sokka, smiling weakly. Why didn't you just return to the Morishida's house? Asked Angela, frowning. I thought I should. Muttered Sokka. But this guy collapsed on me after you left, so I figured I'd bring him back. How thoughtful of you, Angela spat out sarcastically, forgetting she was trying to fix her situation with Sokka just as much as she was trying to catch the rough rhinos. Thanks. Said Sokka, gulping as he eyed her warily. Angela's eyebrow twitched at his submissiveness again. Oh, she wanted to punch him straight in the face so badly, she would do it, if she thought he would try to hit her back. But she knew he was more likely to crawl in the floor instead, claiming he deserved to get hit. So, what were you talking about with the captain? Sokka asked, trying his luck. What? Angela muttered, frowning. She hadn't told him about her mission yet, had she? Was it a good idea to do it now? It might serve to make the fool a little more comfortable, which could make him behave as he usually did, hence helping her feel at ease as well. But there were too many things claiming her attention right now. Telling Sokka wasn't a priority. I have no time to give out lengthy explanations right now. I have other things to deal with. Oh, right, muttered Sokka, nodding. Important things, I bet. Well, that's okay. I can live with that. Angela stared at him in distaste, still unable to recognize the man she had known before behind those layers of passivity. She glared at him for a moment before turning to one of the royal guards in the room. Are the steeds ready for the journey? She asked. They're at the back, in the inn's stables, said the man. Are they well rested and fed? Angela inquired, as she walked with the guard towards the other side of the room. Their conversation was out of earshot for Sokka when they passed through a door at the opposite end of the vestibule. The gladiator frowned as he stared at the corridor through which the princess had vanished. She had been nice while they were at the arena, and now she had been snappy for a moment, but only moments later she wasn't so angry anymore. What was going through that head of Angela's? Would he ever understand it? It didn't seem like he would. She was so secretive, so uptight with her business. The guards came and went as time passed them by. A pair of men showed up to bring the unconscious guard to his room, leaving Sokka to himself on the vestibule until the captain reappeared, clad in his best clothes for traveling. You brought Taro back? Asked the man, raising an eyebrow as he looked at Sokka with curiosity. Taro? You mean the fainted guard? Sokka asked. Yeah, I did. He freaked me a little when he fell headfirst on the ground. Is he always like that? He has a disease, said the captain. He has a hard time breathing in agitated circumstances. Whenever he's anxious he's prone to blacking out like that. Why is a guy like that a royal guard? Asked Sokka, confused. His fire-bending is impressive whenever he's not fainted, said the captain matter-of-factly, checking the contents of a large pack he had brought downstairs. If you say so, from what I heard, you'll be taking off now. You already knew I wasn't staying with the princess's group through this entire journey, said the captain, without looking at Sokka. Yeah, I did. I just thought you'd leave later, Sokka replied, shrugging. Does it really matter to you either way if I leave now or later? Asked the captain, frowning. Well, you were the only person I could talk to over here, said Sokka, smiling sideways. At least, the only one I could talk to without weighing every single word I utter. Maybe you should weigh them more often, even while dealing with people other than the princess, said the captain, raising an eyebrow. Maybe, said Sokka. He sighed and folded his arms, leaning back on his chair. Are all women like that? Or is that just Azula? Like what? You know, impossible to understand, said Sokka, sighing. 1 minute she wants nothing to do with me, and every little thing I do ticks her off, but then she's nice to me. And then she's cold again, but she gives out a hint as if she were about to be nice again. I just don't get it. I'm not that knowledgeable about women, said the captain, staring at Sokka. He grimaced in confusion. I don't know if all of them are impossible to understand, but the princess is special indeed. Reading through her actions is no easy feat. Tell me about it, said Sokka, scratching his head lazily. And it's not just her actions, it's her emotions. When I try my best to please her, she disdains me. When I'm sure I've disappointed her, she seems to approve of me. How? Why? I just don't get it. She's beyond me. I have always thought she is, said the captain, sighing before turning around towards Sokka. But even when I think so, there's something I need to ask of you. Of me? Asked Sokka, blinking in utter confusion. What's that? After I take off with my group, there will be 10 royal guards left to defend the princess. There will be 8 palanquin bearers, and there will be 1 gladiator. Sokka stared at the captain in surprise as he stood up from his chair, his eyes never leaving the man's fierce golden glare. 1 man can make the difference in a battle, said the captain. 1 man can save the princess's life if it were to be endangered. If I had a choice, I wouldn't leave her protection up to you in 1,000 years, but I don't have one. So I'm going to do what I thought I'd never have to do. Captain. Promise me, Gladiator, that you'll protect her with your life if it comes down to it, said the captain. I know the other guards will do so, but I don't know if they'll be enough to keep her safe if our plans have any miscalculations. I need to know you'll stand by her, that you'll act as her personal shield if needed. What, you think I can do that? Asked Sokka, surprised. You're actually asking me to. I'm doing it because I have no choice, I already said so, the man declared, grimacing in irritation. Right, you just took me by surprise with this, said Sokka, smiling awkwardly. And when I'm telling you to protect her, I'm not telling you to overwhelm her by trying to take care of her at all times, said the captain. The princess needs her space. Don't forget that. I won't, and I'll do it, when I can, said Sokka, nodding and staring at the captain in the eyes. Because, well, she knows how to fight for herself too. But if there are any fights I can win for her, in the sand or not, I'll do my best to win them. You can count on that. You'll be traveling with her for a very long time, said the captain. Make sure no harm befalls her, no harm of any kind. And by that I mean. I know, said Sokka. By that you mean I'd better not hurt her while you're not around or you'll have my head when you get back. If I get back, muttered the captain darkly, surprising Sokka. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? The gladiator said, staring at the man with confusion just as the princess reappeared through the door and looked at the 2 men. Since when did Sokka and the captain get along so well? What are the 2 of you talking about? She asked, raising an inquisitive eyebrow as she passed by them. The captain looked at Azula with puzzled eyes, his sense of duty urging him to answer her question while his common sense told him otherwise. She wouldn't be pleased to know he was making plans for her safety. And the captain was pleasantly surprised to discover Sokka had come to the same conclusion. Why, you and him were talking about stuff earlier and you didn't explain anything to me. This is just a spoonful of your own medicine, he said, folding his arms over his chest. Angela felt an intense urge to burn the gladiator to a crisp for those words, until she realized that was exactly the sort of comebacks he used to send her way. Her anger froze right away as her amber gaze lingered upon him for a moment. Huh, really? That's how you are going to play this? She asked, challenging him with a raised eyebrow. The usual aggressive hint on her voice was gone, replaced by a strange uncertainty Sokka had never sensed on Angela before. It was as if she were probing him, testing him out in some way. Maybe, he muttered, not sure of how to best answer her question. Angela seemed somewhat disappointed by his lack of conviction, but she was pleased in a way. That had been him, all right. It was only a shred of his usual self, but it was still there. He wasn't completely gone. He hadn't fully transformed into an incompetent wimp. Wrong answer, she said, but she couldn't hold back a small smile before moving towards the inn's main door. Are you ready to leave, Captain? Yes, Princess, said the man, nodding. Angela turned to look at him again, all trace of her grin gone from her face. Gather the rest of your team, then. The dragons are already waiting for you in front of the inn. Right away, Princess, said the captain, heading upstairs to find his men as Angela passed through the threshold of the inn's front door. Sokka was left alone in the vestibule, although he didn't even notice the others were gone. His eyes had snapped open wide as he gazed at the spot in which Angela had been standing just a moment ago. He hadn't been imagining things, had he? Her lips had curled into a smile, if only for a second. How had that miracle happened, if he had just spouted out nonsense at her? Was the princess fond of the nonsense all of a sudden? Whatever it was, though, it didn't change the fact that she had smiled. She had smiled. Sokka couldn't hold back the urge to laugh, feeling triumphant for the first time in weeks. She smiled, he exclaimed, falling back on his chair as he beamed at the ceiling. She smiled. Sokka didn't notice the door had been left open, though, and Angela stood just a few feet away from him, her eyebrows twitching as she heard his cheerful claims. She felt the color rushing to her face before she could keep her body in check. She had never thought he would take notice if she smiled or not, and what was it to him anyway? Why was he so happy about it? She wanted to walk right back into the vestibule and strike a fistful of flames into his mouth if only to shut him up, but how was she going to explain the now prominent blush on her face? Why was she blushing anyway? It was still the same fool that had hurt her, the same jerk who had chosen another woman over her. It really was him. Even if he had changed so much, it still was him. For some reason, the realization was beyond relieving even when she didn't want it to be. For Sokka to have remained as the fool he was didn't mean he was going to treat her any differently, although he had been treating her quite differently lately. He had been submissive, he had apologized, he had let her walk all over him when he wouldn't have done it before. Was he trying to prove to her that he would be willing to put down his pride if that would help him earn her forgiveness and atone for his sins? The thought angered her and saddened her at the same time. The situation made her feel vulnerable again, like an open wound right across her heart. It was a sensation she didn't want to experience again, yet she had missed the feeling of kinship with her gladiator. The contradictions in her mind made her want to throw up in disgust. Why couldn't she think straight anymore? Why was everything so confusing, so twisted, so absurd? The only thing she knew for certain was that the one who had brought all those contradictions into her life had been him. And he was glad she had smiled, he was glad she had smiled. If he prized her smiles so much, why had he made her cry before? More contradictions, more confusing thoughts. She shook her head, trying to hold back the intense emotions that overwhelmed her right now. Why had she opened the gateway to those feelings once again? Why had she let her shield of hatred break down? She cringed and shook her head. Well, even if she had allowed her emotions burst out of their prison again, she wouldn't act upon them. She would rely on her mind and her instincts, on that alone. She was done with letting her emotions dictate her actions. The captain and the rest of his men showed up only a few seconds after she was done coming to her conclusion. Angela's blush vanished as she focused on the situation at hand. Each guard climbed on the saddle of their respective mongoose dragon, and Angela walked up to the captain, who would be leading the way out of the city. "Keep in touch," she commanded. "Send a messenger hawk whenever you make any progress. We're set to meet again in Ba Sing Se, Captain, and you'd better have seized the rhinos when we do." "I will make sure not to let you down, Princess," said the man, bowing his head down towards her. "We'll see about that," Angela growled, narrowing her eyes. "Good luck, Captain." "You too, Princess," said the man, looking at her one last time before shaking his reins and ushering his mount to break out into a sprint. The other guards followed his lead immediately, steering the reptiles into the streets and vanishing from sight as they took a turn on Udeo's main street. Angela stared after them until the last one was gone. Only time would tell if her plan would be of any use. She had no choice but to trust the captain, even when her mind advised her not to trust anyone ever again. She sighed before turning around towards two guards who had walked outside to watch the rest of the men leave. "Stay in the inn," she muttered. "Any messages they send while we're still in Udeo should reach the inn instead of the Morishita house to avoid being read by untrustworthy eyes." "Yes, Princess," said the men, bowing down to her. "We'll keep an eye out for the messenger hawks." "Good. Make sure to inform me if anything happens in the course of what's left of the week," said Angela. "We'll be setting out to Omashu in 4 days, so long as everything goes according to plan." "Yes, Princess," the men repeated, and she turned around to leave to the Morishita home, before remembering someone was supposed to come along with her. Angela stopped on her tracks and looked back at the inn. Sokka stood at the door, his brow contracted as he thought about hell knew what. He had watched the way the royal guards in disguise had left on the back of mongoose dragons, still worried about the last words the captain had told him. What was this deadly mission of his that could even cost him his life? "Gladiator!" Angela grunted, glowering at him. Sokka's eyes snapped wide open again and he looked up at the princess. The fierce glare she was gifting him with took him aback. For what felt like the millionth time in the day, Sokka was left wondering what had he done this time around. "Are you coming or would you rather stay at the inn?" asked Angela, folding her arms across her chest as she hoped he would pick the second choice. Yeah. I'll be right behind you," Sokka exclaimed clumsily, approaching Angela. She didn't bother waiting for him to catch up with her, she took off to the Morishita's home immediately. Sokka stared at her in utter confusion, still unable to make any sense out of the princess's mood swings. He treaded after her, keeping some distance between both of them, hoping that the strange happenings from today had meant their relationship had been mended if ever so slightly. Yet he could see Angela was angry at him again. And he could sense her annoyance quite easily throughout the rest of the afternoon, even during dinner at the Morishita's home. "So, you have started your tour with a win, Princess," said the mayor, beaming at her. "Congratulations." "Thank you, Mayor," said Angela half-heartedly, taking a bite out of a dumpling. "You weren't lying with what you said," muttered Cory, looking at her shyly. "Your fighter really isn't outstanding at all." Sokka's eyebrow twitched at the remark, but he decided to ignore the girl as he ate as gracefully as he could. "Why would I have lied about something like that?" said Angela, smirking. "I meant it when I said it. He has only made it so far because I am his sponsor." "Indeed, his performance today proved it," said Cory, smiling back before continuing with her meal. Angela frowned when she heard no groans of displeasure or bitter comebacks from the man sitting at her left. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Sokka, wondering why he hadn't tried to stand up for himself this time around. Was he still being a submissive moron? Did he know she had told Cory she was right just because she wanted to instigate him into defending himself? She was thoroughly surprised to find he seemed completely impervious to her belittling of him. And not only that, but he was eating carefully, cautiously, as if he were thinking through every single movement he was making. He wasn't chewing loudly, he wasn't dropping crumbs on the tablecloth, he was eating as if he actually had manners. Granted, there were a few things about his posture and his movements that made him look extremely awkward, but regardless, he wasn't eating like a pig anymore. Sokka realized Angela was staring at him just as he was eating a chunk of boiled cabbage. He was startled by her expression, but he made sure to gulp all the food down and to slide his tongue over his teeth before mumbling. What? Angela seemed to come back to her senses upon that. She looked down at her plate again, and she couldn't help but look at him from the corner of her eye as she continued with her dumpling. His behavior was shocking, and she didn't know if she ought to be pleased by it or not. It was as if he was trying his best to do everything she might wish for. Everything she requested, he would do it, and he wanted to see her smile, too. He really was as eager as she was to get their relationship back to the way it used to be. But she didn't know if she wanted things to return to what they had been. Her own vulnerability terrified her, and the fear of getting hurt by him again was engraved way too deep into her soul. Was there a chance that he wouldn't damage her this time around? How much truth had there been in his apologies? And how was she supposed to trust him again after all he'd said and done? Did he deserve to be trusted? Could he be trusted? She wouldn't trust him in personal regards, that much was a given. She had given him too much information, opened up to him more than she ever had opened up to anyone else. She had gone too far. She had done it because she had felt comfortable by doing so, because it had seemed like he actually cared for what she had to say, but, as it was, she couldn't trust him like that anymore. He had claimed to hate her, claimed she was pure evil, and even if he said he was sorry, how did she know he really wasn't thinking such things about her anymore? She didn't, and it terrified her that he might still see her in that way. Even if his latest actions screamed the opposite, the possibility was still there. So, if he really was trustworthy this time around, she had to find out through other means. Not by opening up about her innermost thoughts and secrets to him, but by letting him in on another mystery he wanted to know about. Angela climbed the stairs towards her room after dinner was finished, followed closely by Sokka. He could sense there was something bothering her. Her head wasn't held up high as always and she seemed awfully tense. Angela stopped in the hallway between both their rooms. Sokka stared at her, worriedly. Should he head into his room and ignore her? It didn't look like she wanted to be bothered right now. He lurked to the side, stretching his hand towards the door that led to his room. And for what felt like the millionth time in the day, Angela did the exact opposite from what Sokka expected. Her hand darted out towards his wrist, grasping him firmly and dragging him into her room without a word of explanation. Sokka's eyes widened and a flush appeared on his face as his mind fell into a state of utter disbelief. Okay, this was beyond weird. What was she doing this time around? Bringing him into her room? What could she possibly want to do in there that required his presence? If she wanted to talk, they could have done it in the hallway. So did she want something else? Her tension could be translated into nervousness, perhaps. Her confusing actions were speaking for themselves, and he could hardly believe what they were saying. She tossed him on a chair near the dresser, and he almost fell over as he stumbled to keep balance on the furniture. He looked up at her in terror, his cheeks reddening while wondering what on earth was going through the princess's mind right now. Angela wasn't blushing, though. That was the first sign that gave away that she probably wasn't trying to do anything out of the ordinary to him. His suggestive jokes would make her face turn a shade redder than the Fire Nation emblem, so if she had any impure intent towards him, her face would have given it away already. The princess placed her hand on the dresser behind Sokka, striking the furniture with more strength than she had intended to as she glared at him. His eyes reflected some fear, which pleased her, but also curiosity. He wanted to know what she was up to, and he was about to find out. You asked earlier about what I was discussing with the captain, didn't you? She grunted, her fierce golden eyes never leaving his. Well, you're about to find out what it was, so long as you keep your mouth shut while I explain this to you. Got it? Sokka blinked a few times as he realized what she was about to do. She was really going to reveal the true nature of her mission to him. He nodded and stared at her expectantly, determined to listen to the end. The mission my father entrusted me with is catching a group of Fire Nation brigands that are disturbing the peace in the colonies. They're called the Rough Rhinos. They ride from town to town in Komodo rhinos, pillaging every village they can get their hands on and causing as much damage as they can get away with. And they have gotten away with too much of it as it is. My father heard about this situation and decided to put an end to it, and he asked me to capture them and bring them back to the Fire Nation. He did? Asked Sokka, frowning. Well, it was my uncle's idea originally, as you already know, grunted Angela, taking a few steps away from him, her gaze still fixated upon him. Sokka's frown deepened as he sat properly on the chair, having been leaning back before to avoid any potentially awkward physical contact between the two of them. He asked you to take care of these men, he repeated. He sent his only daughter, blood of his blood, to catch a group of criminals and bring them home. What's so hard to understand about this? Snarled Angela. Well, I just don't know if he thought this through, muttered Sokka. I'm not going to say you are not capable of catching these men, but when I arrived at the inn, the captain was telling you they have killed people. I understand you are more than capable of getting them for their crimes, but I don't understand why your father would send you to do such a dangerous job. Our army is spread too thin, she replied. Most our forces are needed at other stations. I was available, and so were my royal guards. It's not as unreasonable as you think it is. I guess not. Sokka said, still frowning. There's a lot of odd things about this, though. For your father to agree to send you when your uncle was the one to suggest that. I mean, I know your relationship with that old man is no good. I figure your father would be aware of that as well. Didn't he question his motives at all? My uncle claimed he was recommending me because I was a capable leader and whatnot, grunted Angela, rolling her eyes at the memory of the war meeting. And my father wasn't that keen on sending me away. He allowed me to choose whether I'd do it or not. That's still weird, but it's good to know that he let you choose, said Sokka, shrugging. It seemed odd that the Fire Lord would force his only daughter to go to a mission as dangerous as this one. The rhinos aren't all that deadly for someone like me, said Angela, rolling her eyes. Maybe not, said Sokka, shrugging. Is it normal, though, that the Fire Lord sends his kids to get these matters sorted out? Most members of the royal family get involved in warfare at some point in time, said Angela. Well, most male members, at least. I don't believe there have been any women commanding an army before. So you're a pioneer at this? Asked Sokka, smiling. Sounds neat. Angela heard those words and couldn't hold back a small smirk. She hadn't quite thought about it in this manner. It seems like I am. Sokka's chest seemed to be set ablaze as he saw her smile again. He couldn't help but admire her from his seat, amazed by how beautiful she looked whenever she was pleased. Angela took notice of the way he was beaming at her, which prompted her to stop smiling altogether. The dumb look on his face made her grimace and blush at the same time. What are you looking at? And why are you looking at it like that? What? Like what? Asked Sokka, clueless. Like that. Just, forget it. She said, shaking her head. All right, you got what you wanted. You can go ahead and leave now. All right. Said Sokka, his gaze not leaving the princess as he stood up again, studying her features in utter confusion. Get out already. She said between gritted teeth, annoyed at how slowly he was moving. Angela slammed the door shut as soon as Sokka was out in the hallway again. He stood in place for a moment, still having a hard time assimilating what had happened inside the room. It hadn't been his imagination, had it? Was she blushing? He muttered, absent-mindedly. And why she would be blushing, he couldn't figure it out for the life of him. The princess really was too much for him to handle. Angela stood inside her room, feeling more foolish with every second that passed her by. That stupid savage was making a mess of her head even when she had been trying not to feel anything towards him anymore. She walked to the side of the bed and collapsed on it, hoping a good night's sleep would help her clear her mind and forget the stupid, fascinating smile she'd seen on his face just a moment ago. Chapter 35, Rough Rhinos 5. The royal procession, shortened after the departure of half the royal guards, left Udeo right on schedule. Before taking off, Angela said her farewells to the Morishita family, thanking them for their hospitality politely. We will miss having you around, princess, the mayor said, smiling kindly at her. Good luck on your travels. I hope you win your next fights, said Cory, smiling at Angela. And I hope we'll meet again someday. In the sponsor's balcony next time, if everything goes as intended, said Angela, smirking at the girl. Cory beamed as she nodded enthusiastically. Her admiration towards Angela seemed to know no ends. Angela climbed aboard her palanquin shortly after wrapping up their conversation, and the procession made its way out of the city, struggling to pass through the crowd of curious onlookers that packed the streets once again, who hoped to catch a glimpse of Angela's palanquin one last time. The procession progressed all the way through the mountains east of Udeo. After around an hour of walking, they found what they had been looking for, the train tank Angela had requested from the machinist. "Whoa! What is this thing?" Sokka exclaimed, staring at the machine before him in awe. Sokka had never seen anything like the train tank. The vehicle consisted of several metallic wagons linked together, spearheaded by the railway engine car. The plow of the first wagon was shaped as an arrow, lined with spikes to help the vehicle pierce through any obstacles that might stand in its way. There was a chimney right above the engine car, which prompted Sokka to guess the machine was powered through fire, or else there would be no need to vent any smoke. "This thing is seriously cool," he said, ducking to get a good look at the wheels of the machine. "It's creepy, but cool. Who built this?" "That would have been the machinist up north," said a royal guard near him, startling Sokka. "And it's called a train tank." Sokka bolted up again and stared at the man beside him. "I wasn't really expecting an answer, but thanks," he said, smiling. "It's the least I could do," muttered the man, sighing. Sokka only realized the man's voice was familiar after he uttered that phrase. He raised an eyebrow, wondering if he'd be right to assume who the man under the mask was. "Taro. When did I tell you my name?" said the guard, genuinely surprised. "Oh, you didn't," said Sokka, smiling sideways. "The captain called you Taro when he asked me if I had brought you to the inn back then." "I see now," said Taro, smiling back even though Sokka couldn't see it. "He said you had some sort of disease." Yes, I do," said the man, sighing. "It would be fine if I had my medicine with me, but I left it in the mainland." "Isn't that a little careless of you?" asked Sokka, raising an eyebrow. "People often say I'm not the sharpest man in the world," said the man, shrugging and sighing again. "But I wanted to thank you for taking your time to help me back then. I didn't have the chance to do it before." "Ah, no need to thank me," said Sokka, smiling proudly. "I did what any man would have done." Taro chuckled a little and patted Sokka on the shoulder. The gladiator smiled and the man walked away towards the back of the train, where Angela's palanquin was being loaded onto a cargo wagon. The princess was overseeing the entire operation, focused on directing the guards and palanquin bearers as they brought everyone's luggage into the train. Sokka lurked towards her nervously. After her odd mood swings during the day of his fight, Angela hadn't showed him much kindness on the following days, although she wasn't that irritated whenever he tried to initiate a conversation. Their exchanges never lasted long, but Sokka thought that was much better than nothing. Sokka cleared his throat once Angela stopped giving out orders at last. Her eyebrows twitched at the sound. It was the way in which she acknowledged his presence nowadays. She glanced at him sideways, a frown prominent on her face. "Why, you don't need to look at me like that," said Sokka, raising his hands as if surrendering to her. "I just wanted to ask a few questions about this thing." "And why would I want to answer them?" she retorted, looking back at the bearers as one of them squealed, holding his foot in his hands. The group of bearers had accidentally lowered the palanquin on his toes, and now he was hopping inside the wagon, squirming in pain. Well," muttered Sokka, staring at her blankly. Angela rolled her eyes at the bearers and shook her head before turning to Sokka. "Just ask your question and stop acting like a beaten dog." "Huh?" asked Sokka, taken by surprise by her, as ever. "Ugh, never mind," said Angela, rubbing her forehead with her fingers. "What do you want?" "I was just wondering, how does this thing work?" asked Sokka, growing enthusiastic as he spoke about the machine. "I'm guessing it has something to do with fire beating, right?" Angela raised an eyebrow, eyeing Sokka with confusion. "Why do you want to know that?" "I'm just a little curious," he said, shrugging. "Curiosity killed the cat-owl," Angela recited, making Sokka wince. "Yes, it works through fire bending and coal. It fuels the whole machine." "Really?" asked Sokka, forgetting her eerie words at once. And that's enough to move the whole thing. If what the Mechanist claimed about his creation is true, it should be, said Angela. Is that all? Oh, almost, said Sokka, smiling nervously. Where's my room? Your room. Angela repeated, raising an eyebrow. What makes you think there's a room for you? Well, it doesn't have to be a room, really, said Sokka, sweating. What I meant was, where should I sit while the train moves? Or are you planning on not giving me a lift to Omashu? Oh, I wish that were the case, said Angela, sighing dramatically. Then, where do I go? He asked, staring at her innocently. Angela raised an eyebrow as she studied him closely. Would you like accommodations especially made just for you? She asked, her voice unusually suggestive. Well, I don't really need it, but if you feel like it, said Sokka, knowing he was stepping on dangerous grounds with each word he said. The devilish smirk she gave him was all he needed to confirm his fears. This simply wouldn't end well. And indeed, it didn't. Why did you toss me in here? Sokka squealed, staring at the beasts before him in terror. The special accommodations Sokka had been given were truly special, in quite a negative light. He was stuck in the weirdest of all the wagons in the train tank, a barn-like car with enough room to fit 5 large, green reptiles in it. And all of those reptiles were staring at Sokka seemingly blankly with their big yellow eyes, but he could sense they were just as curious about him as he had been about the train tank when he first spotted it. The way they had surrounded him in a circle made him grimace in fright. Why are these creatures in here anyway? He yelled again, obtaining no answer. He knew she was on the next wagon, of course she was, and she was probably listening to his shouts, with that big smirk of hers on her face. Sokka smiled nervously at the nearest lizard, which slipped its pink tongue out of its mouth in an odd smile of its own. Gee, good lizard, he muttered. And before he knew it, the reptile had jumped at him, licking his face intently while the others tugged at his clothes with their sharp teeth, amused by how he squealed and screamed as he tried to get out of their grasp. If he'd had his weapons with him, he would have used them to keep some distance between them, but alas, they had been thrown in the wagon with the rest of the cargo. He was completely defenseless as he tried to fend off the 5 mongoose dragons who were elated to have a human all to themselves. Gee, get off. Don't touch me with that tail, damn it. You tailed creatures have the nasty habit of going to the bathroom and forgetting to dash. Don't lick me. Quit it, lizard. Arg. Help. Help. Get me out of here. The royal guards on the nearby wagon listened to his screams with slight concern. The train made quite a ruckus as it moved, but Sokka's yelling was loud enough to surpass the noise the machine was making. If only Angela hadn't been beaming, delighted by her gladiator's shrieks, the guards would have suggested bringing him into their wagon, but they knew better than to oppose Angela's obvious wishes to keep Sokka in the cabin of the mongoose dragons. After what felt like ages to Sokka, the side door to the wagon opened up and the sunlight bathed the gladiator and his new friends. The mongoose dragons had gotten bored of picking at Sokka after a few hours, so they had decided to find comfortable places to nap within the wagon. One of them decided to nap atop Sokka, using his back as a mattress. Sokka had squirmed and tried to get the animal off him, but the mongoose dragon had merely shifted into a more comfortable position and it had fallen asleep soundly. Sokka had ended up closing his own eyes after a while as well, too tired to continue fighting against the weight of the animal. He woke up when the dragon sleeping on top of him jumped away from him and out of the wagon, along with the other 4 creatures. I live, he exclaimed, climbing off the train and dropping on the grass, kissing the ground when he touched it. I survived. I was just waiting for death to take me, but I'm alive. Wait, what's going on here? He hoisted himself up to his knees and looked around him in confusion. They had come quite far from Udeo, since Sokka couldn't recognize the mountains nearby or the gravel road the train tank had been coursing through before coming to a halt. He looked around himself to find the lizards were pacing on the grass happily. And right beside him, next to the wagon's door, was a royal guard, staring down at him. What's going on? Sokka repeated, confused. Not much, said the guard, shrugging. From his voice, Sokka realized it wasn't Taro this time. There was a town nearby, so the princess passed through it on her palanquin while I drove the train to the other side of the town. Why? Asked Sokka, sitting up. What's the point of doing that? Huh. I'm not sure if you know the full extent of the princess's mission, so I'm not sure if I should explain or not, said the guard, folding his arms over his chest. Actually, I do know, said Sokka. She explained it to me the other day. What does that have to do with this? The princess is trying to make it seem like her visit to the Earth Kingdom has nothing to do with chasing down the rough rhinos, said the guard. To keep up appearances, she must cross through towns in her palanquin, as if she couldn't care less about how long it takes for her to travel. The train tank would alert the people at those towns, because a machine like this one isn't something you see every day. It was developed for war purposes, the aggressive design shows as much. Therefore, the princess decided to keep the train tank as far from the commoners as possible, to avoid alerting them. It would be truly unsettling for those people to see this machine treading through their terrains, and word of it would likely spread quickly. Yeah, it must be, said Sokka, thoughtful. That makes sense, I think, but what about the crazy lizards? Why were they in the tank? These 5 creatures are around in case an emergency happens, said the guard. If the captain sends word that he needs backup, the princess will send 5 of her remaining guards to help him. And the men she sends would need steeds to help them reach the captain on time. Huh, said Sokka, staring at the nearest mongoose dragon with confusion. The dragon looked back at him for a moment before strutting off towards the other creatures. Why did you release me, though? Won't she get mad at you for that? And is there no danger that the lizards will run off? I released you because I thought you'd want to get some fresh air, said the guard. It doesn't smell so good in there, does it? Not at all, said Sokka, shaking his head. I don't know why the princess would be mad to see you out here. She was amused by the way you were screaming, but I figure she wouldn't mind letting you out from time to time. Say, what did you do to annoy her? That sort of treatment isn't all that common in her. She may not be the nicest of people, but she certainly isn't always this ruthless. I've done lots of things, said Sokka, tilting his head down as he shrugged. You don't need to know what they were. I don't? Well, if you say so, replied the guard, looking up at the pacing creatures in front of them. And as for the mongoose dragons, they won't run away. They're feeble animals, and these ones have been well trained not to run off. So you needn't fear. Mongoose what? Said Sokka, raising an eyebrow. Sorry, pal, but that's a lizard. These animals are called mongoose dragons, grunted the guard, glaring at Sokka. That's not a dragon, not in a million years, said Sokka, shaking his head. You firebenders should know as much. These things are just lizards. I called them lizards while we were in there and they were perfectly fine with it. They're called dragons, no matter how you decided to name them, said the guard. Now stop saying nonsense unless you want me to pack you with the cargo instead. Sheesh, how sensitive, said Sokka, shaking his head. But, they're lizards. Arg. Stop it. Just stop it. They're mongoose dragons. Dragons. The man insisted, his fists balled as he yelled furiously at Sokka, who just gazed at him in surprise. Way to lose your temper. He muttered, gulping. Quit calling it a lizard. It's a dragon. The man shouted, his loud voice muffling out the sounds of the procession that was just walking up the road towards the train tank. Azula climbed off the palanquin and stared at the screaming guard for a moment before approaching, struggling to grasp what was the matter with the man. Why can't you get it through that thick head of yours? Dragon. Dragon. Not lizard, dragon. It's a dragon. Even if they don't spit fire, they're dragons. But they don't fly either. Muttered Sokka, staring at the guard sheepishly. Whatever. They're dragons. As a matter of fact, said Azula, startling the guard and Sokka with her intervention. They're called mongoose dragons, yet the Gladiator is somewhat correct in believing they have little to do with actual dragons. Sokka blinked a few times before realizing Azula had agreed with him on something. The guard had grown pale upon hearing Azula's voice, turning around towards her while feeling extremely foolish. But they are both reptiles, so it's fine to call them dragons or lizards, either term would be correct, Angela finished, staring at the guard. There's no need to get so worked up about such a simple matter, though. If the gladiator is bothering you, simply threaten him and he'll shut up. Hey, said Sokka, grimacing. I see, princess, said the guard, bowing his head down towards her. I shall do that. Good, replied Angela, smiling. Hey. Sokka squealed, even though he knew he'd be ignored. Get on with loading the palanquin again, said Angela, turning around towards the rest of her convoy. We're to leave as quickly as possible. Yes, princess, replied the guards and palanquin bearers, and Angela climbed on the train once again, leaving her men to pack everything up to resume their trip as hastily as possible. Sokka stared at Angela until she was out of sight, frowning slightly. He still couldn't make heads or tails of her behavior. Had she wanted to save him from the screams of the impatient guard? Or had she done it simply to spare herself from the man's annoying shouting? Seeing how she had added a cruel remark at the end of their conversation, he suspected she actually had done something nice for him, yet she was trying to cover it up. He sighed as he dropped inside his wagon again, confused and troubled. The guards led the mongoose dragons into the train just a moment later, and before Sokka knew it, the train tank was in motion once again. The reptiles approached him, eyeing him with their curious yellow eyes before curling up near him and taking another nap by his side, save for the very lizard that had been sleeping on top of him before, who had decided to drop his head on Sokka's lap this time around. Sokka petted the lizard, dragging his fingers down the dry scales of the creature and dropping his head against the metallic wall of the wagon. You know, I really shouldn't feel this way, he muttered, not caring if the reptiles understood what he was saying or not. I shouldn't be so keen to get on her good side again. Because this is what I was aiming for, isn't it? Back when I thought things couldn't continue as they were, when I decided to try my luck with another woman, this was what I was aiming towards. I knew she'd grow to hate me. I knew she'd want nothing to do with me. And I thought I'd be able to handle it, because it'd be for the best. We're not supposed to be anything but what we were, that's what I kept telling myself, what I keep telling myself, so why? Why do I feel so bad when this is exactly what I was trying to accomplish? The mongoose dragon on his lap let out a gurgling sound before shifting the position of his head to find more comfort. I thought this would be for the best, Sokka continued, with a sigh. I thought I could endure it, but it seems I can't. I didn't think of how much grief I would cause her, and how much grief I'd bring upon myself as well. And how am I supposed to fix it now? Maybe I'm not supposed to. Maybe I was right back then, and maybe I should leave this as it is. The reptile made its strange noise again, lifting its head and staring at Sokka accusingly. You don't think so? Asked Sokka, smiling sideways. Don't fret, it's the last thing I want to do. I want her to be happy again. I want to go back to the days when we could spend hours on end together, throwing jabs at the other back and forth until either of us ended up speechless at the other's words. I even suggested teaching her how to fight with swords, you know? But I don't think she'd want to learn anymore. At least, not from me. The lizard placed its head on his lap once again, fluttering its eyelids shut. Sokka patted its brow again, closing his own eyes as his thoughts drifted towards the princess who sat in the next wagon. If this was for the best, why does it hurt so much? He asked. If I did the right thing by putting a stop to this before it became something else, why does it feel so wrong? Why do I keep wondering how things would have developed if I'd just given in to falling in love with her? What if I hadn't resisted? Would we be? What would we be? What could we have been? A sigh escaped his lips and he shook his head, knowing his regrets wouldn't be enough to change anything. They wouldn't change the things he'd said. They wouldn't change the way he'd hurt Angela, they wouldn't change the way she saw him now. And they wouldn't change the way he longed to find a way to make up for all the damage he'd inflicted, to heal the throbbing ache that burned through his chest, the constant reminder of the pain he had inflicted upon Angela. The train tank made its way through the arid countryside during 2 weeks, although Sokka lost track of time, for he spent most the trip locked up with his new friends, the mongoose dragons. He would be released from the wagon whenever the train halted, but all of a sudden he wasn't too uncomfortable about being stuck with the creatures anymore. Angela had been surprised to discover Sokka had adjusted to his life amongst the mongoose dragons. She had caught sight of him sleeping soundly with the beasts by opening a small window that allowed her to peek into his wagon. Seeing him grow accustomed to the circumstances had bothered her, somewhat. How was he able to find a way to adapt to everything around him? Was it something inherent that came with being a snow savage? She had the feeling she had been told in school, at some point, that the water tribesmen were just like water, they could change their form and adapt to the circumstances just as water shifted its forms. It was somewhat irritating, though, that he'd even adapt to living amongst lizards. Perhaps by the time they made it to Omashu he would even be talking the language of the lizards. Their arrival to Omashu came by just as Angela had scheduled it. Even when she had to step down from the train and pass by the towns and villages in her palanquin from time to time, it seemed the train tank was a far more efficient way to travel than she had originally thought it would be. Crossing through a few rivers had been the worst predicament they had faced, but, to the princess's relief, the bridges in the area had withstood the weight of the metallic train. The captain had sent word only twice, and neither of the messages had satisfied the princess. He kept finding villages the brigands had pillaged, yet he still hadn't caught up with the bandits. He was following their trail, just as he was supposed to, but Angela couldn't relax even when she knew he would catch up with the criminals eventually. It seemed more likely to Angela that she would run into the rough rhinos than for the captain and his men to find them. The train tank had stopped behind the mountain range that surrounded the city of Omashu. The guards would take shifts every day to keep watch on the machine, by Angela's command. While her men readied themselves to head into the city, Angela commanded one of the guards to release Sokka. "Where? What's going on? What's this?" asked Sokka, completely confused as he looked at the mountain range and at the palanquin. He normally was let out of the train tank after Angela had already gone into the villages. "You're supposed to be back amongst the humans, that's what's going on," said Angela. "It seemed you got along with your reptiles a lot better than you do with people. Beasts understand each other, is it?" Sokka glared at her as she smirked cruelly. "Why did you let me out?" he asked, his eyebrow twitching. "Why, would you have rather stayed in the wagon with your new friends?" asked Angela, raising a curious eyebrow. "My new friends don't insult me, they don't even talk, but that's beside the point," Sokka thought bitterly before pouting towards Angela. "I didn't say that," he grunted. "Then what is this contempt I'm sensing? Oh, is it perhaps because I sorted the civilized and the uncivilized, and you were cast into the second group?" asked Angela, basking in the sight of his pulsating temples. "How about you just explain what's going on?" he muttered, his teeth clenched tight as he held back all the comebacks he wanted to throw at her. Angela was slightly disappointed to see he still wouldn't take her ruses to fall into a full-fledged argument, but she didn't give it much importance. "We have arrived to Omashu," she said, surprising him. "What, we made it? So soon?" he asked, astounded. "We made good time," Angela replied. "Your fight will happen 3 days from today, so get ready for it. Remember you'll be facing an earthbender this time, so you'll have to be extra cautious." "All right," said Sokka, nodding as he looked around himself. "But, where's the city? Is it underground or something?" Angela rolled her eyes and shook her head. "We're on the other side of the mountain that holds the city. In case you haven't noticed yet, I don't want people to realize I'm in the Fire Nation colonies on a mission, thus I'm trying to keep the train tank hidden because it's a dead giveaway of the true nature of my visit. Got it now?" Oh, said Sokka, blinking a few times. "Why yeah, I got it." "Go get your stuff," said Angela, jerking her head towards the cargo wagon, which the guards and bearers were unloading at the moment. Sokka nodded and sprinted towards the car, telling the other men to be careful with his boomerang. In a short time, the procession was ready to head into Omashu. Angela was quite uncomfortable by sitting on the palanquin while they climbed the steep roads that led to the city. She hated the way the bearers tilted her as they progressed up the hill. Sokka treaded right behind the vehicle, right between the two guards that closed the group. His eyes widened in amazement when the city came into sight. 4 pyramidal structures stood in the middle of a chasm, all of them the work of powerful earthbenders of old times. The city would have been far more appealing to him if he hadn't glimpsed the Fire Nation banner right above the gates of the city, or the smoke that came out of the metallic ducts that could have only been set there by the Fire Nation, because they looked completely out of place in what once was an extraordinary Earth Kingdom city. A very long walkway stood between the city and the mountains, and walking it felt longer than it should have. With every step he took, Sokka grew more uneasy. He knew he shouldn't feel so bitter towards the Fire Nation, not after so long of living within said nation and getting used to the fact that they almost ruled the world by now, but the sight of that banner hanging on the city walls made his blood boil. It was so wrong. A soldier caught sight of them when they were halfway through the bridge, and he shouted orders for the gates to be opened immediately. The metallic doors swung open to reveal blocks of earth, which were withdrawn by some earthbenders who were out of sight, and they cleared the way for the princess and her procession to enter the city. Sokka gazed about in mild curiosity, but mostly in distaste. Back in Udeo, the legacies of both Fire Nation and Earth Kingdom had been combined into the city, and people lived in peace amongst both elements. Omasha was the entire opposite of that. The houses, roads, buildings, and even the odd delivery system comprised by slides and carts, had been developed by the people of the Earth Kingdom before the Fire Nation came to take what should have never been theirs. Factories protruded between the buildings, and their fumes polluted the air around them with the dark smoke they were releasing. Steel covered the city, pavement had been engraved in the grounds, and only from time to time Sokka would be able to glimpse something, a house, or a store, that hadn't been covered by the metal the Fire Nation favored to keep earthbenders in control. The city would have impressed Sokka if he had seen it before the Fire Nation conquest, but right now it merely disturbed him. It was a sour reminder of the Fire Nation's nature, to tear down everything in their path and impose themselves on top of it. People stared at the procession just as they had in Udeo, but instead of being regarded by cheerful people, this time they were received by the fierce glares of the former Earth Kingdom citizens who had been lost their city and their rights. Only the soldiers seemed pleased to witness Azula's arrival, and they weren't too excited about it anyway. The princess could sense the cold reception from within her palanquin, even through the drawn curtains. She frowned, having expected to find the city of Omashu in a far less depressing state. It seemed Mai's parents hadn't done such a grand job as governors, or perhaps they shared their daughter's gloomy ways and Azula hadn't noticed it until now. It took the procession quite a long time to climb to the highest peak of the city, the one which hosted the governor's palace. Sokka had been gazing up towards the pyramid, gazing at the place they would be staying at, but something other than buildings caught his eye at the very top of the mountain. He frowned as he eyed the statue, the distance making it difficult for him to recognize the figure, and the scowl on his brow grew more prominent when he did. The ridiculously pointy beard and the golden artifact behind the giant statue's head gave away the structure as a homage to Fire Lord Oze. He had only seen the man once before, but his features had been engraved in his mind. That man was the enemy, his one true enemy. Not the other gladiators he had fought against, not the royal guards, not Azula, it was him. Only him. If he ever had the opportunity to rid the Fire Nation of that man's rule, he'd do it without a second thought. Because he knew now that the Fire Nation in itself wasn't evil, and neither were its people. But their ideals were wrong, and he was the one responsible for enforcing those ideals upon the Fire Nation, well, him and his forefathers before him. That man was sending troops to invade his home and his sister tribe, and he had been the one to bring so much misery to this very city. His dark musings were interrupted momentarily when he noticed there was something chained to the Fire Lord's statue. The statue had its hands before its chest, and there was something that looked ominously like a coffin chained to the right hand. Sokka didn't know for certain, but he thought he had seen a face peeking out through the top of the box, but the nearby buildings were tall enough to block the statue from sight as they continued walking, and Sokka couldn't confirm if the coffin had held a man or not. It seemed beyond creepy for these Fire Nation people to lock people up in cages and hang them in the hands of their nation's leader. Perhaps it was a way to show Fire Lord Oze was a giant, and his opponents were so tiny he could hold them in his hand in that manner, threatening to squeeze them to death if they dared think of fighting back. Sokka had quite a scowl on his face as they arrived to the governor's house's doorstep, repulsed by the city as he was. Another family greeted them this time around, although they didn't look half as lively as the Morishita family. The man was thin and lanky, and he didn't seem to be too nervous about dealing with Azula. The woman next to him looked a lot like him, although her hair was darker than his. Between the pairing stood a young boy with jet black hair and an amazed look on his face. He gazed at the palanquin expectantly and beamed when Princess Angela climbed down. "Hi!" he shouted, making Angela raise an eyebrow towards him. The last time she had seen Tom he had only been 5 years old and he hadn't been the best-mannered kid. It seemed his ways hadn't improved that much, seeing how he had squealed the first thing that came to his mind as soon as he saw her. "Welcome to Omashu, Princess Angela," said the man, smiling at Angela as both he and his wife bowed down towards Angela. Tom blinked in confusion when his parents bowed, but he rushed to imitate them regardless, tilting his head down hastily and placing his hands in the wrong position. "Thank you, Governor," said Angela, prompting the family to lift their heads again. "Is everything faring well? The citizens seemed to be at unease upon our arrival." "Oh, the citizens are at unease at most times, Princess," said the woman, beaming and shaking a hand as if not to give it any importance. "It's a matter of growing used to it." "Is it?" asked Angela, displeased. "You seem to have a small misconception on what a governor's duty should be. A good ruler isn't supposed to keep their people at unrest. People are the ones who make a nation what it is, after all." Sokka's jaw dropped at her words. Was she actually quoting him? Was she really repeating something he had told her a few months ago? His distaste towards the city of Omashu fell back in his list of priorities as he stared at the back of the princess in utter disbelief. She had remembered what he had told her. She had actually listened to what he'd said. And she was using it to teach a lesson to the other governors in the Fire Nation. His body was taken over by a strange shivering as he smiled sideways, feeling an unusual surge of pride burning in his chest. "Oh, of course, Princess, we'll do something about it," said the governor, grimacing and bowing his head down towards her. "You'd better," said Angela, glaring at him. "Where's Mai?" squealed the kid, looking at the procession. "Didn't you bring her with you?" "Mai has some matters she needs to take care of right now," said Angela, "namely, her child." "What? She gave birth already?" gasped Mai's mother, her hands covering her mouth. "She didn't let you know?" asked Angela, raising an eyebrow. "And no, she didn't," muttered the governor, his head down. Angela wasn't too surprised to hear this. Mai's relationship with her parents had never been smooth. It wasn't good, but it wasn't really bad either. It was awkward, that's what it was. "What's the baby called?" asked Tom, smiling broadly. "Is it a boy? Or is it a girl?" "It's a boy," said Angela. "His name is Uade." "Uade?" exclaimed Tom, amazed. "Yes, you're an uncle now, Tom, said the kid's father, smiling at the child. "An uncle? Me?" squealed Tom. "But uncles are old." "I'm not old." Tom's parents chuckled at their child's innocent statement before turning to Angela again. "Please, come right in," said the governor. "You must long for comfortable lodging after spending such a long time on the road." "Indeed," said Angela. "Do you have enough room to house my entire procession?" "Oh, yes, all arrangements have been made," replied the man. "There's plenty of space for everyone to stay here." Angela nodded and the family entered the palace while the princess turned around to address her men. She commanded them to bring the palanquin into the house and to settle down quietly, while also ordering them to not cause any trouble to the governor and his wife. Sokka listened intently, gazing at Angela while enjoying a tingling feeling that ran down his spine. Angela didn't seem to notice he was staring at her, which allowed Sokka to smile to himself as they walked into the house at last. The dining room was large enough to house the entire procession, albeit the men had to sit quite tight together so that everyone could reach the table. Naturally, Angela was sitting at the head of the table, so she was perfectly comfortable while having dinner. "Is everything faring well in Omashu, Governor?" she asked, raising an inquisitive eyebrow as she eyed the man. "The weaponry development is progressing without delays," finished the governor. "How about the rebellious earthbenders?" asked Angela, raising an eyebrow. "They have settled down lately," the man muttered. "Probably because of their leader's circumstances." "Has anything happened with that Med King?" asked Angela. "Wasn't he chained to the statue?" Sokka cringed upon the mention of the statue, and he only started paying attention to the conversation then. Mad King, she had said? Hanging on the statue, that had to mean that the coffin really held a person. His appetite decreased upon the confirmation of such an act of cruelty. Why did Azula seem to be alright with something so heinous? Yes, but he has fallen into a deep slumber, said the governor. He hasn't woken for several weeks now. His old age might have gotten to him, and being held in that box for almost 7 years must have taken its toll on him. His devoted supporters have stopped their revolts because they know that, without him, they don't stand a chance. I see, said Azula, nodding. It's good news. This should help you keep the citizens in check. It has helped, although they seem quite unhappy about these developments, said the governor. But they'll grow out of their misery, I'm sure. Like hell they will, Sokka thought, frowning. Everything about this situation was so twisted that he just wanted to scream out loud in frustration and tell the governor off for his way of treating his people, like Azula had done with his wife earlier. And what Azula said had been something he had told her before, right? Perhaps if he told her how wrong it was for them to hold a man in a box, she would listen to him. He found his chance to talk to Azula after dinner was over. She excused herself from the table and he followed suit, catching up with her in the middle of the hallway. Azula, wait. What? What's the matter? Asked Azula, growing wary when she realized Sokka had followed her. What you were talking about just now, that Mad King, said Sokka, frowning. Why is he there? Why? Isn't it obvious? Asked Azula, raising an eyebrow. He used to rule Omashu. He is a powerful earthbender, although he's quite insane, from what I've heard. He surrendered the city to the Fire Nation without fighting back. Yet his men, the Omashu resistance, remain loyal to him, claiming that he'll bring himself out of his imprisonment and that way he will help them take back their city. Is there a chance for that to happen? Sokka asked, his frown deepening. Why? Do you want to assist him on his escape? Asked Azula, folding her arms across her chest. And no, that's not. I just figured there wouldn't be, he said. Given how he's been locked in there for 7 years, according to the governor. He might not last much longer. From what he said, it seemed like he was about to cross the boundaries between the world of the living and the dead. He's old enough, it might be best for him. How old are we talking about, exactly? Asked Sokka, raising an eyebrow. I don't know, said Azula, shrugging. A century, give or take. What? He's been around for a century, that man is over 100 years old and you've locked him up in a coffin. Sokka asked, aghast. What's that for? Are you trying to torture him to his death or something? Who exactly are you talking about when you say you? Azula asked, glaring at him. You. The Fire Nation. Sokka exclaimed. Isn't this too cruel even for your standards? Curious. I was sure you thought we had no standards in the first place, said Azula. It's starting to look like it, Sokka growled. It's funny you say so, you don't even know the quality of the coffin he's been locked in, said the princess. There are spikes inside the box, spikes that will push the pressure points on his body in case he tries to make a move of any kind, blocking his chi and thus rendering him completely unable to move. And you know why that's the case? Because, even when he's as old as he is, the man is a threat. He is one of the most powerful earthbenders in the world. He might even be stronger than the blind bandit. Think his confinement is cruel if you will, it's of no importance. If it's necessary to keep him there, we, the Fire Nation, will keep him there. But that's wrong, Azula, Sokka whispered, shaking his head. You can't treat people like this just because they're threats. I treated a threat much more lightly than I should have quite recently. Azula muttered, making Sokka gasp. And look at where that has landed me. I'm not making that mistake again. Sokka watched her walk away from him, a sense of helplessness taking over his body as he stared after her. He already felt bad about himself, but now he felt even worse. It seemed his actions had been all Azula had needed to convince herself that the Fire Nation's cruel ways were the right path. Eliminating threats had been the Fire Nation's take on this war, and it seemed an ideal the country had taken as its motto. Angela hadn't eliminated the threat he posed to her, she had given him a chance to discover if he could become a valuable ally instead, and, clearly enough, she had come to regret her decision altogether. It didn't justify what the Fire Nation was doing, it didn't change that he believed it to be wrong, but now he realized he hadn't been able to change Angela's way of thinking. Worse, he had reinforced it. He sighed and shook his head, heading towards his room and dropping on a soft mattress for the first time in weeks, although he would have preferred being in his wagon with the mongoose dragons than to be alone right now. Reflecting on the damage he had wrought upon Angela became worse every time. Just how deeply had he hurt her, how far had he injured her soul? And how was he supposed to find a way to make amends for it? Sokka was somewhat confused upon arriving to what was supposed to be the standby room of Oze Arena. This particular arena was held inside Omashu's mountains, yet it was far more rudimentary than Sokka had expected it to be. Everything seemed to have been assembled with rocks and earth, all the way from the vestibule to the standby room. According to what Omashu's governor had told them during dinner the past night, the fighting area had been built by the former king of the city for unknown ends. Upon establishing the Fire Nation's authority on the city, the army had torn down the old king's palace, yet they had kept the arena to use it for gladiator fights. The arena in itself had nothing to do with Fire Lord Oze, but it seemed Omashu had become a city devoted to worshipping the Fire Nation's leader feverishly. Tension between Sokka and Angela had escalated again after their short squabble. She had walked down to the standby room with him, but they still hadn't spoken a word to the other. As usual, the princess was the one to break the uncomfortable silence. "Your opponent is called the Hallowed Rock," said Angela, and Sokka jumped a little at hearing her voice. "He's strong, although he relies too much on his stances to make his movements. You might be able to use that to your advantage." "All right," said Sokka, nodding. "Anything else I should know?" "He's not too young, so his movements will be stiff." "Maybe that will be of some use as well," said Angela, shrugging. "Got it," whispered Sokka, nodding. "Good luck," Angela muttered before turning around to leave. "Thanks," Sokka replied, almost by reflex. Their interactions had become so rigid, so cold. Sokka grimaced as he tied down his right armguard a little rougher than intended, trying to use the pain to bring himself back to reality. Thinking about his relationship with Angela wouldn't help him today. He couldn't let the fight against the butterfly lady repeat itself. The stone that separated the standby room from the sand pit was removed after a few minutes, only, it wasn't a sand pit this time. Just like the rest of the arena, the ground was stone and rock, not sand. Sokka walked into it feeling somewhat eerie about the whole situation, an earthbender with all sorts of earth at his disposition. He cringed as he walked to the center of the fighting area, evading the spikes of stone that served as the obstacles in these fighting grounds. The man who would fight him was close to his 50s, from what Sokka could guess. He was dressed in long, flowing green robes and he had a very solemn look to him. Sokka couldn't help but stare at him in slight confusion. He hadn't met too many earthbenders, but the general idea he had of them was that they'd be burly, tall, strong foes. This man seemed to be the exact opposite of that. Just as the blind bandit had looked the exact opposite of that. Sokka frowned upon this thought and brought Space Sword out of its sheath, readying himself for battle. Whatever the man looked like, he would fight to his best. "Start!" was the sole scream Sokka heard. It seemed people in Oze Arena didn't care for the lengthy introductions he had gotten used to in the amateur arena and the Grand Royal Dome. The Hallowed Rock, just as Angela had told him, struck a very firm pose, his feet steady on the ground, before lifting his fists in a powerful movement. It was all Sokka could register before the ground beneath him began shaking and a column of earth shot upwards suddenly, tossing him into the air before he could begin to compose a strategy. He collapsed on the ground and rolled on his back, hopping on his feet right away to get back on track, but the earthbender pulled back one of his fists. The earth underneath Sokka's right foot moved brusquely towards the Hallowed Rock, separating Sokka's legs and breaking his bodily balance. Sokka jumped to the side quickly, his teeth clenched, and he wondered if he wouldn't catch any breaks in this fight just as a boulder flew at him, courtesy of the Hallowed Rock. Sokka reacted quickly by slicing the rock with Space Sword, nullifying its menace, but 2 cylinders of earth shot out from the walls of the arena this time, almost squashing Sokka when they crashed against the other in the center of the ring. The blue wolf managed to jump out of reach just in time to avoid a painful fate. Azula, up in an earthy sponsor's balcony, frowned upon the performance Sokka was putting on this time. At this rate, he wasn't going to win in 1,000 years, and the worst part was to realize it really wasn't his fault. The terrains in which the fight took place would give any earthbender an overwhelming advantage over his enemies. He would need a miracle to win this fight. Sokka struggled to avoid the blocks of earth that kept being sent his way, but it was becoming really difficult to keep up with his rival. In an act of despair, he unsheathed his boomerang and tossed it at the hallowed rock, hoping to hit him with his weapon and finally get a chance to attack the man directly, but the hallowed rock fashioned a stone wall from the ground, with which he stopped Sokka's boomerang effectively. Sokka snarled, but he lunged forward regardless. The boomerang hadn't been enough of a distraction, but no matter how small the opening provided had been, he would have to make the best of it. Yet all rational thoughts vanished from his head when a pillar of earth darted out right beneath him, aimed at his chin. His head was forced back with an unsettling crack and his helmet flew off his head due to the impact. Sokka fell to the ground, completely disoriented, but still conscious, until the hallowed rock tossed a boulder straight at his head. Sokka's body refused to respond even when he urged it to move away, to get out of that attack's reach, and then everything turned black. Every inch of his head throbbed horribly when he came to his senses again. From what he could feel, someone had wrapped his head in bandages. His neck hurt badly, even when there was a very soft pillow underneath it to appease his pain. What had happened? He had a hard time recalling it. All he knew was that he hadn't really expected to wake up ever again. For a moment he really had thought his number was up. Discovering otherwise was somewhat soothing, yet it was quite disappointing too. Secretly, in the darkest corners of his heart, he had a small longing for death, a longing that had lodged itself within his soul ever since Azula had defeated him in the South Pole. Azula. Azula would be furious. Now he remembered. He was fighting the hallowed rock, and the man had overwhelmed and defeated him. There could be no other explanation to the fact that the last he remembered was a huge rock flying at him, yet now he was lying in a very comfortable bed. He had been knocked out in battle for the very first time. Sokka cringed as he lifted himself up from the bed. The rest of his body seemed fine, his head was killing him, though. He had been brought back to the room he had been given in the governor's home. He had been stripped off his armor and shirt, obviously to provide him with the medical treatment he had required after blacking out. For how long had he been unconscious? He had no idea, and there was nobody in the room to clarify his doubts, so he guessed he would go find someone, anyone, to let him know what had happened, and to let him know if Azula was through with him this time around. He wouldn't be surprised if that were the case. But his ill fortune followed him everywhere, apparently. He had been hoping to find someone to tell him what Azula had decided to do with him right now. He didn't expect to run into the princess herself, sitting before a table in one of the balconies of the governor's home. Sokka's eyes fell as he approached her, knowing it would be best to get this over with. Azula had a hand on her forehead as the other held something Sokka couldn't quite see from where he was standing, but she was alone. He decided to clear his throat, and let his presence be known even if Azula would burn him to a crisp as soon as she saw him. The rasping sound that came out of him wasn't exactly what he had expected, and Azula didn't react upon hearing it. Sokka gulped, realizing a little too late that swallowing probably wasn't such a good idea when his head and neck hurt so badly. And, with more efforts than he should have needed, since his jaw hurt horribly, he muttered, Hey. Azula still said nothing, but she surely had realized he was there anyway. For how long was I out? He asked, not knowing how else to start this conversation. 3 days, Azula replied curtly, yet her voice wasn't angry, as Sokka had thought it would be. He frowned a little before his face pained him upon that simple motion. I'm sorry, he said. It was really hard, that guy, he was stronger than I thought he would be, and he had all the rocks he could need at his disposal, so why you know what? No matter, there's no use excusing myself. I should have been able to do better. No, said Azula, lowering her hand at last, and Sokka realized now that she was holding a letter. You're not excusing yourself. You're stating facts. The outcome was what it would have been in those circumstances, be it today or tomorrow, or in a year or two. I guess I'm not good at fighting earthbenders, said Sokka, somewhat relieved to see Angela wasn't angry at him, but she seemed upset, for some other reason. What's that? Angela frowned and crumpled the paper on her hand, closing her eyes tightly as she did. I guess I should be scolding you, muttered Angela. It's what you were expecting, most likely. What happened? Sokka asked, growing increasingly worried. There was only one thing nowadays that concerned Angela more than his success or his failure as a gladiator. And that paper in her hand, it could only be one thing. He looked around the balcony, and he spotted what he had been expecting to see, a messenger hawk posed on a perch. They found them, Angela muttered, clenching her fists. They found the rough rhinos. Sokka's eyes widened upon her words, knowing she hadn't told him about all the content of the letter just yet. They found them right before entering the oasis, Angela continued. A fight broke out, and they escaped. But not before killing one of my men. Sokka's mouth opened a little as he stared at Angela in shock. So one of the guards, one of the apparently indestructible men that had flanked the princess at all times, had been slain. Bao died for nothing. Angela exclaimed, striking a fist on the table before her. His wretched killers are still at large. And I'm completely powerless. I can't do a damn thing where I am. Sokka would have surrounded her shoulders with an arm, he would have tried to comfort her somehow, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. He wasn't worthy of doing it. He knew she wouldn't even want him to try soothing her. She would push him away, because she would find no comfort in anything but bringing the rough rhinos to justice. Sokka hadn't expected to discover she had such an emotional attachment towards her men, she had always been so cold towards them, pushing them away from her whenever she had the chance. For her to care so much about the fate of her men, of the men she had sent out to battle. Sokka didn't have to think twice to see why she was so distressed, she blamed herself for the death of the man who had once served as her royal guard. Check the description for the links to the author.